Ng Bise Presidente ang pondo. Anong koneksyon nga ba ang mayroon sila ng bise? Sinabi rin ni Acosta na sa pangalawang araw ng kanyang pagtestigo na may receiving document siyang pinapirmahan kay La Chica. Ngunit pagdadahilan niya, hindi niya na ito hawak dahil kaagad na binawi ni La Chica ang naturang dokumento matapos nilang maipasa ang liquidation report sa COA. Ito rin aniya ay standard practice o nakagawian na sa tanggapan ng bise. Ngunit hindi ba't nakakapagtaka na ang naganap na pagbawi ng mga attachments sa utilization report na ipinasa ni La Chica kay Acosta matapos umano nitong makapag-comply sa COA, lalo na kung nilalaman nito ang mga resibong magpapaliwanag kung saan dinala o ginasta ang kabuang 500 million peso confidential funds ng OVP. Ano ang dahilan kung bakit binawi ang mga dokumento at bakit ganito ang nakasanayang proseso sa opisina ng bise? Ayon kay former State Auditor Roderick Wamil, nag-issue ang COA ng Audit Observation Memorandum dahil walang supporting documents na isinumite ang OVP para patunayan ang kanilang confidential expenses. Sinabi rin ni COA State Auditor Sailin del Campo na required ang official receipts, lalo na sa purchase of supplies at information. Ngunit sa halip na OR, libu-libong acknowledgement receipts ang natanggap ng COA mula sa opisina ng Vice Presidente. Dito, lumalabas na tanging si La Chica lang ang makakapagpaliwanag kung bakit sensitibo at confidential ang detalye ng mga tumanggap ng confidential funds. Siya lang din ang makakasagot kung totoong tao ang mga pangalan sa acknowledgement receipts at kung bakit walang maipakitang official receipt na nagpapatunay na ginasta ang pondo sa tama at legal na paraan.
Ma'am, wala po kayong dokumentong hawak dahil nga binawi ni Colonel La Chica. Tama po?
Binawi po niya, Your Honor, pero nakagawa na po ako ng liquidation, Your Honor. Nakasubmit na po kami sa COA, Your Honor.
Jeng, Tresha, Jasmine, tulad nga ng suwestyon ng ilang senator judges, maging ng presiding officer kahapon, mahalaga itong pagharap ni Colonel Raymond La Chica sa impeachment court upang kaagad niya ring maipaliwanag yung naging involvement niya nga doon sa disbursement ng pondo. Ngunit wala pang desisyon kaugnay niyan ang prosekusyon dahil anila, pinag-aaralan pa nila ito. Pero kanina sa panayam kay House Lead Prosecutor Jeve Luistro, sinabi niyang kung ihaharap ng depensa si Colonel La Chica bilang kanilang testigo ay maaaring idaan na lang nila sa cross-examination. Nang sa ganun ay masagot din yung katanungan naman sa bahagi o sa side naman ng prosecution panel. Maya-maya lang sa pagpapatuloy ng impeachment trial, aantabayanan natin sa pagharap ni OVP Assistant Chief of Staff Lemuel Ortonio yung mga bagong impormasyon na maaari nating maikonekta doon naman sa mga nagdaang testimonya noong mga nakaraang testigo ng prosekusyon. Balik muna sa inyo.
Maraming salamat, Camille Gonzalez, live dito sa Senado.
Pusa, pagong at belat. Parang walang katapusan ang mga nauungkat na questionableng pangalan sa confidential funds ng bise sa pagpapatuloy ng diskusyon sa Article 1 ng impeachment. Lumutang ang mga pangalang umunoy kasama sa nakatanggap ng kalahating bilyong pisong confidential funds. Mula kay Mary Grace Piatos na food brands hanggang kina Alejandro Piquit at Andy Lin, dumagdag pa sa koleksyon ng mga questionableng recipients ang mga pangalan ng hayop katulad ni Antonio Pagong at Timon Andrew Pusa. Kumpirmasyon ni Acosta kahapon alias daw ang mga yan. Kinwestiyon din ang pangalang Clarice Ontiveros na kaapelido ni Senator Judge Visa Ontiveros. Parehas din ang petsa ng birthday ng senadora sa petsa kung kailan binayaran ang pangalang Clarice Ontiveros. Samantala, naungkat na walang official receipt ang 122 million na confidential funds na ibinayad umano ng OVP sa pagbili ng mga gamot.
Pilipinas, simula na ang Day 18 ng paglilitis at Vice Presidente, huwag kayong bibitiw, manatiling nakatutok dito sa ang paglilitis.
Appearances of the parties.
Same appearance for the prosecution, Your Honors. We're ready.
Good morning, Your Honors. Same appearance for the respondent accused.
Thank you. We are in receipt. Before we proceed to our next witness, I believe it's going to be Mr. Ortonio. We are in receipt of a request for stipulation with respect to certain circumstances and documents from the prosecution. Is that correct? Do you confirm, Honorable Chua?
Yes, Your Honor.
We got a copy of the one The lead counsel for respondent already responded to the request for stipulation for Eduardo Fajardo yesterday, I believe, and
That's
only
correct, Your
stipulated to the first 2 points.
Yes,
Now,
Your
this one for Ortonio, we got it only last night. May I ask the counsel for respondent when you got the request for stipulation?
We also received this just last night, Your Honor, by email.
Is there an equal request for stipulation with respect to documents?
I believe, Your Honor, that on the third page of this new request for stipulation with respect to Mr. Lemuel Ortonio, there are certain documents that the prosecution requests for stipulation. But this will be addressed during the presentation and the cross-examination of the witness, Your Honor.
So can you already comment on the request for stipulation with respect to Ortonio, Attorney Sheila?
We can, Your Honor. We can only stipulate on items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. That's it, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Hold on, Honorable Chua. In regard to the documents, Attorney Sheila, some of these, if not all, I haven't checked actually individually because this is a different list from the list of documents that I have that Ortonio may identify based on our own study of the pretrial order and markings. How about the documents, Attorney
That's
Sheila?
our concern, Your Honor. Since we only received this last night, and this is inconsistent also with the order of this court that any request for stipulation must be provided to the other party at least 1 day before the hearing, Your Honor. And therefore, we would prefer to hear first the comment of the prosecution on this witness, and we will respond accordingly afterwards, Your Honor. And also, Your Honor, I will ask later on at the start of the presentation of the witness for another counsel to be acknowledged and recognized, Your Honor.
At the appropriate time, Attorney Sheila.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Honorable Chua.
Can I now, Your Honor, turn over to the counsel for the prosecution, Attorney May Divina Gracia?
I'm sorry, Honorable Chua.
May Divina Gracia, Your Honor.
Will be the one handling.
Yes, Your Honor.
We're not yet there, counsel. I'm still at the point of trying to abbreviate the proceedings, at least with respect to the documents, and to give a shot at the counsel for respondents looking at the documents. How many are common documents or common exhibits? Because to the mind of the presiding officer, counsels, if it is a common exhibit, meaning marked by both parties separately, unless there is proof or allegation of fraud and or palpable mistake or absence of regularity, then it would have to be proven through the witness. However, absent that, the court can take it as already being authentic and its due execution having been established without need of proof through the identification of a witness. If there is that chance, the court is willing to give the parties a few minutes while the court is discussing its ruling with respect to the point raised by Attorney Sheila last August 12, which will take roughly about 20 to 25 minutes. Would that be enough time, Attorney Sheila, for you
I
to
think,
go
Your
over the
Honor, we'll
documents?
just need around 5 minutes. We're amenable to some stipulation under item number 25, except for item number 25, B and V.
B and?
Beta and Victory, Your Honor, because these are not common exhibits. But with the rest of the items under number 25, we probably will just be needing 5 minutes to see the prosecution's documents and return to this court with a response to the request for stipulation.
5 minutes? If it's 5 minutes, the court will defer its ruling on your August 12 manifestation and just simply give you 5 minutes before we call Ortonio. 5 minutes?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, 5 minutes. Court declares a brief recess in order for the parties to be able to stipulate on the documents they will be presenting to the witness Ortonio to save on the court's time. Trial is in recess.
Kasalukuyang suspendido ang sesyon o ang impeachment trial ng ilang minuto para magkaroon ng pagkakataon yung depensa at prosekusyon na magkasundo tungkol sa mga dokumento na saklaw ng magiging testimonya ng testigo ngayong araw na si Lemuel Ortonio, ang Assistant Chief of Staff ng OVP na siyang kasama ni Gina Acosta, yung Special Disbursing Officer ng OVP noong siya ay mag-encash ng milyong-milyong confidential funds sa Land Bank of the Philippines, Shaw Boulevard Branch. At Jasmine, hindi ito ang unang pagkakataon na nakita natin yung ganitong ilang minutong break sa impeachment trial para nga bigyan ng pagkakataon ng prosecution and defense to stipulate on the documents.
Kasi kung hindi nagkaroon ng stipulation, madalas ang magkabilang panig ang depensa at ang prosekusyon ay pwedeng magbanggaan kung ito ay ipipresenta nang hindi sila nagkakasundo habang sila ay nagtatanong sa testigo. Pero sa ating mga kababayan, inaantabayanan nga natin itong susunod na witness na si Ginoong Lemuel Ortonio. Matapos kasi yung kontrobersya ng testimonya ni dating Special Disbursing Officer ng Office of the Vice President na si Gina Acosta, ang pinaka makukuha natin sa kanya at ang inaasahan natin dito ay siya ang inaasahang magbibigay linaw sa komplikado at mahabang usapin ng paggamit ng confidential funds ng Bise. Kasi kung inyo pong matatandaan, sa testimonya ni dating COA State Auditor Roderick Wamel, isa po sa mga nakita nilang deficiency ay mayroong disbursement voucher na pinirmahan ni Ortonio imbes na ang Vice Presidente. At kasama rin sa pag-withdraw ng pera mula sa land bank ay itong si Ginoong Lemuel Ortonio. So dito natin makikita ang pagbuo sa pagkakatagpi-tagpi na kwento ng prosecution sa kung paano nga ba nakuha itong pondo mula sa Office of the Vice President, paano ito ginasta at magkakaroon pa ng, sa mata ni Ginoong Ortonio, magkakaroon pa ng new set of eyes dito sa pagpresenta ng prosecution tungkol sa kung ano ang nangyari sa pondong inilaan mula ng Office of the Vice President.
At yun nga, Jasmine, isa rin si Ortonio sa mga opisyal ng OVP na sangkot o signatory doon sa mga liquidation document na sinubmit sa Commission on Audit. Doon sa mga dokumento na yon nakasaad na 105, Jasmine, mahigit 100 mga aktibidad ang pinaggamitan ng parte ng confidential funds. At base nga doon sa testimonya ni Acosta, hindi ba, meron dito tree planting activity sa mga testimonya ng mga dating taga-COA, ng tumestigo na rin dito sa trial, meron pang pinagamit ng Christmas party, meetings, pinagkagastos ang tables and supplies at mga gamot. Pero, para rin kay Deputy House Speaker Paulo Ortega, hindi umaasa ang prosekusyon na magiging cooperative, ang witness. So pakinggan natin ang bahagi ng kanyang naging pahayag tungkol dyan.
Baka parang ang dating din is yung parang kay Gina Acosta. Ewan ko, tignan natin kasi parang maraming turuan nagtuturuan na sila So tignan natin yung flow today kung medyo parang the same scenario mangyayari nasa house before. Maraming drama, maraming eksena nangyari. So, the same din naman with Mrs. Acosta. Ganun din po yung nangyari. Almost all of the staff ng OVP. Pero iba po yung scenario ngayon kasi impeachment trial na to.
At yan na nga, syempre, inaasahan din nating hostile witness katulad ni Acosta, isa ring maaaring gawin, hindi pala maaari, malamang gagawin ng prosecution. Hilingin sa korte na ideklarang hostile witness si Ginoong Lemuel Ortonio.
Mahalagang ilagay natin si Ortonio sa loob ng proseso para maintindihan natin yung takbo ng pera, kung saan galing yung pera at kung saan pumunta at kung ano yung naging papel ni Ortonio doon sa proseso. Kasi yun yung kwento na gusto natin malaman kung ano yung totoong kwento sa takbo ng pera. Yun lang naman ang punto na impeachment trial. Sabi nga ng ating guest kanina, si Ronald Llamas, dahil impeachment trial na to, malilinaw yung kwento dahil madaming ebidensya na lalabas dito sa impeachment trial na hindi pa lumabas noon. Meron na mga lumabas na ebidensya na susuporta doon sa 4 na article of impeachment ng impeachment ng prosecution. Pero may mga ebidensya na hindi pa lumalabas, katulad ng mga bank accounts.
Yung mga bagong pangalan.
Yung mga bagong pangalan, yung mga nadinig natin na pangalan kahapon. Akala ko, nadinig ko na lahat. May mga bago pang pangalan kahapon. May mga pusa, may pagong, may kung sino-sino. Babalik po tayo sa plenaryo dahil nagpapatuloy ang impeachment trial.
Paragraph from A to V, Your Honor.
From alpha to victory.
Yes, Your Honor, subject to comment on the eventual offer.
Thank you very much, Counsel. Thank you for helping the court in abbreviating the proceedings. Now, Honorable Chua, who again will be the one to present the witness, Ortonio?
The counsel for the prosecution, Attorney May Divina Gracia.
Attorney May Divina Gracia. You are recognized, ma'am.
Your Honor,
Yes, Attorney Sheila?
May
On the
I-
part of the respondents?
may I also ask that Attorney Christine Ferrer be recognized as counsel for the defense today, Your Honor, for this witness.
Attorney Ferrer is recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning,
So it'll
Your
be-
Honors.
Is it correct to address you, Attorney May?
Yes, Your Honor.
So it'll be Attorney May and Attorney Christine.
Yes, Your Honor.
Call your witness, Attorney May.
Your Honor, we would like to call to the witness stand our 6th witness in the person of Mr. Lemuel G. Ortonio.
The clerk of court is directed through the OSA to kindly situate Mr. Ortonio at the witness stand. The clerk of court is directed to administer the oath to the witness.
Mr. Ortonio, please raise your right hand. You, Lemuel G. Ortonio, do swear that the evidence you shall give in the case now pending between the Philippines and Vice President Sara Duterte shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes.
Kindly place on the record, because it was inaudible, that the witness responded in the affirmative by saying yes. Attorney May, your witness for direct examination, kindly make the offer.
Yes, Your Honor, but before we proceed to our offer, Your Honor, we would like to just read for the record the matters that were already stipulated on, Your Honor, for avoidance of doubt.
You may do so, counsel. You may proceed.
So, first, that the witness, Mr. Lemuel G. Ortonio, is the Assistant Secretary and Assistant Chief of Staff of the Office of the Vice President. Second, he holds the position of Assistant Secretary at salary grade 29. Third, his appointment is coterminous with the term of the Vice President. And fourth, his position is one of trust and confidence. May the defense kindly confirm if those are all the matters that you're willing to stipulate on. As well as, sorry, Your Honor, they're also stipulating on the authenticity and the genuine execution of the documents listed in paragraph 25 of the request for stipulation.
Attorney Christine?
Yes, Your Honor, subject to cross-examination.
Duly noted. Kindly proceed with your offer, Attorney May.
Your Honors, we are offering the testimony of Mr. Lemuel G. Ortonio to qualify him as a hostile witness and to prove the following. Number one, the confidential funds answered to no legitimate confidential purpose. The amount was requested before the supporting plan was produced, and the 2023 plan just repeated the operative language of the 2022 plan. Nauna ang 250 million, sumunod ang plano matapos itong hingin ng DBM. Hindi plano ang nagtakda ng halaga. Ang halaga ang nauna sa kahinabol ng plano. Number 2, the respondents' handprints are on every document that mattered. Mula request hanggang liquidation, nasa mahalagang dokumento ang kanyang otoridad at pag-aproba. Number 3, the reports were written to fit the rules, not the facts. 4 na ulat, iisang template, mga halagang hindi nagbabago, at laging eksaktong 125 million. Not a peso more, not a centavo less. Walang natira, walang sinaulit. Number 4, 5 days after COA questioned the medical and food aid item, the line disappeared while the report still totaled exactly 125 million. Question ng Commission on Audit ang medical and food aid na may halagang 40 million, 42 million at 40 million sa 3 unang accomplishment reports. Makalipas ang 5 araw, wala na ito sa huling accomplishment report. Pero 125 million pa rin ang kabuuan ng halaga. Number 5, in 2 years, not one area, not one operation was ever named. Daang-daang area ang iniulat, 500 million ang ginastos. Ngunit wala ni isang lugar, ni isang operasyon, ni isang petsa ang pinangalanan. Number 6, the liquidation was late, irregular, and backdated. 10 buwan huli ang mga resibo. Mahigit 100 ang may petsang 1 taon pagkatapos ng di umano'y bayaran. Number 7, the certifications vouched for nothing and were signed by the man who received the money. Walang untoward incident. Iyan lamang ang pinatutunayan. Walang halaga, walang pangalan, walang lugar at walang petsa. At ang pumirma, ang mismong tumanggap ng pera. Number 8, the 500 million bought protection the Vice President already had. And against threats, the AFP and the PNP were already paid billions to watch. 473 sundalo at pulis na ang nagbabantay sa kanya. Sahod ng Republika mula sa ibang pondo. Walang pangalawang pangulo sa kasaysayan ang nagkaroon ng ganito. At ang mga bantang tinutukoy sa mga ulat, ang NPA at mga teroristang grupo. Sakop na ng intelligence funds ng AFP at PNP. Bayad na ang proteksyon, bayad na ang pagbabantay, bago pa ang kahit 1 piso ng confidential funds. Number 9, the justification for the confidential funds shifted with every finding. Sa DBM, safe implementation ng good governance programs, official engagements, and functional representation ng pangalawang Pangulo. Sa mga plano, confidence building for good governance programs at pagsapit ng 2023 socio-economic program delivery. Sa mga certifications, surveillance and information gathering to prevent untoward incidents from transpiring. Sa protective intelligence operations reports, for intelligence gathering naman. Sa mga sagot sa audit observation memoranda at notices or at notice of suspension for surveillance activities to determine where best to implement the OVP's programs. 6 na bersyon, iisang pondo. Number 10, The officials knew, answered nothing. The man who says he knew nothing answered everything. Lahat ng sagot sa COA, pirma ng testigong ito, na ang sabi wala siyang personal na kaalaman. Ang mga tunay na nakakaalam, ang respondent Vice President, ang Special Disbursing Officer, at ang Colonel, wala ni isang sumagot. Number 11, the explanations for the confidential funds are a sham, and the failure to account the funds gives rise to the presumption of misappropriation. Pabago-bago ang paliwanag, walang detalye, walang dokumentong sumusuporta, pagtatakip, hindi pagpapaliwanag. At hanggang ngayon, hindi na-account ang 500 million ng bayan. Sa ganitong kabiguan, ang batas na mismo ang nagsasalita, prima facie, na ipinalalagay na ang pondo ay ginamit para sa sariling kapakanan. That would be all for Your Honor.
Comment, Attorney Christine?
Yes, Your Honor. We note that the 11 items that were mentioned by the prosecution are all conclusions of fact and law, Your Honor. And actually, they are mere speculations and conjectures, Your Honor, not being proven before this honorable court. And they are all theories and, with all due respect, sound bites, Your Honor. Nevertheless, we will cross-examine the witness to verify the allegations or to disprove the allegations of the prosecution.
They may be statements of fact or law, counsel, but that's what they seek to prove. Through this witness, hopefully, by declaring him as a hostile witness in due time. Duly noted. Comment of the counsel for respondents noted. You may proceed with your direct examination, Attorney May.
Your Honor, before I proceed, we would just like to request for a continuing authority for our assisting counsel, Attorney Oliver C. Caido, to approach the witness and present and confront him with the necessary and relevant documents whenever we mention those documents.
Granted, as well as who would be the counterpart assisting counsel from the respondent, Attorney Christine?
Yes, Your Honor, Attorney David Gola.
And
Granted,
also,
insofar as both parties are concerned in regard to their respective assisting counsels who may approach the witness at any time during the direct and cross.
and also, Your Honor, we request a similar continuing authority for us to flash on the screen the relevant documents when mentioned for the appreciation of this honorable court and of everyone, Your Honor.
Granted likewise, including a similar grant rather with counsel for respondent should she desire to do so as well during her cross.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
You
Good
may
morning.
proceed, counsel, when you're ready.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Ortonio.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm Buntag. Good morning.
Okay. Mr. Ortonio, naiintindihan ko po na ikaw ngayon ay nagsisilbing Assistant Secretary and Assistant Chief of Staff sa Office of the Vice President. Tama po ba?
That's correct po.
Okay. Kailan naman po kayo nagsimulang manungkulan bilang Assistant Secretary and Assistant Chief of Staff sa Office of the Vice President?
I started working as the Assistant Secretary and Assistant Chief of Staff last July 2022.
Okay. Now, Mr. Ortonio, at whose pleasure do you serve those positions?
I report directly to the Vice President, Sara Duterte.
Okay. And prior to becoming Assistant Secretary and Assistant Chief of Staff, saan naman po kayo nagtatrabaho kung meron man?
I used to work with the City Government of Davao as the head of the Human Resource Management Office.
Noong time po na yon na nagsilbi kayo na head ng Human Resource Management, sino naman po ang mayor ng panahong iyon?
The mayor at the time is the Vice President, Sara Duterte.
And when did you serve as such? As head of the Human Resource Department of the City Government of Davao City?
I started working as the head of the Human Resource Management Office in 2018, starting 2018. Yes.
And kanino naman po kayo nagre-report nung nanunungkulan kayo bilang head of the Human Resource Department?
As the head of the Human Resource, as the department head, I report directly to the mayor and as well have reportorial duties to the city administrator.
Okay. And prior to that, Mr. Ortonio, ano naman po ang inyong naging katungkulan, kung meron man, sa City Government of Davao City?
Prior to being the human resource head, I also headed the Davao City Investment Promotion Center. That's from 2016 all the way to 2018 as well. And then in 2010 to 2013, I served as the Chief of Staff of the Office of the Mayor. And 2008 until 2010, I served as the Chief of Staff under the Office of the Vice Mayor.
Okay. Isa-isahin po natin. Nung nanungkulan ho kayo bilang head ng Davao City Investment and Promotion Center, sino naman po ang nanunungkulan bilang mayor ng Davao City at that time?
The mayor at the time is Vice President Sara Duterte.
Okay. Nung time naman po na nanungkulan kayo bilang Chief of Staff, sino naman po ang nanunungkulan bilang mayor at the time?
It's the Vice President Sara Z. Duterte.
At huli, nung nanungkulan ho kayo, noong 2008 onwards, sino naman po ang nanunungkulan? Or sino naman po ang nanunungkulang bilang Vice Mayor at that time?
The Vice Mayor at the time is Vice President Sara Z. Duterte.
Now, prior to 2008, saan ho kayo nanunungkulan o nagtatrabaho kung meron man?
Prior to 2008, I worked with a government-owned and controlled corporation, and I also worked at a local chamber of commerce.
Maaari niyo pong banggitin sa korte na ito kung saan po iyon, yung mga kumpanyang iyon?
My first working experience was with the Pag-ibig Fund. That was 4 years, and then I worked around about 4 to 6 months with the Davao City Chamber of Commerce.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ortonio, in October 2024, ano naman po ang mga compulsory processes, if any, na natanggap ninyo mula sa House Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability?
I was invited to appear before the committee hearings for the Committee on Good Governance.
At sa ano-anong petsa naman po kayo inimbitahang mag-appear?
As to the exact dates po, ma'am, I cannot remember anymore the exact dates. However, there were several invitations that were extended to me.
Okay, several invitations for several hearings.
Yes, that's correct.
Ano naman po ang naging tugon ninyo dun sa mga iba't ibang imbitasyon na yun?
One of the reasons there was that it's a mere invitation.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ortonio, I have to cut you. Please just be responsive so as not to waste this honorable court's time. The question is merely, what was your response to those invitations for you to appear? You mentioned several. So what was your response?
The response was, I will not attend the hearings.
Okay, so that was your response. What, if any, judicial remedy did you seek against those invitations?
Sorry, ma'am. When you say judicial remedy, what do you
Judicial relief? Did you ask for injunctive relief against the compulsion or the invitation for you to attend the hearings mentioned in those invitations?
The reason, ma'am, was that it's a mere invitation.
Again, Mr. Ortonio, I'm sorry, I don't want to be difficult, but again, let me just remind you to please be just responsive to the question. The question is simply, what judicial relief, if any, did you apply for in response to those invitations?
If I can remember, ma'am, none, ma'am.
Okay. And what was the subject matter of those hearings where you were invited, if you know?
It's regarding the confidential funds.
Okay. Now, Ms. Ortonio, what is your relation with Mr. Ernesto Nemenzo Ortonio Jr., who is the president and a member of the board of directors of PNX Udena Insurance Brokers Incorporated?
Your Honor, please.
Attorney Christine?
Relevance, Your Honor.
It is very much relevant, Your Honor, because this would prove that this witness and the respondent move in the same social circle. And this witness can practically become a social pariah if he speaks unfavorably of the respondent.
You're on a short leash, counsel. Go to your point. Objection is overruled.
So, Mr. Ortonio, just to repeat the question, what is your relation with Mr. Ernesto Nemenzo Ortonio Jr., who is the president and a member of the board of directors of PNX Udena Insurance Brokers Incorporated?
He is my father po.
Okay. At ano naman po ang relasyon ng PNX Udena Insurance Brokers Corporation sa Udena Management and Resources Corporation, which forms part of the Udena Group founded and controlled by Mr. Dennis A.
Your Honor, please.
Yes, Attorney.
Again, relevance, Your Honor, to the confidential funds. And she's on short leash.
Your
Attorney
Honor,
May,
if I may just
is this
quickly
part
respond.
of trying to qualify Mr. Ortonio as a hostile witness?
Yes, Your Honor. This will establish that this witness has an adverse interest, Your Honor, in this case.
With your indulgence, as well as with the permission of counsels for the parties, I think it has been established that Mr. Ortonio serves at the pleasure of the Vice President, has been working for her for quite some time, and is serving up to now. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Ortonio.
That's
with
correct,
the Vice President.
Your Honor.
And that if the Vice President is impeached and therefore removed from office, pati kayo matatanggal po, di ba? Dahil coterminous kayo.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And that as far as we know, until today, you are still working with the Office of the Vice President and serving under that capacity, coterminous.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
To abbreviate the proceedings, the court declares Mr. Ortonio as a hostile witness based on his adverse interest vis-a-vis the respondent and the prosecution, and that therefore counsel Attorney May can ask leading questions, but again, pursuant to the rules, may not ask misleading questions. You may proceed, ma'am, accordingly.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Ortonio, I am showing you a video footage of the hearing of the CGGPA on November 25, 2024. May I request, Your Honor, our assisting counsel who is stationed at the technical booth to play the said video footage.
Continuing authority has been granted to counsels. You may proceed accordingly, counsel.
Office of the Vice President, Mr. Lemuel G. Ortonio, Assistant Secretary and Assistant Chief of Staff, Ms. Winnie G. Gallego, Chief of Public Assistance.
Okay. Mr. Ortonio, ano ang relasyon mo sa Lemuel G. Ortonio na nabanggit sa video na aming pinakita?
That's me po, ma'am.
Okay. At ano naman, at tama ba, kinukumpirma mo ba na ang event na recorded dyan sa video footage na yan ay ang hearing ng CGGPA noong November 25, 2024?
That's correct po.
At Mr. Ortonio, maaalala mo ba na sa hearing na yan, sinabi mo, and I quote, you provide overall supervision for the internal affairs of the Office of the Vice President, end of quote.
That's correct po.
At pinapatutuhanan mo rin ba na kasama ng supervision na yan, ang supervision sa Administrative and Financial Services Office at Strategy Management Office ng Office of the Vice President?
That's correct po.
Okay. Ngayon, Mr. Ortonio, tama bang sabihin ng Administrative and Financial Services Office, ito ang opisina sa Office of the Vice President na in charge sa pangkalahatang budget ng OVP?
That's correct po.
Kasama dito ang budget preparation,
That's correct.
budget disbursement, accounting, at liquidation.
That's correct.
And since you exercise supervision over this office, Sa pangkalahatan, tama bang sabihin, or generally, walang pondo ng OVP ang hinihiling, nilalabas, ginagastos o inililiquidate na wala sa inyong kaalaman at supervision? Tama ba? Generally, Mr. Arton.
Generally, yes.
Okay. Ngayon, ang Strategy Management Office naman, ito ang tanggapan ng OVP na nangangasiwa sa strategic planning, management, monitoring, evaluation, organizational development at iba pang kaugnayan ng tungkuling pamamahala ng OVP. Tama ba?
That's correct.
So kasama dito ang pagbuo at pagsubaybay sa mga programa, proyekto at aktibidad ng OVP. Tama ba?
That's correct.
So ngayon, dahil sa iyong pag-amin, tama rin bang sabihin na bawat programa ng OVP ay dumadaan sa SMO?
For all the activities.
Yes. Okay. At dahil kayo ang nagsusuperbisa sa SMO, kayo rin ang nagsusuperbisa sa mga programa, proyekto at aktibidad nito. Tama ba?
General supervision po.
In short, or sa madaling salita, bawat programa ng OVP ay dumadaan sa inyong supervision ng 2 beses. Una, kapag ito ay pinaplano ng SMO, at pangalawa, kapag binabayaran ito ng AFSO. Tama ba?
Yes po.
At tama rin bang sabihin na ang mga direktor ng 2 opisinang ito ay nag-uulat din sa iyo? Tama ba?
That's correct po.
Also, tama rin bang sabihin ng Vice President mismo ang nagtalaga sa inyo ng supervision over these 2 offices?
Yes, that's correct as part of the organizational structure.
Okay. At tama rin bang sabihin na kaugnay ng inyong supervision sa SMO at AFSO, ang anumang direktibang natatanggap ninyo ay sa huli nagmumula sa Vice President?
That's correct.
Okay. At tama rin ba na sa pagganap ng inyong mga tungkulin, sa huli kayo ay nasasaklawan ng mga direksyon at instruction ng Vice President?
That's correct.
In short, the official acts that you perform in the discharge of those responsibilities are done pursuant to the authority vested in you by the Vice President.
That's correct.
Now, pumunta naman tayo ngayon, Mr. Ortonio, sa sulat kung saan nagsimula ang lahat. Okay. So, Mr. Ortonio, you assumed your position you mentioned earlier as Assistant Secretary and Assistant Chief of Staff noon lamang July 1, 2022. Tama ba?
That's correct.
So, that was mid-year.
Yes.
And you will confirm na pag-assume mo ng inyong position around that time, walang confidential fund ang Office of the Vice President. Tama ba?
That's correct po.
Which means na yung successor ni Vice President Sara Duterte na si Vice President Leni G. Robredo, walang confidential funds.
Your Honor, please.
Yes, Attorney.
No basis, Your Honor, and conclusion of fact.
Kindly clarify. Lenny is not the successor
Sorry,
counsel.
predecessor, Your Honor. I'm
Exactly. So, kindly reform counsel.
Mr. Ortonio, do you confirm that Vice President Sara Duterte's predecessor, former Vice President Leni Robredo, Your Honor, Leni Robredo, she did not have confidential funds?
Your Honor, please.
Yes, counsel.
Incompetent. He's not a staff of Leni Robredo.
If he knows, if you know, Mr. Ortonio, you may answer. If you don't, you may answer so as well.
Based on the records that we have, there's no record of confidential funds.
Ito ang dahilan kung bakit humiling ng confidential funds ang OVP sa DBM. Tama ba? Noong 2022. Dahil wala kayong dinatnan na confidential funds ng pag-upo mo kasama ng pag-upo ng Vice President Sara Duterte. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this request for confidential funds, ipinaabot ito sa DBM sa pamamagitan ng isang sulat. Tama ba?
Letter request.
Yes, letter request. Ngayon, I'm showing you Prosecution's Exhibit P-I-4-A dated August 22, 2022. Ito ang nabanggit mong letter request for confidential funds in 2022. Tama ba, Mr. Ortonio?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Sa huling pahina nitong sulat na ito, there appears a signature above the printed name, Sara Z. Duterte. You will confirm that this is the signature of the Vice President.
Yes, I can confirm that this is the signature of the Vice President.
Okay. And you're familiar with her signature, familiar ka sa signature niya dahil sa panunungkulan mo over almost 2 decades with her or under her, nakikita mo siyang pumirma ng mga dokumento at nakikita mo rin ang kanyang pirma sa iba't ibang dokumento. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
And on the basis of this letter bearing her signature, tama bang sabihin na ang desisyon na mag-request ng confidential funds, it was the decision of the Vice President? Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
And throughout these proceedings, a certain name has been repeatedly mentioned, paulit-ulit na nabanggit, si Colonel Lachica. Kilala niyo siya, tama?
Yes, I know him. He's the
Okay.
group commander for VP-SPG.
Okay. You mentioned group commander of the SPG, but you will confirm, Mr. Ortonio, kukumpirmahin nyo na nung Agosto 22, 2022, hindi pa na itatalaga si Colonel Lachica bilang security officer ng OVP. Tama ba?
Yes,
Yes.
that's correct. He started September.
Okay. Yes. In fact, he started only on September 1, 2022. Tama ba?
Yes, based on documents.
Okay. Let us now go to the September 16, 2022 letter. Yan ang nagpapatunay, Mr. Ortonio, na si Mr. Lachica or si Colonel Lachica ay noon lamang September 16 itinalaga bilang commander ng VP-SPG. Tama ba?
Yes, that's... Wait, hindi masyado clear po.
Your Honor, may we request our assisting counsel in the tech booth to kindly enlarge.
Granted, so instructed.
Copies of the documents being flashed on the screen.
Sir, what's the question again, ma'am?
Etong sa letter na ito, pinapatotohanan nito na si Colonel Lachica ay inappoint lamang o itinalaga lamang bilang commander ng VP-SPG noon lamang September 16, 2022. Tama ba?
Yes, for... Ma'am, I think the memorandum is the designation of Colonel Lachica
Security
as
officer.
security
Yes,
officer.
security officer.
As security officer, based on the document,
Okay.
yes.
Now, balik tayo dun sa letter dated August 22, 2022. Dito sa letter na to, you will confirm that the OVP requested 4 items. 1, augmentation of financial assistance and subsidy. 2, augmentation of special duty allowance. 3, additional 192 co-terminus and contractual positions. And 4, confidential funds. Tama ba?
Correct, for the 4 items.
And you will also confirm that at the time this document was sent to the DBM, nung ihinihanda ang liham na ito at pinadala sa DBM, na iplano na ng OVP ang mga aktibidad nito para sa nalalabing bahagi ng 2022. Tama ba?
That's correct.
That's correct. Sa katunayan, para sa unang 3 kahilingan, nakapagbigay na ang OVP ng basihan ng mga hiling na halaga. Nakalagay dito ang computation kung paano nakuha ang halagang hinihiling. Tama ba?
That's correct.
That is for the first 3 requests, the augmentation of financial assistance and subsidy, augmentation of special duty allowance, and additional 192 co-terminus and contractual positions. And And dahil rin, na-plot out niya na yung mga activities, programs, and plans ng OVP ng time na yan, nakapaglakip na rin kayo ng supporting documents for the first 3 requests. Tama ba?
Yes, that's
Pati
correct.
yung projections, mga relevant projections for these 3 requests.
That's correct.
But, Mr. Ortonio, kinukumpirma mo rin na for the OVP's request for confidential funds, in this letter, walang computation na binigay. Tama ba?
There
For
there
that,
was-
let's limit the answer to the letter. In that letter, no computation was provided. Tama ba?
That's correct. No
There was
computation.
also no projection provided in the same letter. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
And also, there was no physical and financial plan attached to the letter.
For this letter request,
Yes,
man.
none. In fact, there was no attachment supporting the OVP's request for confidential funds. Correct?
There were no attachments, ma'am.
Yes, there were no attachments in support of your request for confidential funds. Tama? Okay.
Mr. Ortonio? What's your response?
Yes, that's correct. No attachments, ma'am.
And tama rin bang sabihin na ultimately, ang nag-decide kung magkano ang hihilingin na confidential funds from the DBM ay si Vice President Sara Duterte. Tama ba?
Yes, the determination
Yes.
for the amount
Thank you,
is
Mr. Ortonio.
in the discretion of the Vice President.
Yes, thank you. Now, going back to the letter, dahil wala kayong binigay na computation, projection, or supporting documents, ang tanging nilagay lamang ninyo sa request ay ang explanation kung bakit kayo humihingi ng request. Tama ba?
That's
Yes,
correct.
That's correct. And the explanation and the justification that you gave was, and I quote, for and in consideration of the safe implementation of the various projects and activities under the Good Governance Program and the conduct of official engagements and functional representation in international and domestic events as instructed by the Vice President. End of quote. Tama ba?
Yes, as instructed by
By the
the
Vice President.
President.
As instructed by the President. Okay. In that same letter, you also stated, and I quote, various you committed to formulate programs, projects, and activities relevant to national security and peace and order, and is devoted to implement said PPAs with proper security and safety protocols for the benefit of the institution through the OVP satellite offices, its partner stakeholders, and the general public. End of quote. Tama ba?
That's correct.
So at this point, Mr. Ortonio, tama ba?
With the permission of counsel, can you ask your guy in the tech booth to kindly, whenever you refer to a portion of the letter, to zoom it in so that it's readable on the part of the senator judges, because we really cannot read any part of it. Better. Thank you. You may proceed, counsel.
Okay. So tama ba, Mr. Ortonio, na sabihin na nang pinadala ninyo ang sulat na ito, ang OVP, wala pang programs, projects, and activities na na-identify relevant to national security and peace and order? Tama ba? Dahil sabi dito sa letter, you just commit to formulate programs, projects, and activities relevant to national security and peace and order. So at that point, wala pa. Tama ba?
Based on the letter, ma'am,
yes.
there is a commitment to submit the
Yes.
plans and programs.
No, Mr. Ortonio, walang sinasabi dito na you commit to submit plans and programs. Ang sinasabi dito,
To formulate.
programs, projects, and activities. Tama.
Correct.
Okay. And this is despite the fact na kanina inamin mo na nung pinadala nyo yung letter na to, more or less, na-identify nyo na yung mga plans, projects, and activities of the OVP for the remainder of 2022. Tama ba?
For
Yes. Yes.
For the plans and
Please
programs.
just answer the question.
Your Honor, please. The witness is answering the question.
Yes,
Your Honor, the
counsel,
que-
co-
if
counsel
I
let
may,
the
Your
witness answer. He was in the process of answering it. Let's see if it is responsive or not. It can be stricken off if it's not.
In
Yes,
the co-
Mr. Tonyo.
Thank you, Your Honor. In the context of the plans and programs of the office, there has already been plans already at the beginning of the term of the Vice President in July of 2022. That's why we were able to implement already several programs and projects that we will be implementing for the rest of the year and for the rest of the term.
But just to clarify, with respect to those plans, programs, and activities relating to national security and peace and order, ito yung ifo-formulate nyo pa lang when you sent out this letter, because that is what stated in the letter. Tama ba?
That's correct.
That's correct. And you will also confirm na wala nang ibang letter request for confidential funds in August 2022.
None.
And dahil wala pang plans and physical and financial plan na nakalakip dun sa letter nyo ng August 22, 2022, sumulat sa OVP ang DBM requesting your office to submit this physical and financial plan in support of your request for confidential funds. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
And the Vice President instructed you, inutusan ka o inatasan ka ng Vice President na sumagot sa letter na ito ng DBM dated September 15, 2022. I'm referring to Prosecution's Exhibit P-I-4-B.
Yes, we are in receipt of this communication.
At ikaw ang inatasan ng Vice President na sumagot sa letter na yan. Tama ba?
As part of my duties as the Assistant Chief of Staff, I regularly respond to communication addressed to the office.
Okay. But the Vice President knew very well that it was you who was responding to that letter of the DBM, correct?
Yes, because as
Okay.
part of my
Yes.
duties po.
And hindi niya naman inassign o inata sa iba. Nang nalaman niya na ikaw ang sasagot, hinayaan ka niya at hindi niya sinabing iba na lang ang sumagot. Tama ba?
Ma'am, for regular communications within the office, it is the Assistant Chief of Staff who signs the documents corresponding to other agencies. So
Okay.
it's already inherent to the function as the Assistant Chief of Staff.
Yes, Mr. Ortonio. But that is ultimately subject to the decision and discretion of the Vice President. Tama ba?
That's correct.
Yes. So, dahil yan ay subject sa discretion ng Vice President, anytime the Vice President can revoke that authority. Tama ba?
Yes.
Now, following that instruction, you wrote a letter to DBM dated September 19, 2022. Tama ba? I'm referring to Prosecution Exhibit P-I-4-C.
While you're showing the witness, Attorney May, the August 22, 2022 letter, what's the exhibit marking of that document, if any? For the record.
Sorry, Your Honor. P-I-4-A.
P-I-4-A. Thank you. Witness may answer pertaining to the September 19, 2022 letter, if you're aware of it.
Yes, I signed this transmittal letter to the DBM.
And in that letter, tinukoy ninyo ang Joint Circular 2015-01. Tama ba?
Yes.
So you must be familiar with that Joint Circular. Tama ba?
I'm familiar
Yes.
to a certain extent.
To a certain extent. At tiyak binasa at naunawaan nyo rin ito. Tama ba?
Yes.
Yes. Because, Mr. Ortonio, you're an intelligent witness. You graduated with a bachelor's degree in arts in Ateneo de Davao University. Tama ba?
Communication arts.
Communication arts. You also have a master's in development program from the University of the Philippines.
Yes, development communication.
Development communication. And another master's of arts in psychology, is that correct? From
Yes.
Southville International School and Colleges.
That's correct.
And the diploma course from the Ateneo de Manila Center for Organization, Research and Development.
That's correct.
In fact, you worked as a professor, nagturo ka sa Ateneo de Davao University. Tama ba?
Yes, for 1 semester only.
Now, going back to the letter, in that same letter, ipinadala nyo sa DBM ang physical and financial plan. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was the first time. Yan yung unang pagkakataon na nag-submit kayo ng physical and financial plan sa DBM in support of your request for confidential funds. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
And also, of course, bago nyo isinubmit ang kopya ng physical and financial plan na yan, I'm sure, tiningnan at binasa nyo at inintindi nyo yung physical and financial plan. Tama ba?
Yes, I read the PFP.
Okay. Your Honor, we would like to confront a witness with a physical and financial plan dated, bearing the date September 16, 2022, which is Prosecution's Exhibit P-I-4-A. Annex A. So this is an attachment to Exhibit P-I-4-A as Annex A. Okay, Mr. Ortonio, dito sa box na may nakasulat, prepared by, may kasama ring petsa, September 16, 2022. Tama bang sabihin na itong September 16, 2022, ito yung date kung kailan na-prepare itong physical and financial plan?
Based on the document, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Ibig sabihin, nung nag-request kayo ng confidential fund in August 2022, wala pang nape-prepare na physical and financial plan. Tama ba?
Yes.
And this physical and financial plan was also approved only on September 16, 2022, as shown by the box bearing that date with the printed words approved by. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the document.
Based on the
ma'am, yes.
document. At dyan sa box na may nakasulat na approved by, may pirma ulit. Above the printed name, Sara Duterte. Yan ay pirma ng Vice President. Siya mismo ang pumirma niyan. Tama ba?
Yes, that's her signature, ma'am.
At dahil walang naka-countersign katabi ng kanyang signature, tama ba na yung dokumento na yan went straight to her without yourself or anyone reviewing that for her? Tama ba?
I can just personally say, ma'am, that the document, ma'am, did not pass through my office.
Okay.
Before you continue, counsel, the court noticed that the signature of the Vice President in this document appears to be different from the signature in the August 22 document. So the Vice President has at least 2 signatures so far. Can you confirm that both are her signatures?
Yes, I can confirm, sir, Your Honor, that both are the signatures of the Vice President.
You can confirm likewise that they appear to be different, though.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. Your witness, counsel.
So you confirm, Mr. Ortonio, that this physical and financial plan was approved matapos ang 25 days from your request of confidential funds to the DBM. Tama ba?
Sorry, can you repeat again the question, ma'am?
The physical and financial plan that was prepared 20 days after you requested confidential funds from the DBM.
I believe, ma'am, parang less than 20 days, ma'am, because the request was in August 2022, ma'am. More or less. Yes, that's correct. Correct. Yes.
And dahil nabanggit mo yung now, the physical and financial plan indicated the supposed PPAs for which the confidential fund was allotted. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct, based on the document, ma'am.
At ang nakasaad dito ay good governance program. Tama ba?
Yes,
There
that's
was
correct.
no itemization of the programs and activities that will be funded by the requested confidential funds. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am, based on the document
Yes.
presented.
And you will confirm that this good governance program, it's not just one particular program of the OVP. Tama ba?
Yes.
It is in fact, at kukumpirmahin nyo, na itong good governance program, ito ay umbrella program or umbrella brand ng flagship activities ng OVP. Tama ba?
Yes, that's
So
correct.
under that good governance program, merong mga particular na plans, programs, and activities. Tama ba?
Yes.
Kasama dito yung medical assistance, burial assistance, libreng sakay, mga satellite offices. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And subalit, wala nitong mga particular na activities na ito na isinaad sa physical and financial plan na inyong sinabit. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the submitted PFP.
You will also confirm na etong flagship program na good governance program, ito ay pinupondohan na ng regular budget ng OVP sa ilalim ng General Appropriations Act. Tama ba?
Yes.
Okay. Sa katunayan, sa 2022 GAA, may line item na 621.6 million na mismong para sa good governance engagements and social service projects. Tama ba?
Again, hindi ko lang po makita yung...
May we kindly request the tech booth to enlarge the image being flashed on the screen.
Yes, correct. 621 million.
Kanina, binasa ninyo na sa liham ng August 22, kasama bilang explanation para sa paghingi nyo ng confidential funds ang two other purposes. Ito yung official engagements at functional representation in international and domestic events. Tama ba? Alala ninyo?
Yes, that's included in the letter.
Subalit sa physical and financial plan, para sa huling quarter ng 2022, tinanggal na itong dalawang additional items na to. Tama ba? Natira na lamang yung good governance program.
Based on the document, ma'am, that was submitted.
At ang dahilan nito, you will confirm na itong dalawang programs nito, hindi to allowed under the joint circular that you cited in your September 19, 2022 letter. Tama ba?
As to the specifics of for these two items, ma'am, I cannot answer.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Now, punta naman tayo sa 2023 Fiscal and Financial Plan. You will confirm na bilang Assistant Secretary at Assistant Chief of Staff ng OVP, pamilyar din kayo dito sa 2023 Fiscal and Financial Plan.
I was able to see it, ma'am.
Yes. In fact, isa sa mga signatories dito sa Fiscal and Financial Plan na ito ay si Ms. Rosalyn Sanchez. Tama ba? Again, may we request the tech booth to enlarge the document being flashed on the screen.
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
At si Ms. Rosalyn Sanchez, siya naman ang director ng AFSO.
Yes.
Nasabi mo, nagre-report din sa'yo. Tama
Directly
ba?
to me,
Okay.
yes.
Now, going back to that Fiscal and Financial Plan, you will confirm that the expected outcome, fiscal targets, budget for the 4 quarters of 2023 na sinulat dito are just verbatim reproductions of the expected outcome, fiscal targets, and budget in the 2022 Fiscal and Financial Plans. In short, yung expected outcome, physical targets at budget para sa 4 na quarter na nakasaad dito sa 2023 Fiscal and Financial Plan, salitang kinopya ang expected outcome, physical targets at budget sa 2022 Fiscal and Financial Plans. Tama ba?
Based on the document, ma'am,
Yes.
it has the same content, ma'am.
Ang tanging pagkakaiba lamang ay ang nakasaad na physical activities and projects. Dito sa 2023 Fiscal and Financial Plan, ang nakasaad na PPA ay Socio-Economic Program and Delivery. Tama ba?
Yes, that's
But he will
correct.
also confirm that like the Good Governance Program, yung Socio-Economic Program Delivery, hindi rin ito isang partikular na programa. This is just an umbrella brand for the flagship programs of the OVP for 2023. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
Sa ilalim niyan, merong mga partikular din na programa, individual and particular projects. Tama ba?
Yes, that's
Ngunit
correct.
wala kahit anuman dito sa mga particular programs na ito ang isinaad nyo o nilagay nyo sa Fiscal and Financial Plan of 2023. Tama ba?
Based on the documents that's presented,
Yes.
ma'am.
At tulad ng 2022 Fiscal and Financial Plan, etong 2023 Fiscal and Financial Plan ay personal ding inaprubahan ng Vice President. Tama ba?
Yes, it has the signature of the Vice President.
And again, dahil walang counter-signature sa katabi ng kanyang pangalan, tama rin bang sabihin na hindi rin ito dumaan sa inyong opisina?
No, it did not pass through my office.
But generally, Mr. Ortonio, dahil kayo nga yung nangangasiwa or nag-exercise ng general supervision over the SMO as well as the AFSO, generally, walang documents ng OVP na hindi dumadaan sa office niya. Tama ba?
Generally po, ma'am.
Yes. Okay, now pumunta na tayo sa disbursement vouchers. Okay, Mr. Ortonio, dahil ikaw ay naging kawanina ng gobyerno for almost 2 decades, you would know na walang pondo ng publiko or pera ng bayan ang maaaring bayaran maliban kung suportado ng disbursement voucher. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
Ang voucher, in short, ang voucher ang unang pinoproseso bago maaaring gumuhit ng anumang cheque involving public funds. Tama ba?
That's correct.
Now, Mr. Ortonio, I am showing you 4 disbursement vouchers, which are Prosecution's Exhibit P-I-10-A, P-I-10-B, P-I-10-C, P-I-10-D. You are familiar with these disbursement vouchers, correct? Familiar ka sa mga disbursement vouchers na to?
Yes, I am.
In fact, nakapirma ka sa lahat ng disbursement vouchers na yan. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the authorization of our office order.
At ang inyong pangalan ay nakapatong at nakalimbag sa salitang agency head or authorized representative. Tama ba? Ang agency head na tinutukoy dito ay walang iba kundi si Vice President Duterte. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
Ang ibig sabihin nito, lumalagda ka sa bisa ng otoridad or on the strength of the authority that you were given by the Vice President. Tama ba?
Yes, based on an office order.
Yes. At ultimately, ang otoridad na yan na lumagda bilang kanyang kinatawan or authorized representative ay nagmula mismo sa Bise Presidente. Tama ba?
Yes.
Ngayon, ang inyong lagda ay nasa loob ng kahong approved for payment. You will
Yes.
confirm Ang ibig sabihin nito na ang paglagda ninyo or sa paglagda ninyo, inaprubahan ninyo ang pagbayad or pag-withdraw ng confidential funds para sa 2022 at 2023. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
At dahil lumagda kayo bilang authorized representative ng Vice President, ang pag-aproba mong iyon ay ibinigay din sa bisa ng otoridad ng Vice President. Tama ba?
Yes, based po sa isang office order.
Okay. So in short, it is as if it was the Vice President herself who was giving the approval to release those funds referred to in those disbursement vouchers. Tama ba?
As authorized po.
As authorized, yes. So, in short, Vice President nga, in short, Vice President approved the release of those, effectively, the Vice President approved the release of the funds referred to in those disbursement vouchers.
Your Honor,
Tama ba?
Your Honor, please, asked and answered already.
Your
As
Honor,
authorized.
the reason I have to make a follow-up question is that the answer of this witness was not responsive. I was asking whether it meant effectively that the Vice President herself approved the release of the funds referred to in that disbursement voucher. But the answer of the respondent was that it was authorized by her. So I want a categorical statement, Your Honor, from this witness.
I'll allow it in the meantime, counsel. Witness may answer.
Yes po, as authorized po. Yes.
Kung gayon, or in other words, kung wala ang pag-aproba ng Vice President sa mga disbursement vouchers na to, wala ring confidential funds sanang mailalabas. Tama ba?
Sorry again,
Kung
can you
walang-
repeat the question po?
Kung walang approval ng Vice President sa mga disbursement vouchers na to, wala ring confidential funds na mailalabas dahil ang funds or ang pondong pinapatukoyan dito ay ang confidential funds for 2022 and 2023. Tama ba?
If there is no approval po, there is no release
No
of funds
release.
po.
Okay. Thank you.
With the indulgence of counsel, Mr. Tonyo, yung approved for payment ng pinirmahan nyo is in item or letter D.
Yes.
Do you have the document in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Yung letter A, certified expense cash advance necessary, lawful, and incurred under my direct supervision is signed by the Vice President.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
What does that mean?
It means that it is being
Anong ibig sabihin ng pagpirma ng Vice President dyan sa box na yan?
the Vice President certifies that the funds is made under her supervision.
And hindi ka pipirma, ano ba to? Sequence ba to? A, B, C, D? Pag
Yes.
walang pirma si A, walang pirma si B, hindi mo na pipirma si C, hindi ka pipirma.
Yes, that's correct. It's
Sa
in
yung
sequence.
huling-huling pumirma.
Yes, that's
Sa
correct.
dokumentong ito ng disbursement voucher.
Yes, Your Honor.
Proceed, counsel.
Okay, let us now go to the 4 checks. Okay, ang bawat isa sa 4 na disbursement vouchers na iyong inaprubahan, that you identified earlier, ito ay nagresulta sa pagguhit ng katumbas na cheque ng Land Bank. Tama ba? It resulted in the drawing of 4 Land Bank checks corresponding to the funds referred to in the disbursement vouchers. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
I am showing you the 4 checks, which are Prosecution's Exhibit P-28-A, P-I-28-B, P-I-28-C, P-I-28-B. B. You are familiar with these checks. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am, I'm familiar with the checks being presented.
In fact, yung pirma mo, nakikita dyan sa mga cheque niyan. Ikaw ay pumirma sa 4 na cheque. Tama ba?
Yes, as part of my duties as the Assistant Chief of Staff.
In fact, merong office order na nagtatalaga sa'yo bilang signatory para sa mga cheque na may halagang more than 1 million pesos. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
At ang order na yon ay nanggaling din kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Tama
Yes, the office order was signed by the Vice President.
ba? Signed by her and thus approved by her. Tama ba?
Yes.
Ngayon, you will confirm na kasama ka sa pag-encash ng mga checking ito. Tama ba?
Yes, I can confirm.
In fact, ikaw lang ang kasama ni Ms. Gina Acosta nang i-encash mismo ito sa Land Bank Shaw Boulevard branch. Tama ba?
Yes, when she requested me to accompany her.
Okay. So you must be familiar with the Land Bank Shaw Boulevard branch.
Yes.
Tama ba? At ito, Land Bank Shaw Boulevard branch ay matatagpuan sa Beacon Plaza, Shaw Boulevard, kanto ng Ideal Street, Mandaluyong City. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
Na ipinapakita ko sa iyo ang isang litrato. Your Honor, may we request the tech booth to flash the photo on the screen.
Instructed.
Mr. Antonio, you've been to this branch several times, tama ba? The
Yes.
Land Bank branch. And you will confirm na yung litratong pinapakita sa iyo sa screen, yan ang Land Bank Shaw Boulevard branch.
The Land Bank Shaw Boulevard branch, ma'am, is within that building, ma'am.
Within that building. And you will confirm na yung sasakyan hindi maaaring pumasok beyond that area kung saan nakikita ang mga kotse. Tama ba?
Yes po, there's a parking lot
Yes.
in
And
front
from
of
there,
the compound.
kakailanganin na ninyong maglakad para makapunta sa Land Bank branch mismo. Tama ba?
Yes.
And just to clarify, Mr. Antonio, in all 4 instances of encashment, sa 4 na encashment ng 4 na cheque, ikaw lamang ang kasama ni Ms. Gina Acosta na mag-encash at mag-withdraw ng pondo. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
And ito rin ay nagmumula sa instruction ng Vice President. Tama ba?
Yung pag-accompany ko po kay Miss Gina, it's based on the request of Miss Gina po.
Okay. But you will confirm na alam ito ng Vice President.
When you say alam na Vice President, yung pagsama ko po.
Yes.
That I cannot confirm, ma'am, if Miss Gina was able to inform the Vice President.
Pero yung withdrawal, that was also upon the instruction. Tama ba?
When you say withdrawal,
Withdrawal of the checks. Or the encashment itself.
I would assume, ma'am, na
Alam.
Miss Gina has informed the Vice President yung pag-encash niya. But as to if
Of course.
I'm accompanying
Yes.
her, I'm not sure, ma'am.
Okay. But the withdrawal and the encashment was within the knowledge of the Vice President. Because in fact,
Asked
you
and
know,
answered, Your Honor.
this is a different question now, Your Honor.
Finish your question, Counsel.
In fact, Mr. Antonio, you will confirm that lahat ng nangyayari patungkol sa confidential funds, nire-report ito sa Vice Presidente. Tama ba?
Again,
Vague, Your Honor. Objection.
What's that figure?
Kindly reform and be more specific, Counsel. Are you just asking about the fact that Mr. Ortonio accompanied Gina on all 4 occasions? Kung alam ng Bise yan?
No, Your Honor. I'm referring to all matters pertaining to the confidential funds.
Vague,
These
Your
are reported to the Vice President and reported to and or instructed by the Vice President.
Then that would be vague, Counsel. Kindly be more specific. Kasi dininay niya na kanina kung he said he doesn't know if the Vice President knew that he would accompany Gina. Kindly be more specific. You can ask the witness. He's intelligent enough. Ask him specific questions, Counsel.
I will park that for now, Your Honor. I will.
You
go
can
back
move
to
on
that.
then.
Okay. Now let's go to the audit observation memoranda, Mr. Antonio. You will confirm that you are familiar with this audit observation memoranda. I'm referring to Prosecution's Exhibit P-I-12-B, P-I-12-A, P-I-12-E, P-I-12-I.
Yes, I'm familiar with the documents, ma'am.
Okay.
For the record, witness was confronted with the 3 documents.
Okay. Mr. Antonio, you are familiar with this audit observation memoranda dahil ikaw ay binigyan ng kopya ng mga ito. Correct?
Yes, that's correct. I
In
received
fact-
on behalf of the Vice President.
You've received it on behalf of the Vice President. In fact, lumagda ka dyan bilang patunay ng iyong pagtanggap sa mga audit observation memoranda na iyong tinitingnan ngayon. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
At kayo rin ang inmatasang sumagot ng audit observation na memoranda na yan ng Bise Presidente. Tama ba?
Yes, I was given instructions to prepare the draft for the reply.
Okay, given instructions by the Vice President herself.
Yes.
Tama ba?
Yes.
And is it also correct to say na bago kayo tumugon sa mga audit observation memoranda na yan, sinuri at pinag-aralan din ninyo ang mga liquidation report na kalakip dito?
I consulted with the Special Disbursing Officer and the Security Officer on the information that will be included in the reply.
Okay. So you also studied, you also checked, reviewed those liquidation reports that were attached to the that were referred to in that audit observation memoranda. Tama ba?
Ma'am, I only consulted the Special Disbursing Officer and the Security Officer on the information that will be included in the reply.
So you are saying, hindi mo nakita ang liquidation report, umasa ka lamang sa kung anong nireport sa inyo ng Special Disbursing Officer at ng Security Officer?
Yes, I got the information from them, ma'am.
Okay. How about the certification and accomplishment reports? Of course, you saw these documents because in fact, you would be referring later to these documents in your reply to the audit observation memoranda. Tama ba?
I was able to see the reports, ma'am, but I did not anymore go into details, ma'am. And then that was made as an attachment to the replies, ma'am.
Okay. Just a clarification. Yung sa liquidation report, you also saw those liquidation reports. Tama ba?
At the time, ma'am, I was able to see the liquidation reports,
Okay.
ma'am.
Since you saw those liquidation reports, you must have also seen that in those liquidation reports, personal din na nilagdaan ng Vice Presidente ang mga liquidation reports na yun. Tama ba?
Your Honor, the question is vague. Counsel should refer to the particular report, Your Honor.
Kindly show the document, the liquidation
Honor.
reports you're referring to, counsel, so that the witness may be able to look at it.
Your Honor, I am referring to...
The 4 liquidation reports, I presume.
Yes, Your Honor. I am referring to prosecution's exhibits P-I-9-A to P-I-9-D.
At the time, ma'am, I was able to just see it, ma'am, physically, but I was not able to review it, ma'am.
Okay, but you will confirm that that those liquidation reports all were signed by the Vice President, correct?
Yes, based on the document, ma'am, it has the signature of the Vice President.
Let's go to the certifications attached to the liquidation reports, which are prosecution's Exhibit P-I-6-A to P-I-6-D again. Can you please kindly refer to the certification? In the meantime, Your Honor, I will just go to park that question for now and go to the next question. So let's go to the accomplishment reports, Mr. Ortonio. Since you mentioned, you also see these documents, you will also confirm na itong mga accomplishment reports na ito, lahat inaprubahan din ng Bise Presidente. I'm referring to Exhibits P-I-7-A-1 to P-I-7-D.
Kindly show the witness, counsel. Assisting counsel may approach.
I was able to see, ma'am, but I did not scrutinize anymore, ma'am.
You did not scrutinize. But you will confirm that the signature of the Vice President appear in those documents, since earlier you admitted na pamilyar ka sa signature ng Vice President.
Yes.
Kanina, nabanggit mo, if you can just backtrack a bit, kanina nabanggit mo na nakipag-coordinate ka sa security officer at sa special disbursing officer.
Yes.
Tama rin ba na sabihin na nag-coordinate ka with them upon the instructions of the Vice President? Tama ba?
Yes, there was an instruction to coordinate so that we can properly reply to the AOM.
Okay. Let us go back to liquidation report number 2022-12-152, which is prosecution's exhibit P-I-9-A. And you will confirm that based on this document, ang buong 125 million na confidential funds ay lubusang naubos pagsapit ng December 31, 2022. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the document, ma'am, based on the liquidation report.
And since in-encash nyo ang mga cheque or ang cheque pertaining to this fund, confidential fund, noon lamang December 20, 2022, tama bang sabihin na yung pondo ay na-disburse sa loob lamang ng 11 days? Tama ba?
That, ma'am, I cannot
based on this document.
If you base on the document, there's a liquidation of the cash advance for the period of December 21 to 31.
And that would be 10 days.
If you base it here, ma'am, that's December 21 to 31.
Yes. Okay. So a good 10 days.
Your Honor, please. The document speaks for itself.
Your Honor, I believe counsel is referring to the original documents rule. Unfortunately for her, Your Honor, that's an improper invocation of the original documents rule. The original documents rule does not bar questions relating to the document. What it simply prohibits is the substitution of the testimony of the witness for the document without producing the original of said document. Your Honor, the original of this document was presented to this honorable court as early as the pretrial conference of this case, Your Honor.
We will allow it subject to the parameters that they cannot change what's contained in the document, but he may
Your
be
Honor.
questioned with respect to his understanding and appreciation of the document. Yes,
Your Honor,
Attorney
quick
Cristina?
reply. Because the witness was asked to interpret the document, Your Honor, and the contents of the document.
I wasn't asking, Your Honor. It's by simple arithmetic,
No,
Your
Your
Honor.
Honor, she was referring to the contents of the
With all due
document.
respect, Your Honor, if I can just make a brief reply to the manifestation, Your Honor.
Yes, counsel, briefly.
Yes, I wasn't asking, Your Honor, this witness to interpret the document. By simple arithmetic, Your Honor, this witness can easily come up with a number of days within which, and just by looking at the document, this witness can easily come up and say the number of days within which the 125 million was spent and disbursed, Your Honor.
As long as the document is not going to be changed, I will allow it. Witness, if you know, again, you are well educated to be able to answer the simple question. If you know.
Again, Mr. Ortonio, you will confirm that the funds referred to in that liquidation document was fully disbursed within a good 10 days, because you said the disbursement covers the period December 21 to December 31, 2022. Tama ba?
Based on computation, ma'am, it's actually 11
Sorry,
days.
11 days.
Based on the computation and based on the document, ma'am, it's
11 days.
It will reflect 11 days.
Correct. Ito ay sa kabila ng fact na sa ilalim ng PFP, ang pondo ay para sa buong ika-4 na quarter ng 2022. Tama ba?
It's for the fourth quarter of 2022.
And that fourth quarter of 2022 means October, November, the period October, November, December of 2022. Tama ba?
For fourth quarter, ma'am, that covers for October, November, and December.
Kaya, October, November, and December 2022. Yes.
Yes.
So it means dahil it covers that period, October, November, and December 2022, yung pondo ay spread out supposedly para sa activities na itinala noong October, November, and December 2022. Tama ba?
Your Honor, please.
Counsel?
That is an assumption, Your Honor. That's a conclusion of fact. The witness did not testify that it should be spread throughout the quarter, Your Honor, and speculative also.
May I just, Your Honor, make a counter manifestation and a reply to the comment made?
Yes, counsel. What's your reply?
I'm not assuming anything, Your Honor. Precisely, I am asking this witness to confirm. There's no assumption in that, Your Honor.
Counsel, but it has no basis. Counsel for respondent is correct. The witness did not say, neither was it contained in any letter of the Office of the Vice President, that it is for the entire quarter. Reform, Counsel. You can get to what you want still. Kindly
With all due
reform.
respect, Your Honor, this witness has just admitted earlier that the funds was for the fourth quarter of 2022. He even mentioned that it is for October, November, for the period October, November, and December 2022.
Your Honor, I believe the court has already ruled on the matter, Your Honor.
Kindly reform, Counsel. You can get to what you want just as easily, Counsel.
Okay. Earlier, Mr. Ortonio, you mentioned na yung programs na nakalagay both in the 2022 and 2023 fiscal and financial plans, which are the good governance programs and the socio-economic programs, these are just umbrella programs. At sa ilalim nito, merong mga individual plans, programs, and activities ang OVP. Tama ba?
Yes.
And these plans, programs, and activities are spread out through the year. Tama ba?
If you base it on the PFP, there is an allocation.
Sorry, I'm not referring to the PFP, just generally. Etong socio-economic programs, program delivery, and good governance program, ito ay naka-spread out through the entire year.
Yes,
Tama
for
ba?
implementation,
For implementation.
throughout the year.
Okay, so merong programa na naka-schedule for October, meron din for November, meron din for December. Tama ba?
Yes, there are schedules for the rollout of the activities.
Okay, tama. At dahil yung PFP or Fiscal Financial Plans, ang sinasabi lamang ay Social Economic Development Program at Good Governance Program, effectively, ang ibig sabihin nito, yung pondong nakatalaga doon, sa relevant quarter na yon ay nakatalaga para sa relevant programs, plans, and activities for each quarter.
Your Honor, please. Can the council show what particular PFP she's referring to, Your Honor?
Your Honor, may we request our assisting counsel to furnish
You may do
the
so.
witness with both PFPs, Your Honor, for the 2022 and 2023 PFP. So just for clarity, let's just go to
The
the
2022.
PFP for 2022.
Yes.
Okay. May nakalagay dyan sa PAP's Good Governance Program. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
Ang sinasabi mo kanina, yung Good Governance Program na yan, hindi yan isang partikular na programa lamang. Merong mga flagship programs under that Good Governance Programs. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
And for every month, for the remaining quarter of 2022, meaning October, November, and December, meron diyang mga nakatalang activities, plans, and programs falling under the Good Governance Programs. Tama ba?
Yes, under the Good Governance
Yes,
Program.
under the Good Governance Programs. At nakalagay din dyan na yung halagang 125 million ay para sa quarter 4 of 2022, meaning that is the period October, November, and December 2022. Tama ba?
This for the subject na confidential funds.
Yes, for the
Yes.
confidential funds. Yes. Tama rin bang sabihin na for presumably, yung October, November, and December, merong mga activities for which the confidential funds would answer to.
Your Honor,
Or would
please.
answer for. Tama ba?
Your Honor, please.
Attorney Christine?
Your Honor, she's asking for an opinion. We note that the witness is not even the one who prepared this PFP, Your Honor. And counsel also stated, presumably, Your Honor. So that's asking for an opinion.
Wait, if I may just...
With the indulgence of counsels, so that we can get somewhere before we break for lunch. Mr. Ortonio, yung PAP po ninyo at yung request nyo sa confidential funds sa huling quarter ng 2022, ang plano nyo sana para sa buong huling quarter ng 2022?
Your Honor, if you will base, number one po, because I did not participate in the preparation of the PFP. So in terms of the details of the implementation for the confidential funds, I may not be able to properly
Hindi pa po
answer.
natin pinag-uusapan na implementasyon. Pinag-uusapan po natin nung nag-submit kayo ng plano para manghingi ng confidential fund at ikaw yung pumirma nun para sa last quarter. Kaya lang, as we all know, late na na-release yung pera, hindi ba?
Yes, based on the PFPs, Your Honor, it's as indicated here, it's for October to December.
Yes, para sa last quarter nga ng 2022. Kailan na-release yung pera? Kailan mo winidraw? December 21?
The SARO was released December 30 and then the withdrawal was made December 20.
December 20.
Yes.
Tapos in-implement nyo hanggang December 31.
Based on the documents, Your Honor, the activities were implemented until December 21.
31.
31, sorry. Until December 31.
Now, I'll go a step further, Counsel. Ba't ba kailangan madaliin yan? Hindi ba ang budget good for two years? As you very well know, given your position in the Office of the Vice President, the budget, the GAA, is good for 2 years anyway. So why was there a need to implement it within the year?
Because, Your Honor, the request was made for the specific year, which is 2022.
At dahil nga yung plano nyo is for the last quarter of 2022.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your witness, counsel?
Okay, just follow through, Your Honor,
Of
with the
course,
question made by the presiding officer. So just to clarify, dahil nakasaad dyan na yung confidential funds of 125 million for 2022 is for the last quarter, meaning for October, November, and December. Nakalaan yan para sa activities under the good governance programs ng OVP for October, November, and December. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the
Based on the
PFP.
document. Okay. Okay. At bilang supervising authority over the financial services ng OVP, alam din ninyo na ang notice of cash allocation na hindi nagamit pagsapit ng katapusan ng taon ay naglalapse. Tama ba?
Yes.
Ibig sabihin nito, ang anumang pondo na hindi nagamit at hindi nagastos or ang anumang balanse ng cash advance sa katapusan ng taon ay dapat isauli sa Treasury. Tama ba?
That's correct.
Kung gayon, kung hindi na-report o nagastos yung 125 million pagsapit ng December 31, 2022, bahagi o buo nito ay babalik sana sa Treasury. Tama ba?
Yes.
Yes. Noong hearing sa CGGPA noong November 25, 2024, inamin mo na ikaw ay pinagkakatiwalaan ng Vice Presidente sa mga sensitive and confidential information. Tama ba? Naalala mo?
I cannot specifically remember if I said those words po in verbatim.
Okay. We are furnishing you a copy of the transcript of stenographic notes of the CGGPA hearing dated November 25, 2024, specifically page 208. Which is also flashed on the screen. Sinabi mo, and I quote, sa mga sensitibong bagay, end of quote.
What's your question, counsel?
Do you confirm that, Mr. Ortonio?
I think the context for this, ma'am, is because the previous
Sorry.
question was...
Excuse me, Mr. Ortonio, I need to cut you because...
Witness is answering.
That's why I was
my
asking,
question
what
is
was
not
your
responsive.
question? Because I also did not get the question. Kindly repeat your question,
Yes, Your Honor.
counsel.
I was
Attorney May.
asking the witness whether or not he admitted during that hearing that the Vice President would entrust to him or would share with him mga sensitibong bagay.
Yes, ma'am, but that is in the context of the previous question that my position is of trust and
Yes.
confidence.
Yes,
And
correct.
although I said po na on sensitive matters, of course, it is never absolute that all sensitive matters can be disclosed.
Okay, we understand that, Mr. Ortonio. Okay, nung between December 20 and December 31, meron ba kayong narinig na threat of cataclysmic proportion? Ibig sabihin, meron ba kayong narinig na banta na masyadong mapaminsala na kailangan supuin sa loob lamang ng 11 days? Noong December 20 to December 31, 2022.
Your Honor, please.
Counsel?
Question is vague, Your Honor, and no basis also.
How can that be vague, Your Honor?
I presume it's threat against the Vice President. May alam po ba kayo na anong salita ulit yung ginamit mga attorney? May
Threat of
mapaminsala?
cataclysmic proportion or banta na masyadong mapaminsala.
Bantang mapaminsala. Kakaibang banta laban kay sa ikalawang Pangulo. Nung mga panahong yon na malapit sa petsang December 21 to 31. If you know of any.
Your Honor, I personally don't know of any information.
Okay. By the way, just again to backtrack a bit, Mr. Tonyo, when you requested confidential funds in 2022, kung alam ninyo, yung OVP po ba, meron ng mga natukoy na banta laban sa Vice President nung panahong yun?
Ma'am, I cannot personally answer. Maybe that's a question that can be answered by the security group.
But as far as you're concerned, are you aware of any identified threats against the Vice President or the office during that time?
If he knows, Counsel, Attorney Christine, if he knows, if he does not, he may answer accordingly.
I personally do not know of
Personally,
any.
do not know. And before you requested confidential funds from the DBM, would you know if the Office of the Vice President coordinated with any law enforcement agency for possible threats against the Vice President or the office? Would you know?
In relation to possible threats to the Vice President, I would not have any information.
You would not have any information. Ibig sabihin mo ba, itong mga threats na to, hindi to kasama sa mga supervise mo na internal affairs or mga programa ng internal affairs ng Office of the Vice President. Dahil sinabi mo, ikaw nagsusupervise ng 2 opisina who in turn or that in turn oversees or monitors matters relating to the OVP.
Your Honor, please.
Attorney Christine?
Ask and answered and complex, Your Honor, and also argumentative.
It's a bit compound, Counsel. Reform a bit, Counsel. The question is long as well. The witness might not be able to respond adequately. Break it up a bit, Counsel.
So, Mr. Ortonio, you mentioned earlier that you are not aware of any coordination efforts with law enforcement agency at that time that you requested funds from the DBM. Tama ba?
Yes,
Your
ma'am.
Honor, please. The question is misleading. The witness said no information as to the supposed threats against the Vice President.
Witness has already answered, Counsel. Proceed, Attorney May.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. So, nasabi mo wala kang alam na coordination efforts. Ang sinasabi mo pa, itong mga coordination efforts na to, hindi to sakop ng overseeing and supervising functions mo as Assistant Secretary and Assistant Chief of Staff of the OVP.
In relation to security matters, ma'am, no, that is not part of my duties as the Assistant Chief of Staff.
Okay. Thank you. Now, pumunta na tayo sa accomplishment reports na sinabi mo kanina ay nakita mo. In connection with your preparation of the responses to the audit observation memorandum. Tama ba?
Yes.
You mentioned that. I am referring to Prosecution's Exhibits P-I-7-A-1 to P-I-7-D. These are the accomplishment reports that you admitted seeing.
Yes, I was able to see them po.
Okay. Let's first go to the first 3 accomplishment reports, which are P-I-7-A-1 to P-I-7-C. You confirm that? Do you see that before you?
Yes.
Okay. Etong 3 reports na to, ang bawat report ay naglilista ng pare-parehong 6 na kategorya sa pare-parehong pagkakasunod-sunod. Tama ba?
Yes.
Okay. We have purchase of information, payment of reward, rental and maintenance of safe houses, purchase of supplies, medical and food aid, and incentives or traveling. Tama ba? That order.
Yes.
All 3 accomplishment reports.
Yes.
Sa bawat quarter, ang manghalagang iyon ay eksaktong nagkakabuo ng 125 million. Tama ba?
Based on the document, ma'am, presented, yes.
And you will also confirm na sa bawat isa sa mga quarter na yon, walang halagang naisauli. Tama ba?
Based on the liquidation report, ma'am,
Yes.
yes.
Okay. Now, sa 2022 report, ang safe house rental and maintenance, ang halaga ay 16 million pesos. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the report.
Document. Ganon din sa first quarter ng 2023. 16 million din ang halaga ng house rental and maintenance, safe house rental and maintenance. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the document, ma'am.
At ganon din sa second quarter ng 2023. 16 million para sa safe house rental and maintenance. Eksaktong 16 million pesos.
Yes, ma'am.
And you will also confirm, as you've already confirmed earlier, na ang 2022 report, ang saklaw na period nito ay 11 days. Tama ba?
From December 21 to 31.
Samantalang, ang sakop naman na period ng first quarter ng February 6 ng first quarter report ay February 6 to March 29, 2023. So that's 52 days. Tama ba?
Based on the document, ma'am.
Okay. And the second quarter naman, ang saklaw na period nito ay April 25 to June 30 or 67 days. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the document.
Gayun pa man, magkakapareho ang alaga ng safe house rental at maintenance sa tatlong reports na yan. Tama ba?
Yes,
on the report.
based on the report.
Okay. So in short, 16 million pesos para sa safe house, para sa 11 araw, para sa 52 days, at para sa 67 days. Pare-parehong 16 million ang halaga.
Based on the document, ma'am.
Yes. The same is true, Mr. Tonyo, for incentives and traveling. Yung line item na yan na makikita sa accomplishment report. Tama ba? It's the same 10 million pesos for all those 3 quarters.
Yes, based on the document, ma'am.
And you will also confirm that based on that document, based on those documents, for the 2022 report, it covers or it claimed to have covered 132 areas in 11 days. Tama ba?
Sorry again, ma'am, for
2022, the first report. May
Yes,
nakalagay
ma'am.
na area. It's 132 areas for 11 days. So first quarter naman of 2023, it claims 127 areas in 52 days.
Yes, based on the report, ma'am.
And for the second quarter, it's 111 areas in 67 days. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the report, ma'am.
Based on the report. And for the third quarter, it's 122 areas in 79 days, correct?
Yes, that's correct, ma'am.
So, ibig sabihin nito, yung shortest period pa, ang pinakamaikling panahon, ang nagbunga ng pinakamaraming lugar, which is 132 days. Tama ba? Based on the document.
Based on the document,
Yes.
ma'am. Yes.
Pero, yung halaga ay hindi nagbago. It remained 10 million pesos. Tama ba?
Your Honor, please.
Based on the document.
Yes, Counsel.
Argumentative, Your Honor, ang mahalaga hindi nagbago na 10 million pesos.
Your Honor, the counsel may have misheard what I said. I was referring to halaga, Your Honor. And in any event, Your Honor, it's not argumentative. I am eliciting a matter of fact from this witness.
Witness may answer, Counsel. We're a few minutes before lunch, Attorney Christine.
Based on the document presented, ma'am.
The
That's
amount
how
did
it
not
seems.
change.
That's how
It
it
remained.
Yes.
10 million pesos regardless of the number of areas covered.
Yes, based on the document.
You will also confirm from those documents that for the first 3 reports, meaning the 2022 report and the reports for the first 2 quarters of 2023, may line item or provision for medical and food aid. Correct?
Yes.
Nagkakahalaga ng 40 million, 42 million, and 40 million respectively. Tama ba?
Yes.
Etong mga accomplishment reports, you will agree and you will admit na ito ay isinumite sa COA bago pa nakatanggap ang OVP ng Audit Observation Memorandum. Tama ba?
If based on the submission dates, ma'am, yes.
Yes. And you will also confirm that the OVP received the first memorandum, which is Audit Observation Memorandum number 2023-213, only on October 4, 2023. Tama ba?
Yes.
And 5 days later, kayo naman ang OVP nag-submit ng last report for the third quarter of 2023, which is Prosecution's Exhibit P-I-7-D, which is already before you, Mr. Tonyo. Tama ba?
The third quarter
Yes.
accomplishment report.
Yes, you submitted that on October 9, 2023.
October 9, based on the submitted report.
Okay, so that was 5 days after you received the first audit observation memoranda from
Yes.
the COA. Tama. And if you will check and if you will confirm, dyan sa last na accomplishment report na yan, wala na yung line item for medical and food aid. Tama ba?
Yes.
Pero, ang kabuuan pa rin ng fund ay 125 million pesos. Yung kabuuan ng confidential fund na nagastos ay ganun pa rin, 125 million pesos.
Yes, based on the document, ma'am.
Yung dating 40 million, 42 million, and 40 million na amount, hinati-hati to sa iba't ibang line item. Tama ba? Merong nilagay sa provision ng rewards. Tama ba?
Your Honor,
Ma'am.
please.
Counsel?
Witness is incompetent to testify on that because he did not prepare the accomplishment report.
If he knows, counsel, based on the documents, if he knows, kung alam niyo po, Mr. Ortonio, maaari niyo pong sagutin. Kung hindi
Thank
niyo
you, Your
alam,
Honor.
sabihin niyo hindi niyo alam.
I would not know, ma'am, if hinati-hati, ma'am, because I did not prepare the document.
But you would confirm na kahit na wala yung line item na yon na supposedly 40 million, 42 million, and 40 million, the amount stayed 125 million.
Your Honor,
Correct?
Your Honor, please.
So,
Same ruling, same objection.
Asked and answered already.
Same ruling, same objection. Please continue, counsel. Move on. And by the way, Attorney May, choose the best time when you want to pause para hindi ka bitin sa direct examination mo. Not to exceed 12:15 so that we can all go on a lunch break. But you choose the best time when you want to pause. Until 12:15, counsel. Or before that time.
yes, Your Honor.
Please proceed,
So
counsel.
there was a question left hanging, Your Honor. I was asking the
Yes.
witness, since nawala yung light item na medical and food aid, subalit naging pareho pa rin ang amount, ang total halaga, which is 125 million. Yung corresponding amount of 40, 42 million, 40 million for the medical food aid, that must have been assigned to other line items, correct?
I cannot confirm on that, ma'am.
But you do confirm the total is still the same.
I can confirm, sir, that based on the document, the total amount is still the same. But as
And that
to the
they're all the
distribution-
same, Mr. Ortonio.
Yes.
For the last quarter of 2022 and the first 3 quarters of 2023, they're all 125.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Move on, counsel.
And you will also confirm, if you would compare those 4 accomplishment reports. For the first time in the accomplishment report for the third quarter of 2023, lumabas ang sa unang pagkakataon, ang bawat item ay inilarawan bilang kaugnayan sa areas of engagement of the Office of the Vice President. Tama ba?
Sorry again, ma'am.
Yung phrase na areas of engagement of the Office of the Vice President, makikita mo lamang yan for the first time in the third accomplishment report. Tama ba? Sorry, fourth accomplishment report referring to the third quarter of 2023.
Areas of engagement.
Of the Office of the Vice President.
Sorry, ma'am. Okay, for item D. Yes, based on the document, ma'am.
Your Honor, we can rest for now, Your Honor, and have our lunch.
It's a good point to pause, Counsel, and continue with your direct examination when we reconvene after lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We shall go on a lunch recess and shall reconvene at 12:45 per the suggestion of the Senate President. We are on recess until 12:45. Great, 12:45, that means 12.
Time pa
At sa puntong ito, mga kasama pa rin po natin ang isang kilalang political analyst, Mr. Ronald Llama. Sir, welcome to the show.
Yes, natatanghali.
Kamusta po? And how's the impeachment so far for you? How's the impeachment trial so far for you?
Exciting.
For this particular
Parang excited ako sa tao, sir.
Halata ba?
Halata.
For this particular witness, sir, anong exciting for you?
Well, ang habol naman ng prosecution, create ng pattern. At in that case, medyo successful naman sila. Isa tong pattern. Of course, siguro titignan natin mamaya, after ng break, kung paano pa nila ididiin si Ortonio, no? Dito. Pero, ito kasi, establishing muna yung pattern. Na hindi lang ito accounting with weaknesses. Na ito ay merong talagang anomaly. Anong sabi nila pa last week? Scam.
Modus operandi.
SOP.
Tingin ko dun yung direction. Although, hindi na nila sasabihin dahil papagalitan sila ng presiding judge. Di ba pinatanggal sa record yan?
Pero paulit-ulit na rin naririnig ngayon sa media. Pero, sir, ang ginagawa kasi ngayon ay pinapakita dito sa witness yung mga vouchers, ang ilang mga dokumento, yung mga responsibilidad na ni Mr. Ortonio bilang Assistant Secretary ni Vice President. Sa puntong ito, gaano ba siya ka-relevant na witness as far as you are concerned?
Well, dahil siya ay isang hostile witness, mahalaga yun. Dahil yung prosecution ay hindi hampered sa kanilang pagtatanong sa kanya. At katulad ni Acosta ay mai-link yung head of office dito sa mga anomalies na to. Yun yung habol ng prosecution. I-connect yung head of office dito sa paggastos ditong confidential at saka intelligence. Tingin ko yun yung gusto nilang maabot. At nakikita na ba indication yung ganong klaseng katibayan?
At mukhang si Ortonio yung link, no? Kasi kanina nabanggit sa kanyang testimonya na siya yung authorized, no, na representative to sign, no, for disbursements larger than 1 million pesos, no? And pumirma siya dun sa mga disbursement voucher, dun sa fiscal and financial plans, no, para sa confidential funds, no, on behalf, no, of the Vice President.
Halimbawa, yung strength ng testimony ni Acosta ay una, inamin niya na ito ay utos ng head of office. Dalawa, ito ay binigay niya kay Colonel Lachica.
Strength for the prosecution.
Yes, na bawal na bawal Yun yung na-establish niya. Tingin ko, yung habol nila kay Ortonio ay katulad ng ginawa ni Acosta. Ganun din yung kanyang testimony.
So, ang pinapakita nila, pareho yung ginawa nila.
Yes. Kaya nga sabi ko pattern. No? Gusto nilang i-establish yung pattern. Na hindi lang ito accounting weaknesses. No? Kung hindi, ito ay bahagi ng isang proseso na na-disburse illegally itong pondong ito. At napunta ito sa mga anomalous na mga transactions.
But answer me this. So why, if this is all true, bakit napaka-careless?
Well, impunity. Dahil nangyari ito, less than a year after maging presidente ng tatay niya. Kalawa, buo pa nito yung unity. Diba? Kaya siguro ang feeling nila, they can get away with anything. Katulad ng 6 years ni Tigong. Wala naman kung may question ng mga mga transactions from Parmalee to COVID, etc. So medyo nasanay sila na wala namang magde-dare na magtanong sa amin o mag-question dito sa paano namin ginagastos itong pondong ito. At inuulit ko, may unity pa ng panahon na yun. Hindi pa nawawasak. Kaya yung pakiramdam na untouchable sila, yung impunity na yun, ay nandun pa.
Nakatatlong impeachment trial na tayo, as far as I can remember.
Apat.
As far as I can remember.
Merceditas.
Bakit parang andalas ng impeachment trials sa Pilipinas? Compared to other countries.
Well, una, dahil sa weaknesses ng ating mga institutions. Diba? Dapat kasi yan, nare-resolve na within our institutions. Dapat hindi na-aabot dyan. Ikalawa, yung essence ng ating political system.
What do you mean?
Dynastic, corrupt, incompetent. So, nitong nakaraang mga taon, nakita natin yung height nitong mga problemang ito. Halimbawa, ngayon lang ako nakakita in my 48 years in politics na nagkaroon ka ng isang gobyerno na institutionalize ang state violence. Na more than 35,000 ang napatay extrajudicially. At kinakailangan makialam pa ng International Criminal Court. Dapat sa atin na niresolve yan Example yan, ng weaknesses ng ating institutions tsaka ng impunity ng state violence. Kalawa, ngayon lang ako nakakita ng ganito ka-massive na corruption. Nagsimula ka sa 14,000 flood control projects nung panahon ni President Duterte. Hindi ko ma-imagine ang 14,000 flood control projects. Sa Tokyo kasi isa lang. Sa Copenhagen isa lang. Hindi pwedeng iba-iba yan Dapat isang holistic integrative yan. Kaya pag meron ka ganyang karami, malinaw, that is for corruption. This is the new pork barrel. Diba? Ikatlo, ngayon ako nakakita na Senate President at saka Speaker of the House sabay natanggal. Ngayon lang ako nakakita na yung dalawang pinaka-powerful sa cabinet, yung Executive Secretary at saka yung Budget Secretary, sabay natanggal. Etc. Kaya nitong nakaraang mga taon, it reflects yung crisis ng ating political institutions.
Pero sir, sabi niyo nga, 48 years in politics, 4 impeachment trials. Ano pa ba yung hindi natin natututunang leksyon?
Meron kang mga destabilization, meron kang mga coup d'etat, meron kang people power, uprising, di ba? Dapat, kung establish ang iyong institution, hindi na dapat nangyayari yan. Dapat nire-resolve na yan within the system. Diba? Kaya hopefully, sa 2028, magkaroon ka ng matitinong mga leader na rather than i-weaken yung ating institutions, i-strengthen para these institutions will resolve itong mga contradictions na ito sa ating lipunan.
Pero ang problema hindi lang ng leadership. Pati yung tao mismo, Pilipino, problema din Paano natin ma-resolve? Kaya ba ng maayos na pamamahala na baguhin ang kultura na nandito ngayon? Pag kunyari, yung basura na nakita natin sa Paranaque nung bumaha. Gawa ng tao yun, hindi yung gawa ng presidente.
Yes, pero iba rin kasi yung leadership Halimbawa, yung waste management, totoo, nagtatapon ng basura ang mga tao. Pero primary responsibility ng local government tsaka ng national government na mag-provide ng maayos na waste management system. Diba? Saan natatapon yung mga tao? Wala namang training sa segregation. wala ka namang yung landfill mo, punong-puno na. No, wala ka na matapunan. So, combination yan, yes, kultura, participation ng mga tao, pero siyempre, leadership yan Paano mo aayusin yan? By giving people, halimbawa, yung pagtatapunan, very basic, pagtatapunan ng basura.
Pangongolekta ng basura.
Oo. Halimbawa, last week, nakausap ko yung ilang mga local government officials Ang sinisisi nila sa baha, climate change at saka high tide. Simula naman na magsimula yung mundo, may high tide na. Diba? So, ang sisihin mo, ano yung role nyo? Diba? Ano yung role nyo as governors, as mayors, para ayusin ito?
Parang napakaraming kailangan ayusin sa bansa natin. And you were talking about 2028. Where can we start in 2028 as a people?
Well, as a people, mahalaga naman yung participation ng tao. Pero inuulit ko, mahalaga yung role ng leadership. No? Halimbawa, flood control. Yung technology dyan, ang tagal na No? Halimbawa, last year, nag-podcast ako doon sa flood control system ng Japan, ng Tokyo. No? Ilang dekada na yun no? Na 75% ng rainwater ng Japan nalalagay nila sa water cisterns para yung tubig ulan bawas sa baha, dagdag sa potable water. In the process, nagka-create ka pa ng electricity. This technology is not new. This is old. Yung sinasabi ko nga sa Copenhagen, napuntahan ko, 2011, yung kanilang nag-iisang waste management system sa buong Kapitolyo nila sa Copenhagen. So, these technologies are not old, are not new. These are old. So, kinakailangan lang natin gamitin yan. Hindi lang natin kinakailangan yung huge water cisterns ng Tokyo dahil meron tayong Laguna Lake No? Yun na yung water impounding mo Ayusin mo lang yung drainage, waste management. Ang laking employment ang mapoprovide niya. Ang laking tulong niya sa economy. Win-win yan
At baka nagtatanong ko kayo kung bakit itong pinag-uusapan namin at hindi impeachment trial. Gusto namin palabasin na ang accountability ng mga nasa gobyerno ay hindi lang pera. Ang accountability ng nasa gobyerno ay pagandahin ang buhay nating lahat. At kasama doon ang pangolekta ng basura, ang malinis na tubig, ang kuryenteng maaasahan, ang shared spaces natin, traffic. Bakit may traffic? Dahil walang namamahala ng traffic.
At kailangan, simulan na nating tapusin itong impunity. Itong culture na anybody can get away with
anything.
Murder, grave threats, plunder. Kailangan nating, alam natin na itong impeachment na ito is just part of the process, part of the solution. Pero ito ay isang magandang bahagi ng solusyon. Dahil alam naman natin na yung mga Duterte were almost untouchable for several years, di ba? Ngayon lang ako nakakita ng presidente, si Digong, na nag-entertain ng 93% approval rating. Kahit si Hitler, 91 lang Ibig sabihin, very powerful ito. Pero dahil sa power na yan, hindi nagamit ang maayos. So kailangan ipakita natin, kahit yung pinaka-powerful, can be held accountable. At hindi lang ito kinakailangan gawin sa isang international criminal court. Mismo dito, kaya nating simulang ayusin niya.
Si Mr. Ronald Llamas po, sabi ko, usap ko kayo kailan. Kahit anong tanongin natin. Pupunta muna tayo sa press con ng prosecution panel. Mamaya ako mag-umpisa uli ang impeachment trial. Pero pakinggan muna natin ang press conference.
Ortonio po, base po doon sa testimonya na ay mga nasa 20 years na rin po ang kanyang serbisyo kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Simula po siya ay naging vice mayor ng Davao City in 2008 up to the time that she assumed office on July 1 of 2022 as Vice President of the Republic of the Philippines. Base din po sa testimonya ni Mr. Ortonio, when they assumed office as Vice President and simultaneously also appointed him as Assistant Chief of Staff noong July 1, 2022, there was no confidential items or line item pertaining to confidential funds for the Office of the Vice President for the year 2022. So, importante pong naging testimonya dito ni Mr. Ortonio because it detailed the chronological events that happened pertaining to the request up to the time of the utilization of the confidential funds, particularly on the last quarter of 2022. So ito po ang naging testimonya ni Mr. Ortonio. Today's testimony established an important chronology in Vice President Sara Duterte's request for confidential funds. August 22, 2022, Vice President Sara Duterte had already asked the Department of Budget and Management for exactly 250 million pesos in confidential funds. September 15, DBM asked the OVP for supporting documents. September 16, 2022, the fiscal and financial plan was signed. On the same day, Nolasco was also appointed as part of her security detail. September 19, the OVP submitted to DBM the fiscal and financial plan required under the Joint Circular Governing Confidential Funds. The required plan was submitted 28 days after the 250 million pesos was requested. Mas nauna po yung request ng 215 million for the confidential funds prior to the plan requested by DBM to be submitted. No? So baliktad po ang nangyari. Nauna muna yung request ng pera, tsaka po pinagplanuhan paano gamitin ang pera. So the central question emerging from today's testimony is simple. Una, ano ba ang basehan ng 250 million pesos para sa confidential funds? Was there already an operational plan on August 22 before the submission or before the transmittal of this request for funding of 250 million confidential funds? Was there a contemporaneous document identifying the confidential operations and calculating their requirements? O hinugot lang ba sa hangin ang 250 million pesos? That is the accountability questions raised by today's testimony of Mr. Ortonio. So now, I think Attorney Tolosa would like to add. If not, then we will proceed with receiving your questions and answering them.
Salamat po, Kong Zia. Tanggapin natin ngayon ang mga katanungan. Unahin na natin si Haji. Go ahead.
Magandang tanghali po, Kong Zia and Attorney Jay. Na-highlight po kanina sa first part ng testimonya ni Lemuel Ortonio na may dalawang magkaibang pirma or signature si Vice President Sara Duterte sa dalawang dokumento na napansin po ni Presiding Officer Cheese Escudero. May significance po ba yon or may bigat po ba at allowed po ba yon na gumamit ng dalawang pirma dun po sa mga dokumento na may kinalaman po sa confidential funds?
Well, I think the presiding officer merely wanted to confirm with the witness if both of those signatures were in fact signed by the Vice President. No? Siguro kasi pinakita sila magkasunod, it's different. So it's just for authenticating the signature. Now, as to whether it's allowed or not, we're not trying to make any issue out of it. No, it's just the fact that may confirmation kahit mukhang magkaiba yan, pero walang question na si Bise Presidente yung pumirma dyan at nag-aproba dun sa mga dokumento na pinirmahan niya.
Well, for clarity, kasi there's an obvious difference, no? Nung unang pinresent do sa dokumento, magkaiba apparently parang may pagkakaiba yung pirma. That's why the presiding officer asked Mr. Ortonio, kasi since he's been with the Vice President for almost 20 years or more, no? alam na alam niya yung pirma kasi dumadaan sa kanya. Siya yung overall din na nagmamanage doon sa confidential funds. Though ang sinabi naman niya, not necessarily been part of the planning, pero before the confidential funds is being released, yung voucher at saka yung cheque talagang dumadaan sa kanya. So, since the Vice President's signature is all over the place in all of these documents, she must have had that concrete knowledge of how to identify and verify the signatures of the Vice President, the signature of the Vice President rather. So, yun lang man, kinonfront lang naman siya ni Presiding Officer because these are documents pertaining to the utilization. How come one somehow had a different stroke and the other one medyo parang complete yung kanyang pag-sign, no? So, pero sinabi naman ni Mr. Otonio na pareho kino-confirm niya. That would only give us the idea na talagang malapit ito si Mr. Otonio kay Vice President because she can actually in confidence verify na maski parang magkaiba yung stroke pero kay Vice President pa yan na signature na yan.
Okay, for my last question na lang po, Kong Zia, you've mentioned na may baliktad. Dapat nauna yung physical and financial plan bago po yung request, di ba, for confidential funds. What about po yung significance sa sinabing nabatid nila na walang confidential funds yung predecessor, si former Vice President Leni Robredo, so kaya po sila humingi ng confidential funds nung naupo na po si VP Sara. Meron po ba yung may significance po ba yun in any way?
Well, unang-una, from the very start, wala naman talagang direct mandate ng Office of the Vice President para makilahok sa isang counterintelligence or or confidential activities and programs. That's why nag-request sila kasi walang line item in the GAA. Pero ang titingnan natin, yung request nila, when they assume office, weeks after that, in August, kasi kanina, yung sinabi ni, kung di ako nagkakamali, August 20, there was already that request, no, ng 250 million pesos para magkaroon ng confidential funds. So intended talaga siya, doon sa request nila, gumamit na ng programa or activity para makagamit ng confidential funds. Kaya nga, nung lumabas yung 125 million pesos as they requested initially to 250, ang tanong ni Attorney May, no, paano nagamit itong pondo na to? Kasi parang minadali. When they assumed office, walang confidential funds, so automatic, i-link natin yon doon sa testimonya ni Miss Gina Acosta na parang they were accustomed to confidential funds when she was a mayor of Davao City, no? Ang confidential funds na ng Office of the Mayor for 3 years starting 2016 was 200, umabot siya ng 460, naging uniform na yon, yung amount na yon. So there was really that observation, and I think this is a valid observation, that when they assumed office, they brought with them yung kanilang ginagawa sa Davao City, which is to use millions of pesos for confidential activities. Kaya nga, dahil halfway to the end of the 2022, gusto nila na magkaroon ng confidential funds, no? Kung itugma natin yon sa testimonya ni Miss Gina Acosta. Ngayon, the question is, since na-release siya, na medyo na-late siya for a month after the release, after the request, ang intended supposedly dapat na ginagawa for a government expenses and transaction, dapat meron ka na talagang plano. Because that would trigger how much do you need. So you have, for example, a plan and how you identify particular activities, when do you want to implement these particular activities, and how much would you need to sufficiently implement these projects. Yun, baliktad. Ang nangyari, nag-request, paglabas nung pag-grant ng request nila, tsaka nila ginalaw at tsaka ata sila nagkaroon ng mga plano-plano. That's why nagkaroon ng shorting oras. Kaya nga naging 11 days lang kung titingnan natin yung usage nung 2022. Supposedly, so dapat mag-trigger siya based on the plan na dapat na paggagamitan ng confidential funds. So what is also striking is that in 11 days, nagamit nila yung 125 million pesos. As when you compare that to the first, second, and third quarter of 2023, the shortest number of days actually had the most number of payouts. No? Nung gumamit sila or nagbayad sila ng purchase of information. In fact, yung sinabi kanina before we took a break, ang tanong kanina ni Miss Attorney May is yung sa 11 days doon sa pagbibigay ng mga paggagamit po ng confidential funds for informants ay meron siyang 132 areas, no, na pinuntahan in 11 days. Same amount, 125,000. When you compare that to the first quarter of 2023, they only went to 127 areas in 52 days, pero the same amount. In the second quarter of 2023, 111 areas where they did all the payment for reward or purchase for information for 67 days. And for the third quarter, 122 areas for 79 days. So anong nagsasabi nito? Ibig sabihin, parang meron talagang siyang pattern para gamitin yung 125 million pesos in every quarterly. So yung going back to your question, it gives us more questions than answer. 11 days ginamit, walang confidential funds sa line item in 2022. Pag upo nila, automatic yun ang una-una nilang ni-request sa DBM ng pagkaroon. Dahil hindi nabigay ng mas maaga, mukhang merong effort talaga na ubusin ng 125 million pesos in just 11 days. No? So yun po yung klaro na nakita po natin in the test or napakinggan po natin sa testimonya ni Mr. Antonio. Yeah.
And if I could just if I could just add there quickly, no, dun sa tanong mo din nga na, ano ba bang significance nito? Yung fact that the immediate predecessor, former Vice President Leni Robredo, did not have any confidential funds during her term. No, pwede ding ma-appreciate ito, no, ng senator judges. Tong fact na madami dito sa supposedly na pinagkagastusan nitong milyon-milyon na confidential funds na to was to secure, no, itong siguraduhin ang seguridad ng Vice Presidente doon sa kanyang mga activities na dinadaluhan, no. But as pointed out yesterday, tulad recently nagkaroon na naman ng tree planting activities, no, na wala ng confidential funds but wala naman toward incident. Same, na pwede nang i-appreciate dyan. During the entire term of incumbency as Vice President of Leni Robredo, no, wala din siyang confidential funds, but there was also no untoward incident. So, pwede yung isama sa appreciation kung na-justify ba talaga yung supposed use ng confidential funds to secure the Vice President's safety. No?
Thank you, Haji. Lanesca, your turn.
Good afternoon po. Lianes Kapanti, GMA News Online. Yung question ko lang po kasi meron dun sa direct examination of the Vice President signing liquidation reports. Are these, hindi kasi natuloy, I don't know if it will be asked in the afternoon, so parang naputol. Are these the same liquidation reports na may mga unusual funny names that was submitted by the OVP to the COA? Yun po ba yung pinirmahan doon? Tama po ba?
Yung may funny names or unusual names, yun yung mga acknowledgement receipts, no? So, those were subsequently submitted to the COA by both the OVP and the DepEd, no? So, una muna yan, submit muna sila ng liquidation reports, nakatanggap ng mga AOMs, noting some deficiencies, and then ang sinubmit nila ay mga acknowledgement receipts to support, in an attempt to support yung payments. So, the Vice President did not sign the acknowledgement receipts themselves, if that's what you're asking, no? But itong mga liquidation reports, connected ba yun doon? Yes, because they're liquidating the same funds, the same confidential funds.
So, sir, yung liquidation report signed by the Vice President, attachment nun yung acknowledgement receipts, tama ba? Or that was the initial liquidation report that they submitted?
So far as I remember, that was the initial. To start yung liquidation process, you submit the liquidation report. Tapos, at some point, as testified to by the co-auditors, nagkaroon sila ng AOM asking for proof na ginasta talaga itong mga pera na to, and then sinubmit yung mga ARs. No? But nakalagay dyan, dun sa mga pinirmahan ng Vice President, she approved the use. No? At sinicertify niya doon na it was used for the confidential expenses.
Ang mahalaga na message doon, because since the Vice President certified this to be true copy of all the documents, attached documents, including the ARs, ay sinacertify niya na tunay na nakatanggap si Mr. Pusa, tunay na nakatanggap si Mr. Pagong, si Miss Pusa at si Miss Belat. So yun yung pag-meaning nung pagsicertify niya nitong mga ARs na to as part of the liquidation process or attachment for the utilization of the confidential funds.
So, sir, follow-up na lang, Sir Gal, baka ko dun sa request. Yung pag-request ng OVP for confidential fund, meron kasi silang previous arguments na it was the fault also of the OP kasi late na ni-release yung December na sa kanila binigay. So, yung considering what happened, yung testimony kanina, does this mean na the fault was not on the President but rather on them submitting a plan belatedly?
The playing of their victim card does not hold water. Kasi gaslighting yan eh. Diba? Nag-request siya for confidential funds with the intention, in good intention, ang pagbibigay sa kanya, ang pag-grant sa kanya ng confidential funds in good faith. Wala namang nagsasabing pag binigyan siya ng 125 million pesos, gastusin niya itong buong buo into 11 days, tapos kung sino-sino lang yung paglalagyan nila at hindi sila mag-liquidate ng maayos. So the more reason for I think if I were be working with the Office of the President, the more disgusted I would be. We gave you this in good faith, tapos binudol nyo kami. No? So supposedly dapat hindi sila mag-play victim dito. Ipakita nila kung paano nila ginasta ng maayos. Ipakita nila yung kanilang mga ARs at ipakita nila na hindi dapat sila ma-flag ng COA. Pero what happened is the opposite. No? It was not really about the granting of the request. It was how the funds was implemented. At ayon sa ICFAO, nagka-leche-leche yung kanilang pag-implement ng liquidation ng confidential funds nila.
Yes, and the issue here is not whether or not there was delay in the release of the funds. No? Ang issue dito ay nagamit ba ng tama yung pondo at napatunayan ba yun kung nagamit ng tama yung pondo. As pointed out a while ago, nung hiningi itong 125 million, ang purpose nito, as ito ay supposedly for projects to be conducted in the 3 last months of 2022. For October, November, December. Okay? Diba? Again, as explained by Kong Zia kanina, pag humingi ka ng pondo, dapat meron kang plano, meron kang specific na mga projects kung saan mo gagamitin ito. At nung hiningi nila itong 125 million, dapat gagastahin to para sa projects na gagawin again October, November, December. So ang tanong, obviously, hindi mo na pwedeng gamitin yan sa plinano mong projects for October. Hindi na din pwede sa November. Hindi na din pwede dun sa first half of December. So, kung itong 125 million, dapat yan para yun dun sa buong quarter na yan, paano mo siya ngayon inubos in just 11 days? Yun yung tanong ho dito. Not whether or not may delay ba sa pag-issue. Hindi niyan sinasagot eh. Yung importanteng tanong dito na, ginamit ba tong pera na to para dun sa intended purpose niya, para dun sa mga purposes allowed under the joint circular governing the use and liquidation of confidential funds.
Sir, follow-up lang. Kasi understand, wala naman talaga dapat confidential funds si VP Sara for 2022 dahil inadmit nga po, wala naman si VP Lenny nung naupo nga po to sila Ortonio, sila VP Sara. So technically, talagang ni-request po ito, kumbaga, ni VP Sara pagkaupo niya sa pwesto. Sinabi niyo nga po, yun yung una nilang ginawa, di ba? Pag upo nila, yun yung ni-request sa TBM. So, nakita na rin po ba natin na paglabag na rin po agad sa joint circular dahil under 3.24, kailangan po yung physical and financial plan na aprobado po ng head of agency supporting the request for funds po ng confidential expenses. And September pa pala nila pinadala, kumbaga, or nagkaroon ng PFP. Well, August pa lang humihingi na sila ng 250 million.
Yes, so procedurally, as explained a while ago, no, kapag humingi ka ng budget, hindi dapat nauuna yung numero na gusto mo lang ng 125 million. Ano? Dapat meron ka na kasing mga proyekto na gusto mong ipatupad, gusto mong gawin. No? At magkakaroon ka din ng costing. Bakit mo naisip, magkano ba ang kailangan mong gastahin para magawa itong mga proyekto na to? And then you'll come up with that amount. No? Para makita mo na, for example, in this case, dahil ito yung mga gusto kong gawin proyekto, ito ang costing niyan, itong gagastuhin ko dyan, ang total dyan, 125 million ang kailangan kong hingin. No? Hindi yan baliktad. Hindi dapat mo una yung numero na hihingin mo, tapos tsaka ka lang gagawa ng plano kung paano ubusin yung 125 million. So now, ano yung nangyari dito? Clearly, no, nung August pa lang, meron na silang request for the budget amounting to 125 million for confidential funds. And afterwards, dun sa succeeding month, dun lang sila gumawa nitong physical and financial plan kung saan nila linagay, kung ano yung projects, kung saan yung paggagamitin. So yes, pasok ba siya dun sa joint circular? Well, mukhang based on the timing, hindi yun na-comply.
May paglabag na po agad, doon pa lang.
It will appear so, no? But we're not saying that they had absolutely no plans at that time that they asked for this amount. But what we're saying is, based on the documents identified earlier by the witness, yan ang maliwanag na lumalabas dun sa chronological na paglatag dyan ng mga events, no? Based on the documents is nauna yung request for 125 million, sumunod yung pagpirma noong physical and financial plan, pagkatapos sinumite itong plan na to sa DBM. No? So based on these documents, lumalabas, nauna yung paghingi ng pera bago pag-execute at pag-submit nitong plan.
Can we say na
I think what
nasanay
is
na po?
important is there was a glaring disrespect to follow the joint circular. It only speaks about one thing: her character as a public official. No, na maski very glaring na may mga violation, it's not really something that would really give them a pause and then think over how they would proceed with their plan of making or implementing confidential activities. No, so it speaks about how the audacity to violate a very basic joint circular. No, it only speaks about one thing and one character alone. No, that she holds herself above any laws or any policies. That she can disregard any violation, disregard any standing policies governing, especially how to utilize, for example, a specific amount for specific purposes.
We also share the same sentiment, Paul. Sinabi ni Kong Joel Chua last week na, I don't know, maybe baka nasanay na si Vice President Sara Duterte na kailangan niya ng confidential funds kasi galing sa Davao City for 60 million each year. And then pag upo niya, ito po yung unang hiniling niya. Recall that also, Kong Chua, sinabi po niya na meron nga ugong na hinihiling ni VP Sara yung defense portfolio.
Kasama rin po natin, recognize natin ngayon si Representative Terry Ridon, Bicol Saro. Kasama rin po natin ngayong tanghaling ito.
There's no other explanation to at least describe kung paano ang unang-unang pumasok sa utak nila ay mag-request na ng confidential funds other than what they have already accustomed in Davao, which is meron silang 460 million kada year for confidential funds. So magtataka ka dahil wala dun sa GAA ng 2022 for the Office of the Vice President, immediately na nag-request na rin sila for funding for the confidential funds na gagamitin supposedly nila for third quarter. Spread out in October, September, and December. Pero nakita natin, may attempt talaga na kailangan magastos itong 125 million pesos. Pero nung araw lang, kung saan, 11 days, pero may tatandaan nyo, dyan po sa 11 days na yan, may mga araw din po na bakasyon. No? So paano po sila sa Bisaya pa, unsaon nila pagpalit og tambal? No? Paano sila bumili ng mga gamot na yun ang magiging pangbayad nila sa mga katulad ni Mary's Grace Piatos, which amounts to 70,000 pesos. So, ang dami pong tanong. Kaya nga sinasabi natin, habang tumatagal po ito, yung dapat na makasagutan na dapat na maibigyan ng Vice Presidente at sa ating mga kababayan, ay nagsasanga-sanga na lang ng katanungan. Terry?
Yeah. Go ahead, Kong Terry.
Sige, bago po magpatuloy doon sa mga tanong, paumanhin po dahil nahuli ako, kasi hinahanap ko yung safe house kung saan ho napunta. Kasi up until today, hindi ho na ipapaliwanag bakit ganun po kalaki yung safe houses na pera pong ginastos para doon. Kasi yung pong perang pinag-usapan, 16 million every quarter, alam po ninyo, yung pong pinag-usapan na ho nating presyo ng safe houses po na ito, pag-upa ng mga bahay mula sa mga pinaka-exclusive na subdivisions sa Pilipinas, katulad ng Forbes Park, Dasmariñas Village. Yung pinakamahal na mga condominium sa loob po ng Bonifacio Global City at ng Makati. So yan po yung level ng safe houses price na pinag-usapan po natin dito. I'm quite certain, hindi po ganyan po yung mga binabayad na safe houses nung pong mga security sector po natin na meron pong mga confidential funds. And to repeat what Mr. Ortonio has been saying, my friends, based on the documents, huli na naman po sila, na linalaro na naman po nila ito pong mga dokumento na ito. At hindi ho natin yan palalagpasin. 16 million every quarter, different days. Tanga ka na lang kung maniniwala ka dun sa paliwanag na mag-aabot-abot yung pong ganun pong presyo pagka mga araw po yung pinag-uusapan na magkakaiba. So hahabulin po namin yan hanggang pinakadulo. And as a final point, ngayon po I think yung pong pagdinig ng Ombudsman sa budget para sa House proceedings, panawagan na rin ho namin sa Ombudsman na silipin na po nila kung mayroong aktual na malversation na nakumit si Ms. Acosta, si Mr. La Chica, Vice President Sara Duterte, dito po sa paggamit po ng confidential funds. Tingin ko malinaw na talagang linaro, pinera, ito pong confidential funds na ito. Ang pinakadulo, ang may original sin dito sa bagay na ito, hindi si Gina Acosta, hindi si La Chica, si Vice President Sara Duterte. Dahil siya mismo yung pong nag-utos na ibigay ang 125 million mula kay Gina Acosta, papunta ko po kay Mr. La Chica. So yun po muna.
Salamat po, Kong Terry. Dahil mukhang magsisimula na po ulit ang paglilitis, we will have to conclude our press briefing. Salamat po, Congressman Terry Don, Kong Sia, at Attorney Jay sa inyong mga paliwanag. Salamat din po sa ating mga kaibigan sa media. Pero sa ating mga kababayan, iwanan po namin kayo ng isang video presentation para lamang po may ugnay natin yung testimonya kahapon sa mga pangyayari ngayon. We will now play the video. Thank you po.
Prosecution panel, day 18 ng impeachment trial. Nag-lunch break ang mga senator judge ng 12:15 at unti-unti na silang bumabalik sa plenary hall ng Senate of the Philippines para ituloy ang day 18 impeachment trial dito sa Philippine Senate.
La Chica, Your Honor, kasi siya po ang itinalaga ni Vice President Sara Duterte.
Sa testimonya mismo ni Special Dispersing Officer Acosta nagmula, ang security officer tila naging dispersing officer. Asa na
IF, Anyway, Attorney May, your witness. You may continue with your direct examination when you're ready.
Your Honor,
Likewise,
sorry.
Yes, Attorney Garcia, you want to say
Your
something?
Honor, please, yes. Just a quick manifestation, Your
Yes, Attorney May.
Honor. We note that the witness has been interpreting documents, Your Honor, which he did not participate in the drafting and preparation of. So, we don't dispute the contents of those documents, Your Honor. In fact, we can stipulate on the amounts. We already stipulated actually on the amounts, on the signature, Your Honor. So, may we inquire if that's the line of questioning that the counsel would follow? Because if the questioning would refer to the amounts, to the number of days, etc., just to abbreviate the proceedings, we can stipulate on those, Your Honor.
I think in relation to her offer, counsel, which you will not, I'm sure, be willing to stipulate, counsel for the prosecution wants to establish that, as she stated in her offer, that the explanations for the expenses in relation to confidential funds, she used the word sham, that they were prepared before, they even requested for it, and that it's almost all the same, involving the same amounts, and consumed the entire amount. Which I'm sure you're not willing to stipulate at this point, counsel.
We're not going to stipulate on that, Your Honor. But
even if I were in your position, I won't.
Yes, Your Honor. But just to put it on record, Your Honor, the witness already stated that he had no participation in the execution of certain documents like the PFP and the accomplishment reports. And yet, he has been questioned about those documents, including his interpretation thereof. So, Your Honor,
during the lull, if I may, counsels, during the lull, some senator judges were also discussing and talking. I think most, if not all, Attorney May get the point that you have been trying to drive at in relation to the liquidation report, the PFP, with the exception of the disbursement voucher that Mr. Ortonio signed. That while he is aware of them, he had no part in its preparation. And indeed, you have been using this witness to read some of the contents of the documents, albeit the document should speak for itself, but we do get that point. Kindly proceed to the other purposes of your offer. I believe there are about 2 or 3 more that you have not yet established through this witness. Because insofar as that is concerned, I think the senator judges get the point that you're driving at. You want to prove through this witness in the documents, supposedly, that the items in the liquidation report are almost the same with some variations, that the amounts are almost the same, that the totals are the same with some variations as well, and that the plan was prepared on dates before they made the request. Even the 11-day period, I think, the court has already taken notice of that as well, even from the previous witness's testimony. So kindly proceed, counsel, and you don't have to skip that part, but kindly abbreviate that part and move on to your other offers that you wish to establish through this witness. Your witness, Ms. Attorney May.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon again, Mr. Ortonio.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Earlier, you admitted that in 2022, your request for confidential funds was for 250 million, correct?
Yes, for 250 million.
But eventually, the amount given was only 125 million, correct?
Yes.
And yet, in the 2022 accomplishment report, what is reported is that there was still 100% implementation of activities. Tama ho ba?
If we will be...
Your Honor, please. Your Honor, please.
I'm sorry, Counsel.
Can the witness be shown the document, Your Honor?
Yes,
Yes, Your Honor.
assisting counsels have been given continuing authority to so approach and show the witness the documents in order to confront the witness with the document.
Sorry again, ma'am, the question, ma'am.
You reported in that accomplishment report for 2022, inulat nyo na 100% pa rin ang implementation ng projects. Tama ba?
Based on the utilization that was submitted and prepared, ma'am, it indicated 100% implementation.
Okay. Ibig sabihin, Mr. Ortonio, tama ba na there was full implementation of the project gamit ang kalahati ng budget na inyong hiningi? Tama ba?
Sorry again, ma'am.
There was still full implementation of the activities for half the budget that you requested.
Ma'am, if based on the document, ma'am, 100% for the 125, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Sige. Punta na tayo ngayon, Mr. Ortonio, sa replies to the AOM. Ngayon, sumagot ka, ikaw mismo sumagot sa AOM number 2023-211 dated September 14, 2023. Tama ba?
For September 14, 2023 and October 3, 2023.
Tama. Okay. Pero, you will confirm na yung mga AOMs na yon addressed kay Respondent Vice President, attention kay Ms. Acosta at Ms. Villa del Rey. Tama ba?
That's correct, ma'am.
In short, hindi naka-address sa'yo ang mga AOMs na sinagot mo. Tama ba?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay. Noong hearing, noong November 25, 2024, sinabi mo na wala kang personal na kaalaman sa aktual na paggastos ng confidential funds ng OVP. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct, ma'am.
At sa pagkakaalam mo, alam din to ng Vice President. Tama ba?
Wait. Alam ng Vice President, ma'am, that I do not know of anything.
Or that you do not have any personal participation, as you claim, doon sa paggastos ng confidential funds.
Yes, ma'am.
Gayon pa man, ikaw ang tinalaga ng Vice President na tumugon sa mga audit observation memoranda na bananggit mo. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am. For audit observations, ma'am, it's usually either the Assistant Chief of Staff or the Chief of Staff who responds on behalf of the agency.
Okay. Regardless kung may kaalaman ang Chief of Staff at Assistant Chief of Staff, yan ang sinasabi mo.
As representative of the organization, ma'am.
Okay. Ngayon, ipapakita sa iyo ang mga sulat ng OVP sa COA na may petsang Oktubre 19, 2023, November 30, 2023, April 19, 2024, August 27, 2024. Ito ang naging tugon mo sa lahat ng audit observation memoranda ng Commission on Audit. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am. Just note, ma'am, that for the 3 other documents, ma'am, I'm just one of the signatories,
Yes.
ma'am.
Yes. But a signatory nonetheless. Yes. Okay. Ngayon, sa mga AOMs na inisyo ng COA sa liquidation ng OVP para sa lahat ng quarters na iyong sinagot, pinuna nito ang mga PFP na isinumite ng OVP dahil hindi nakasaad ang tiyak na confidential activity na paggagamitan ng confidential funds. Tama ba?
Based on the AOM, ma'am.
Yes. At sa inyo namang sulat to the COA, yung mga sulat na you were confronted with, ipinagtanggol nyo itong PFP na ito. Tama ba?
Yes.
Sinabi nyo na, and I quote, there's no specific guideline on the details of confidential activities to be indicated.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Based on the based on the annexes of the JC, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you mentioned the joint circular. Now, Mr. Ortonio, may I invite you to Article 4.2 of the joint circular, which states, and I quote, all allocations of confidential funds and or intelligence funds shall be supported with a fiscal and financial plan indicating the proposed amount allocated for each program, activity, and project where disbursements pertaining to confidential expenses and intelligence expenses shall be based. End of quote.
Sorry, ma'am, what provision again, ma'am?
4.2.
4.2. Okay, ma'am. Yes.
At inaamin mo na, tulad ng pag-amin mo kanina, yung mga PFP na ito, na inyong sinumite, tanging ang isinasaad lamang ay yung mga umbrella programs, na good governance program and socio-economic delivery programs. Tama ba?
Based on the documents that was prepared, ma'am, it
Yes.
only indicated the umbrella programs.
Ngunit inamin nyo na rin nang ang dalawang ito ay mga pawang umbrella programs lamang at may kanya-kanyang individual programs sa ilalim nito. Tama ba?
Ma'am, for the programs, ma'am, that was indicated, I can say, ma'am, that there are specific programs based on the regular funding. But as to the activity...
That is not the question, Mr. Ortonio. Ang tinatanong ko lamang sa inyo, yung dalawang programs na to, yung umbrella programs nito, dahil sila ay umbrella programs lamang, meron tong mga particular programs under these umbrella programs. Correct?
Ma'am, if we are talking about the regular budget, ma'am, yes, there are specific activities under those programs.
And even, you would confirm, ikaw din ang nag-submit sa COA ng mga protective intelligence operations reports. Tama ba?
Again, ma'am,
Protective intelligence operations reports or yung mga PIORs, di ba?
as the I am the designated liaison officer for the confidential funds, ma'am. And yes, I submitted documents, ma'am, in a sealed envelope, ma'am.
Yes. When you say documents, those documents include the PIORs, tama ba? Kasama doon, sa sinubmit mo, yung mga PIORs, tama ba?
Yes, ma'am, in response as an attachment to the response to the AOM.
In fact, and I would assume, binasa mo rin ito, mga PIORs na to, bago mo ito sinumite.
Unfortunately, ma'am, I was not able to read the reports, ma'am, because these are sealed already, ma'am. I submitted the documents only, ma'am, to the COA.
Okay. Tinanong mo rin ba, sinabi mo kanina, na nakikipag-coordinate ka kay La Chica, sa security officer, at sa special disbursing officer. Tama ba?
Yes, I coordinate.
Tinanong mo ba sa kanila kung ano ang nilalaman ng PIORs na ito?
No, I did not anymore ask, ma'am.
Okay. Now, dun sa AOMs din, na iyong sinagot, pinuna din ng Commission on Audit yung line item na medical and food aid. Tama ba?
Yes.
At sinabi ng COA sa kanilang audit observation memoranda ng line item na ito ay hindi allowable sa gastusin ng confidential funds sa ilalim ng joint circular. Tama ba?
Based on the AOM, ma'am, and we were able to send our reply to this issue or concern.
And you justified the inclusion of that line item. Pinagtanggol nyo, dun sa sagot nyo sa AOMs, pinagtanggol nyo yung pagsama ng line item na ito sa inyong accomplishment reports. Tama ba?
Yes, we were able to explain it through our reply.
Sinabi ninyo na pinapayagan ito sa ilalim ng 4.8.4 na sumasaklaw sa purchase or rental of supplies, materials, and equipment for confidential operations. Tama ba?
Yes.
And you will also confirm na itong pera, supposedly for the purchase of rentals of supplies, materials, and equipment for confidential operations, hindi kayo gumastos. Ibig sabihin, yung supposed supplies, materials, and equipment, hindi ang OVP ang bumili nito. Tama ba?
Based on the information that was provided to me by the security officer, payments were made directly to the informants or the agents.
And tama rin ko, kumpirmahin mo rin ba na wala kang nakita kahit anumang official receipt sa pagbili ng kahit alin dito sa mga tinutukoy na supplies na to? Unahin natin sa medicine. Wala kang nakitang kahit anong official receipt mula sa kahit alinmang drugstore, pharmacy, o supplier. Tama ba?
I was not able to see, ma'am, any ORs.
Okay. And you will also agree na sa pangkalahatan, ang pagbili ng gamot at pagkain ay ginagawa sa regular na proseso, pang araw-araw. Ibig sabihin, bibili mula sa sources like drugstores, pharmacy, at ang bumibili naman ay i-issuehan ng karampatang official receipt. Tama ba?
Sorry, ma'am. The question, so this is in parang
purchase.
The usual
Yes,
purchase.
the usual
Yes, if it's
purchase.
for the usual purchase, yes, bibili ka and then you are given a receipt.
At hindi mo na tinanong si Ms. Acosta at ang security officer na iyong nabanggit kung nasaan ang supposed official receipts bilang patunay na ito nga ay nabili. Mga supplies na ito.
Ma'am, the explanation that was provided to me, ma'am, was that binigay po ang pera directly doon sa mga informants and agents, and the informants and agents na po yung bumili ng mga medical and food supplies. So, it's the acknowledgement receipt, which is the proof of the release of the funds to the informants or the agents.
In short, ang sinasabi mo, kahit si Ginang Acosta at ang Special Disbursing Officer, walang nahawakan kahit isa mang official receipt para sa supposed purchases na ito.
Ma'am, as to the exactness, ma'am, no, kung meron ba silang nahawakan na official receipt, that I cannot provide an answer po.
But at the end of the day, wala silang binigay sa'yo, pina-explain mo sila, pero wala pa rin silang binigay na official receipt. Kahit anong official receipt for any of these supposed purchases.
Wala po silang nabigay ng official receipts, ma'am, but there were acknowledgement receipts, ma'am, that were provided.
You will also confirm na yung OVP, alinsunod sa mga proyekto nito, ginagawa naman ito na bumili ng mga medisina. Tama ba?
Yes, we do
Yes.
have our funding for
Yes.
purchase of supplies.
In fact, sa item 1, noong sulat dated August 22, 2022, humingi kayo ng 144.72 million in regular funds for the OVP's Medical Assistance Program. Tama ba?
Yes, that's for the medical and burial assistance, ma'am, but that is
Okay.
for the regular activities of the office.
At nung binili niya yon, in fact, dun sa letter ninyo dated August 22, 2022, may nilaki pa kayo na lingguhang accounting ng mga benepisyaryo ng halaga na inyong hinihingi. Tama ba?
For the projection, ma'am.
Yes, for the projection. Yung letter nyo din, noong September 19, 2021, Kahit yun, may nakalakip na transmittal na the submitted computation in forecasting which says, and I quote, the submitted computation in forecasting the requirement for medical assistance. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am. But again, ma'am, that is for the regular activities of the office, for the medical and burial program.
Okay. In short, Mr. Ortonio, maaari sana na ang OVP sa pamamagitan ng SDO ang bumili ng mga gamot at ibigay na lamang ito sa mga umano'y informants. Tama ba?
Your Honor, please.
Counsel?
Speculative, Your Honor.
Your Honor, just because the question is premised or couched as an if question doesn't mean it's automatically speculative. It only becomes speculative, Your Honor, if it requires the witness to make a conjecture without reference to any prior admitted facts, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
if I may,
with the permission of counsels, I see your point, Attorney Christine, but Mr. Ortonio, pwede din bang may binigyan kayo ng medicine, di ba? Sa regular budget ng OVP.
Yes po, we do have our medical and burial program, Your Honor.
At yung binibigyan nyo ng medicine at burial program, cash out?
What we do po at that time is that binibili po namin yung medicine sa partner pharmacies of the OVP, and then we release it to the clients who approach the office for medical assistance.
In the form of medicine na?
In the form of medicine.
So I presume itong binibili nyo gamit yung regular budget, may resibo to?
Yes, sir.
Ang ginamit nyo na pang food and medicines sa confidential fund, binigay nyo diretso sa recipient, and presumably sabi ng recipient, bibili ko ng pagkain to, bibili ko ng gamot to.
Based on the information, Your Honor, provided by the security officer, that's how it was, ganun yung procedure on how the medical and food aid
So
was
walang
done.
resibo yan?
Based on the information I gathered, sir, no official receipts was
Nakalagay ba sa acknowledgement receipt kung for food or for medicine yon, o kayo na lang yung nagtali na ito food, ito medicine?
Sir, unfortunately, sir, for the acknowledgement receipts, I was not able to see them personally, sir.
Not a single one?
No, sir. At that time, sir, I was not able to see any of the acknowledgement receipts.
One last question. Yung chairs, wala ring resibo yan?
Yung regarding for the chair, sir, based on the information also provided by the security officer, no receipt as well, sir, because the representation was that yun yung ipamimili nila for the tables and chairs.
So what you're saying is binigay din yung pera sa informant, quote-unquote, that's your wording, para bumili siya ang bibili ng chairs at yun yung bayad sa kanya, quote-unquote.
Yes, that's based on the information provided by the security officer.
Just one final question, Mr. Tony. So literally, may informant, imbis na bigyan ng kung ano, binayaran ng cash para bilhin yung tables, yung chairs, yung food, yung medicine.
Yes, sir. Based on the information provided, sir.
By the security officer.
By the security
That's
officer.
yun yung kwento na binigay sa'yo.
That's based on the information that was provided by the
At
security
hiwalay
officer.
pa yon sa pinapamigay nyo na food and medical assistance sa regular budget ng OVP.
Yes, that's for the regular clients that yung public na mga clients that
When
we
you say
receive.
clients, not informants.
Yes, sir.
Clients.
That's correct, sir.
Parokyano, yung regular na nagpupunta o humihingi ng tulong o dumudulog sa OVP.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Your witness, counsel. Okay. I hope it gave you the opportunity to take some of the throat meds that some of the senator judges sent you. And I hope you can drink some warm water, counsel. You may continue, counsel.
yes, Your Honor, in a bit I will be asking for time to take my salabat with me, Your Honor.
Yes, counsel, you may.
But in the meantime, Your Honor, I'll proceed
Please continue.
I'll proceed with my examination. Okay. Going back to the audit observation memoranda na kanina in-identify mo na galing sa COA. Dito sa audit observation memoranda na ito, particularly Prosecution's Exhibit P-I-12-A and P-I-12-B and P-I-12-E. Dito sa tatlong AOMs na to, flinag din ng Commission on Audit or pinuna din ng Commission on Audit yung payment of incentives or traveling sa mga accomplishment reports. Ayon sa COA, hindi rin ito allowable na gastusin ng confidential funds sa ilalim ng joint circular. Tama ba?
That's what the AOM indicated, and we were able to send a reply as well.
And in your reply, you said it is justified under 4.8.2 ng joint circular bilang rental of transport vehicle related to confidential activities. Tama ba?
That's correct.
Yung salitang incentives, you will admit and you will agree na hindi ito mag-a-appear sa joint circular. Ito ay sa inyong sariling piniling salita. Tama ba?
Sorry again.
The word incentive, hindi mo ito makikita sa joint circular. In fact, etong salita na to, kayo lang ang gumamit nito. Kumbaga, kayo ang pumili ng salitang ito na ilalagay sa accomplishment report.
Based on the JC, that's not included po.
Okay. And based on the JC, yung incentives, yung salitang incentives, hindi lumalabas sa kahit anumang item 4.8 ng mga allowable confidential expenses. Tama ba?
Based on the JC, no, it does not appear.
Ngayon, nang mapuna ito ng COA sa AOM for the third quarter of 2023, saka lamang naging transportation expenses ang mga halaga na supposedly naka-allot for the supposed incentives. Tama ba?
Based on the report that was shown to me earlier, yes. But again, I would not have any idea on the preparation of the utilization report.
Okay. In fact, sa sagot nyo sa AOM, you invoked 4.8.2, which refers to rental of transport vehicle. At sa inyo namang sagot, sa notice of suspension, ang in-invoke nyo naman, ginamit nyo ang salitang van rentals and tracking services, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is more, sa sagot nyo sa notice of suspension, you confirmed, and I quote, the OVP did not make any payment for incentives, correct?
Based on the reply that we provided, yes, we confirmed.
Also, Mr. Antonio, you will confirm na in the course of your preparation, sa kurso ng pagpaprepare mo sa reply ng AOM na to, hanggang maging sa ngayon, wala kang nakita na kahit anong kontrata sa pagrenta ng sasakyan sa buong records ng OVP. Tama ba?
I do not have any document po.
Okay. Now, let's go to the certifications dated October 19, 2023, April 19, 2024, and August 27, 2024, which are prosecution's exhibit P-I-12-M. P-I-12-G and P-I-12-K. Ikaw ang nagsumite ng mga certifications nito sa Commission on Audit kalakip ng inyong reply sa Audit Observation Memoranda.
Yes, this is part of the attachment to the replies.
At sinumitin nyo ito, sana bilang umano'y patunay ng surveillance activity. Dahil pare-parehong sinasabi ng mga nasabing certification na ito na walang untoward incident na nagawa o naganap sa implementation ng mga proyekto ng OVP at sa mga engagement mismo ng pangalawang Pangulo. Tama ba?
Yes po, that's correct.
In short, ginagamit nyo ang mga certification na ito bilang patunay na inyong opisina ay nagastos ng 125 million pesos. Sorry. In short, ginagamit nyo ito bilang patunay na ang nagastos na 125 million ay nagresulta na walang untoward incident na nangyari dun sa mga identified, not identified, but supposed confidential project.
As provided po by the security officer, this is the document that we attach to the replies.
But you will confirm that hindi mandato ng VP, you will confirm na mandato talaga ng VP SPG na panatilihin ang seguridad ng Vice Presidente. Tama ba?
That's part of the duties and responsibilities of the VP SPG.
Correct. And you will also confirm na beginning October 2022 and during the entire relevant period, the Vice President already had at least 470 protective security personnel or protective agents. Tama ba?
As to the exact number, ma'am, of the VP SPG personnel, I cannot comment, ma'am, but there's a unit that handles the security of the VP, which is the VP SPG.
Let me refresh your memory, Mr. Ortonio. We will be showing you your letter to the DBM dated October 11, 2022, which is Prosecution's Exhibit P-I-4-D.
Yes, ma'am.
Diyan sa letter na yan, humihingi kayo ng addition o ng augmentation para sa special duty allowance ng VP SPG dahil tumaas ang bilang ng security officers and security or protective agents ng Vice President. Tama ba?
Yes.
Sinabi mo rin dyan sa letter na yan na as of October 10, 2022, the total count per roster of troops is 473.
Yes, ma'am. I mentioned, ma'am, na...
Yes.
I
Thank you, Mr. Ortonio. I'm satisfied with your answer. You will also confirm na nung una, humigit kumulang 95 lamang ang security personnel ng OVP. Tama ba? Kaya nga kayo humingi ng augmentation for special duty allowance dahil biglang nag-increase ito by almost 4 folds.
Ma'am, I can only answer for the security deployment during the term of VP Sara, ma'am.
Correct. Hindi ba isinaad nyo rin dito sa letter na ito, in-explain nyo, kasama ang letter dated August 22, 2022. Dito in-explain nyo bakit kayo humihingi ng special duty allowance.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sinabi nyo na from 95, tumaas nga ang bilang ng security
Yes, ma'am.
detail ng
Yes, ma'am.
security officer or protective agent sa ilalim ng VP SPG. Ayon nga sa'yo, yung mandato ay protektahan at i-ensure ang seguridad ng Bise Presidente. Tama ba?
That's correct, ma'am.
Aaminin mo rin na yung security detail ng Bise Presidente, hindi ito mga karaniwang security guards. Ito ay miyembro ng AFP at PNP. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am. That's
In fact,
correct.
sinabi mo rin sa same letter na yan na 364 ng karagdagang or ng security detail ng Vice Presidente ay mga miyembro ng Armed Forces of the Philippines. At 140 naman ay miyembro ng Philippine National Police. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Sa inyong kaalaman, Mr. Ortonio, meron bang ibang pangalawang Pangulo sa history ng Pilipinas na nagkaroon ng ganito karaming security detail.
Ma'am, I cannot
Objection.
comment on the... I cannot comment for the previous vice presidents, ma'am.
So you do not know. The answer is you do not know.
What I can say, ma'am, is I cannot comment, ma'am, because I have no personal knowledge.
You have no personal knowledge. That's correct. You will also confirm na yung special duty allowance na inyong hiningi, ito ay karagdagang allowance lamang para dito sa VP-SPG. Ibig sabihin, etong membro ng mga VP-SPG, kumukuha na ito or tumatanggap na ng sweldo mula sa AFP sa ilalim ng General Appropriations Act for the members of the AFP. At yung mga miyembro naman ng PNP tumatanggap ng sahod mula sa PNP. Kung alam ninyo, Mr.
Your Honor,
Antonio.
please.
Counsel?
I will have to object, Your Honor, because Council has not shown the relevance of the salaries of VP-SPG to the confidential funds. And in fact, there was no finding from the COA-ICPAO regarding this matter.
Okay, on 2 points, Your Honor.
Kindly comment, Counsel.
First, Your Honor, the fact that this was not flagged by the COA does not preclude this honorable court from making a finding on whether it is irregular or not. Number 2, Your Honor, it's very relevant, Your Honor, because the primary justification for the confidential funds is for ensuring the security of the Vice President, which is already governed by the mandate of the VP-SPG. In short, Your Honor, they requested funds, additional funds, for an item that is already answered for.
Quick reply,
by
Your Honor.
the mandate of the VP-SPG, and which is already paid for from a separate funding, Your Honor.
Quick
Yes,
reply, Your Honor.
thank you, Singh.
The issue on the VP-SPG salary, Your Honor, being allegedly covered by the confidential funds is not among the allegations in the articles of impeachment. Neither was this matter alleged in the impeachment complaints. Number 2, the impeachment court only relies on the findings of the COA, Your Honor. That's the reason why the COA was placed on the witness stand and testify on its matters, Your Honor. With all due respect, the matter of determining whether the salaries were indeed covered by the confidential funds is a matter outside the powers of the impeachment court to determine, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if I may just reply, just to set the record straight, Your Honor, because the
Brief
prosecution...
reply, Counsel, before the Chair makes a ruling. Please continue.
Your Honor, at no point and at no time did the prosecution say that the confidential funds were used to pay for the salary of the VP-SPG. What we are saying, Your Honor, is that the VP-SPG is already paid from a separate account, from a separate fund, salary for the purpose of affording or providing protection to the Vice President. Now, Your Honor, they requested for funds, additional funds to pay for the very same protection.
Your Honor, please.
That's already being
Counsel is testifying, Your Honor.
That's already being afforded by
Actually,
the VP-SPG.
counsels, please. Actually, Attorney May, you already were able to actually say what you want to say on the record based on your comments on the objection. I will have to sustain the objection of counsel for respondent. The salary of the VP-SPG is irrelevant because the confidential funds cannot be used to pay for the salaries of for security, and if at all, to buy confidential information, if at all, which has also been shown to have been done. We see the point, Counsel, Attorney May, that the Vice President has 473 security personnel already, that, as you stated in your offer, should be doing the job that they're spending this confidential fund for. However, the witness has already answered that he may not be in a position to answer that question specifically. Continue with your point.
Thank you, Your
Move
Honor.
on, Attorney May.
Mr. Antonio, you will also confirm na sa inyong sulat na may petsang August 22, 2022, sinabi nyo na as early as July 1, 2022, 7 OVP satellite office na ang naitatag ng Office of the Vice President. Ito yung mga satellite offices sa Bacolod, Cebu, Dagupan, Davao, Surigao, Tacloban, at Zamboanga. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
At nung bawat isa nito, sinabi ninyo, and I quote, are catering to an average of 100 to 150 clients per day. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct.
You will also agree na walang naiulat na untoward incident sa rollout ng mga satellite offices na yon bago ang December 21, 2022. Tama ba?
In terms of the operations within the satellite office, no untoward incidents.
Okay. And you will confirm that during the rollout of the satellite offices, wala pang confidential funds ang Office of the Vice President. Tama ba?
During this time, ma'am.
Wala
During this time.
And you will also confirm na beginning fourth quarter of 2023 up to the present, you continue to roll out satellite offices and projects under your umbrella programs, the Good Governance Program, the Socio-Economic Delivery Program. Tama ba?
Yes.
And up to this time, wala ding naiuulat na untoward incident sa mga rollout ng mga proyektong ito. Tama ba?
Yes.
Yes. Now, etong certification, which is prosecution's evidence, P-I-12-M, nakasulat dito na this, and I quote, this certification is being issued upon the request of the Office of the Vice President for whatever legal purpose it may serve. End of quote. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am, based on the document.
Based on the document. Kung gayon, hindi ito record na iniingatan sa karaniwang takbo ng gawain ng Office of the Vice President. In short, this is not a record kept in the ordinary business of the Office of the Vice President. Yes?
Yes, I would say so.
Yes. The certification was only produced upon request. Tama ba? Based on that document.
Ma'am, for this specific document, ma'am, I cannot say that it is upon request, ma'am. I cannot, based on my understanding, I cannot assume.
Even if it is expressly stated in this document that this certification is being issued upon the request of the Office of the Vice President, hindi mo rin masasabi na issued to upon the request.
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor, that's just a follow-up, Your Honor.
Witness will answer.
I cannot automatically assume, ma'am, na it is made because through a request, just merely because of a statement that indicates na based on a request.
Okay, so ibig sabihin mo, maaring nagkamali lang yung explicit statement.
Your Honor, please.
No.
Your Honor.
What's the basis of the objection?
Misleading, Your Honor. Maaring nagkamali lang.
How is it misleading?
Or argumentative.
Or argumentative.
Sustained.
Okay.
That's the witness answer, counsel, however unacceptable it may, or unacceptable it may be.
Also, in those 4 certifications that you were earlier confronted with, wala ring nakasulat na amount, wala ring nakasulat na pangalan na pinagbigyan ng confidential funds. Walang sinasabi kung saan ginastos basically yung confidential funds na pinapatunguhan dyan sa 4 na certifications na yan. Tama ba?
Based on the document, ma'am, no, it does not indicate.
Okay. Also, Mr. Ortonio, can you please refer to Exhibit P-I-12-M? This is the first certification. Can you see that?
Yes.
You will confirm na yung period na sakop ng certification na yan ay December 20 to December 31. Tama ba?
Based on the document, ma'am, yes, it indicates 20 to 31.
Pero ang mismong liquidation, kung saan nyo yung certification na yan, ang period masakop ay December 21 hanggang December 31 lang.
31.
Tama.
Yes, based on the documents that were
So in
submitted.
short, may 1 day na covered ng certification na hindi covered ng liquidation. Tama ba?
If you will base it, ma'am, based on my understanding, if you will base it on the liquidation report, merong isang araw.
Merong isang araw. Thank you. Your Honor, may I just have 1 minute, Your Honor, to
Please, Counsel, take your salabat, Counsel.
salabat ko.
You may also do the same, Mr. Ortonio.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. May I proceed, Your Honor? Okay, Mr. Ortonio, balikan natin yung sulat ninyo dated November 30, 2023, which is Prosecution's Exhibit P-I-12-D. It's already with you.
P-dash.
I-12-D.
Wala. Yes, ma'am.
Diyan sa same letter na yan, sinabi nyo, and I quote, the OVP identified, okay. Sa letter na yan, sinikap nyong ipaliwanag ang pangangailangan nyo for confidential funds. Sinabi ninyo, and I quote, the OVP identified the need for the conduct of surveillance activities to enable to craft narrowly targeted and responsive programs that would ensure peace and order and prevent criminal activities, particularly those of organized criminal groups and communist insurgents. End of quote. Ngunit, you will confirm sa parehong sulat ninyo dated August 22, 2022, inamin nyo na nga na noong July 1 pa lamang, bago pa humiling ang OVP ng confidential funds, natukoy na ng OVP, sorry, in that same letter, I'm referring to that same letter. In that same letter, inamin nyo na as early as July 1, 2022, bago pa humiling ang OVP ng confidential funds, natukoy na ng OVP ang mga programa at aktibidad na nakatuon sa poverty alleviation, magabanta sa kapayapaan at kaayusan, at pagsulong ng kaunlarang pang-ekonomiya. Tama ba?
Yes, that's indicated in the letter.
Dagdag nyo pa, bilang katwiran, I quote, it was necessary to conduct surveillance activities to determine where best to implement its programs to maximize their impact and reach the isolated, underserved, and unserved areas. As such, in August 2022, the OVP submitted a request through the DBM for confidential fund budget for surveillance activities which are intended to support the mandate and operations of the OVP. End of quote. Tama ba?
Yes, that's correct, ma'am.
Subalit, yung sa balik tayo sa letter nyo dated August 22, 2022, which is Prosecution's Exhibit P-I-4-A, you will confirm na dun sa paliwanag nyo, sa paghingi nyo ng confidential funds, nowhere there, o wala kahit saan man dyan, lumalabas ang salitang surveillance. Tama ba?
Based on the letter that we submitted, ma'am, there's no indication of the word surveillance.
Dahil nga, ang purpose na sinabi ninyo ay, and I quote, for in consideration of the safe implementation of the various projects and activities under the Good Governance Program and the conduct of official engagements and functional representation. Diyan sa same letter na yan, hindi rin sinabi na gagamitin ng confidential funds para sa identification of areas for program implementation. Tama ba?
It is not specifically stated, ma'am, in the letter, ma'am. Although in the letter, ma'am, there's already in consideration for the safe implementation of various projects and activities
Yes.
under the good governance.
Pero hindi sinabi dito na the confidential funds will specifically be used for identification of areas for program implementation.
Based on the letter request, ma'am, there's no specific explanation, ma'am.
And the explanation given was in fact for the safe implementation of OVP initiatives and confidence building.
Yes,
Tama ba?
based on the letter request, ma'am, that's the wordings that were indicated.
And also, if you will refer to the fiscal and financial plan that you subsequently submitted to the DBM, sinabi nyo pa, nilagay nyo, sinaad nyo sa fiscal target, number of identified areas with surveillance conducted and monitored. Hindi ba?
If we will base it in the document, ma'am, yes.
So in short, kahit hindi nakalagay ang bilang, meron ng mga identified areas. May mga lugar nang natukoy dun sa physical and financial plan. Tama ba?
Ma'am, I cannot directly answer, ma'am, if there were identified areas already when the PFP was crafted, ma'am.
Okay. So punta na lang tayo ngayon sa August 22, dun sa dating August 22, 2022 letter. Na inamin mo nga, na as early as July 1, 2022, meron ng 7 satellite office na naitalaga sa Bacolod, Cebu, Dagupan, Davao, Surigao, Tacloban, Zamboanga. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the letter that we submitted.
Okay. And in that same letter, naglaki pa kayo ng Annex A na parehong sulat ng actual na benepisyaryo ng medical assistance linggo-linggo mula unang linggo ng July 22 hanggang sa mga sumusunod na panahon. Tama ba?
Yes, this is the projection that we submitted.
At nakalimbag din sa item 3 ng same letter na yan na 3 pang karagdagang satellite office ang augmentation ng libreng sakay, 2 OVP food truck at Peace 911 sa Marawi. Tama ba?
Yes, that's indicated in item number 3 for the additional positions.
Okay, so even before the confidential funds were released or bago pa mailabas ang confidential funds, meron na kayong mga na-identify na paglalagyan ng mga satellite offices. Tama ba?
Yes, there were plans already
And pag-rolloutan ng mga programa ng OVP.
for
Tama ba?
activities.
Diyan sa November 30, 2023 letter din ninyo, sinabi nyo, and I quote, the OVP opened exploratory talks on the surveillance activities to be conducted and identified information agents to be engaged. The OVP built its information database and established a network of information agents. As such, when the requested confidential funds was released on December 13, 2022 through SARO BMB-C-22-001-2004, the OVP was able to finalize definitive agreements and obligations based on the plan. End of quote. Inilarawan ninyo sa sulat na yan ng exploratory talks. Tama ba?
Yes, this is based on the information from our security officer.
Sinabi nyo rin, information agent na identified kasama ng information database network of information agents. Tama ba?
Yes, as provided by our security officer.
Again, wala ni isa man dito ang nabanggit sa August 2022 confidential fund request. Tama ba?
Based on the initial request, no information indicated.
At wala rin kahit alin man dito ang lumalabas sa PFP for 2022. Tama ba?
When you say, you mean, ma'am, yung...
These items, these words, information database, network information agents, identified agents, walang kahit anuman na lumalabas.
Yes, ma'am. Based on the document presented earlier, ma'am, no such wordings, ma'am.
Okay, hindi rin kayo nakilahok sa supposed exploratory talks na ito. Binatay nyo lamang ito sa kung anong inireport sa inyo. Tama ba?
I had no participation, ma'am, because on matters of security, ma'am, that is not my expertise, ma'am. So this is from our security officer.
Okay. In that same letter, as I've mentioned and as I've read, binanggit nyo rin finalized definitive agreements.
Yes.
Pero wala kayong ni isang isinabmit din na kahit isang definitive agreement. Kahit isa sa mga definitive agreements na inyong tinutukoy dito sa inyong November 30, 2023 letter. Tama ba?
Ma'am, when you pertain to definitive agreements, ma'am, you mean documented agreements, ma'am?
Yes. Kasi para maging definitive agreements, kailangan cast in stones. Ibig sabihin, nakasulat siya.
Ma'am, in terms of any documentation or documented agreements, ma'am, there were no documents that were provided, ma'am. And as to how our agreements were made on the ground, ma'am, again, I cannot provide any information.
You will confirm that from the time the SARA was released on December 13 to the drawdown of the check noong December 20, 2022, itong araw lamang ang naglaps. Ang posisyon ba ng inyong opisina sa loob ng 7 araw na iyon na finalize ninyo ang definitive agreements sa supposed nationwide network ng mga ahente na inyong binanggit sa inyong letter?
Ma'am, as to how the agreements were finalized or made, ma'am, that I cannot provide an answer, ma'am, if those were done within the 7-day period.
Okay. In that same letter, for the first time, you also denied that the 2022 confidential funds were spent in just 11 days. And your explanation was, and I quote, on December 20, 2022, a cash advance for confidential fund was drawn to facilitate payment. Please take note of these words. For the obligations already incurred. Hence, the 125 million confidential funds were fully utilized for expenses planned, implemented, and paid during the 3-month period, meaning October to December 22, and not within mere 11 days, as what the audit observations may have suggested. End of quote. Nakalagay yan sa inyong sagot.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, in terms of...
No, it's okay, Mr. Ortonio. I'm satisfied with your answer.
Your Honor, please.
Yes, Counsel?
Can the witness be allowed to answer?
Your Honor, the witness already satisfied the
question was answerable by yes or
answered.
no. You will be afforded your chance, Attorney Christine, during your cross to make him explain that point.
So you
Proceed, Counsel.
mentioned earlier obligations, quote unquote, already incurred and expenses already paid. So ibig sabihin ng already incurred ay nangako ng magbayad ang OVP bago pa mailabas ang pera. Tama ba?
Ma'am, I cannot specifically say, ma'am, because arrangements made on the ground, ma'am, I have no personal knowledge on it.
Pero inumagda ka sa letter na yan, di ba?
Yes, ma'am. Again, ma'am, these information, ma'am, came from the information from our security officer, ma'am.
So, ibig sabihin, sinulat mo lang, mechanically, eksaktong words na finid sa'yo ng kausap mo. Ganun ba? Na hindi mo naiintindihan kung ano yung sinusulat. Tama
Ma'am,
ba?
First, ma'am, hindi po siya mechanically na sinulat ko lang po kung ano yung sinabi. Of course, ma'am, based on the information that was provided to me, ma'am, yun yung nilatag ko doon sa letter, ma'am, for the drafting of the letter.
Counsel, allow me. Kayo po ang gumawa ng sulat, Ginoong Ortonio, di ba? Problema
Yes.
kayo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kayo po ang gumawa ng sulat?
Yes, Your Honor.
Base sa nakuha niyo impormasyon kay Gina, kay Colonel Lachica, at iba pang opisyal. Ano pong ibig sabihin niyo dyan sa pahayag niyo yan? To facilitate payment for the obligations already incurred. Ibig sabihin, may utang na, babayaran na lang. Na-incur na yung expense, babayaran na lang.
Sir, based on what was shared to me, sir, hindi siya utang, no? But arrangements have been done on mga activities that will be done, and then the payment will be done once the money would be available already.
Mr. Ortonio, what do you mean by obligations already incurred? Anong ibig sabihin para sa inyo nung sinulat niyo yon? Obligations already incurred.
Arrangements.
Sa simpleng salita, bayarin.
Ano, sir, what I meant on this statement, sir, is that there are already arrangements that have been coordinated, sir, prior to the release of the funds.
When you say arrangements nga, may pinangako ng bayaran, hindi pa lang nababayaran. Bayarin. Obligations already incurred. May obligasyon na. May pangako na bayaran. Yun ba yan?
Sir, hindi siya pangako, sir, na bayaran, but meron na siyang mga, how do I explain it, sir? Parang meron ng arrangement, sir, that will be done, and then yung payment, sir, will be once available na siya.
Sir, in the ordinary course of meaning, that's how you define obligations already incurred that you wrote?
Yes, sir. Based on how I understand the information, sir, that's how I indicated it in the letter.
That's his answer, counsel. You may proceed.
Okay, but you will confirm that on those 3 months referred to in your letter, October, November, and November, pati early parts ng December, wala pang allotment na maaaring pagbasihan ng OVP ng obligasyon ng confidential funds. Tama ba?
There was no allotment as of yet.
Kung gayon, wala ding certification of availability of funds na maaaring nailabas para sa mga obligasyon na yan. Tama ba?
There was no document yet released, ma'am.
Okay. Alam nyo din, Mr. Tonyo, dahil sa tagal ng inyong paninilbihan bilang kawani ng gobyerno, alam ninyo na walang obligasyon ng gobyerno na maaaring pasukin, na walang appropriation at katumbas na allotment. Tama ba?
That's correct, ma'am.
At alam din ninyo, base doon sa joint circular na iyong paulit-ulit na sinite sa mga letters ninyo, alam ninyo na ang cash advance ay dapat mauna sa gastos. Tama ba?
That's correct, ma'am.
Hindi ito maaaring legal na gamitin para i-reimburse o pantakip sa mga gastusing na gawa na. Tama ba?
For reimbursements, ma'am, yes, that's indicated in the JC.
Okay, thank you. Now, pumunta na tayo sa your reply to notice of suspension. Ikaw din sumagot sa reply. Ikaw din ang sumagot sa notice of suspension. Di ba?
Yes, ma'am. I'm one of the signatories.
The notice of suspension that I'm referring to is prosecution's Exhibit P-I-13-A. Dito sa notice of suspension na to, pinuna ng COA, and I quote, "There is discrepancy in the total amount of expenses based on the submitted accomplishment report as against the DEPs. Ibig sabihin ng COA, hindi nagtutugma ang total amount ng expenses sa accomplishment report at sa DEPs na sinabmit ng inyong opisina. Tama ba?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Ayon sa COA, ipinakita ng accomplishment report na iyong sinumite na ginamit ang confidential funds sa mga gastusing may kabuuhan ng 125 million pesos. Pero pagdating sa DEPs, nang itotal na ito, ang gastusing actual na naganap ay may kabuuhang 125,150,000 pesos. Tama ba?
Yes po, that's correct.
In short, may pagkakaibang 150,000.
Yes.
At nung sumagot kayo, dyan sa notice of suspension na yan, I'm referring to your letter dated March 13, 2024, which is Prosecution's Exhibit P-I-13-A. Sa sagot ninyo, ang paliwanag ninyo ay yung mga resibo, I quote, may have been inadvertently mixed. Tama ba? Yan yung paliwanag nyo dun sa 150,000 pesos.
Yes, that's correct. Based on our reply.
But 9 days later, sumulat ka ulit sa COA supplementing that earlier reply. Your supplemental reply is dated March 22, 2024, which is Prosecution Exhibit P-I-13-B. Now, dyan sa supplemental reply, ipinaliwanag yung muli yung discrepancy ng 150,000. Ngayon, ang paliwanag ninyo, I quote, the reconciliation shows that an amount of 50 pesos under payment of reward and an amount of 100,000 pesos under purchase of supplies were provided by Assistant Secretary Lemuel G. Ortonio out of his personal funds. Tama ba? But do you recall making that statement in your supplemental reply, Mr.
Yes.
Ortonio?
Based on
Yes.
the
Yes.
information also flashed on the screen. Yes.
Sa'yo galing yung 100. Ikaw yung Lemuel G. Ortonio, Assistant Secretary na pinapatunguhan. I mean, nire-refer dito sa sulat na ito. Tama ba?
That's correct po.
So alam mo rin, dahil ikaw ang nag-abot ng pera, alam mo rin kung kailan siya inabot. Kung kailan siya binigay. Tama ba?
Yes.
So by the time that you prepared your initial response to the notice of suspension, your letter dated March 13, 2024, yung Exhibit P-I-13-A na sa inyong tiningnan kanina, at that point, alam niyo na rin na nagbigay ka ng 150,000 pesos. Tama ba?
But I had to confirm first with our special disbursing officer at the time. So we needed to make a reply. So we sent an initial reply and submitted a supplemental reply.
So you are trying to say na ginawa mo yung letter dated March 13, 2024, nakapagbigay ka na ng explanation na hindi mo pa verify dun sa special disbursing officer at sa security officer.
There is already a coordination.
There was already a coordination.
Yes,
Pero
but
hindi mo naitanong. Naitanong mo lamang 9 days later.
that's why we submitted a supplemental reply to ensure that we provide the proper information.
At sinabi nyo pa rito that was due to the urgency of the expenses. So, ibig sabihin, may sinabi sa inyong expenses na urgent, kaya humingi ng 150,000. In short, pinaliwanag sa iyo kung bakit humingi ng 150,000. Yes?
Ang
Yes.
nilapit po ito sa akin ni Miss Gina Acosta, our
sinabi
SDO.
niya.
And then she mentioned that there was a request from Colonel Chica for an urgent.
And there was urgency for that
Yes.
request. Diba? At hindi rin karaniwan na may hihingi sa'yo ng 150,000 from your own pocket. Hindi naman to karaniwang ginagawa sa OVP, or karaniwan ba ito?
No, it's not common.
Okay. Pero nung gumagawa ka ng notice of suspension, bigla mong nakalimutan na merong 150,000. Sinabi mo na kanina
Let
na
her finish her
in-explain
question
sa'yo,
and then I will hear your objection, Counsel.
sinabi mo na kanina na pinaliwanag sa inyo ni Ms. Acosta na galing kay Colonel Chica yung paliwanag ng urgency for the request. Tama ba?
Yes.
Counsel?
Asked and answered already, Your Honor.
Proceed, Attorney May.
Okay. Yung, Mr. Artonio, your salary grade 29, correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
And you're receiving roughly how much in salary monthly? Mr. Artonio.
Your Honor, please.
What is the objection, Counsel?
Relevance
This is
of the
very
question.
relevant, Your Honor. It goes into the credibility of this witness.
And if you can afford 150, Counsel, if you remember, Gina said the same yesterday. Witness will please answer the question.
Salary grade 29, roughly about 180, 190 gross.
So yung binigay mo ng 150,000 from your personal funds, that's just around 40,000 short of your monthly salary. Tama ba?
That's correct.
Nung binigay mo ba ito, yung 150,000, may hiningi kang resibo, patunay na nagbigay ka ng 150,000?
At the time po, because of the urgency and dahil humingi po ng tulong si Miss Gina sa akin, I provided her with the request.
And were you able to recover the 150,000, Mr. Artonio?
Unfortunately, ma'am, I was not reimbursed anymore.
You were not reimbursed.
Up to today, Mr. Artonio?
Yes, Your Honor. I wasn't reimbursed anymore.
At etong 150,000 naman na ito, hindi ito nag-appear. Yung pagbigay mo ng 150,000, hindi ito nag-appear sa kahit anumang record ng Office of the Vice President.
No.
Hindi. Now, pumunta na tayo sa purchase of supplies. Okay, Mr. Artonio, kasama sa sinasabi niyong pinaglaanan ninyo ng confidential funds ay ang purchase of or payment of purchase supplies, payments of tables and chairs, payment of desktop computers and printers. Tama ba?
Correct.
Okay. Ang mga desktop computer, printer, mesa at upuan ay mga bagay na hindi nauubos or tinatawag na non-consumable. Tama ba?
Yes.
Again, more than or almost 2 decades na kayo naglilingkod sa gobyerno. In fact, naglingkod din kayo bilang pinuno ng Human Resource Management Office nito. Alam niyo, Mr. Artonio, ng ari-ariang binili ng pondo ng bayan or pera ng bayan ay pag-aari ng gobyerno. Tama ba?
Yes, I would say so.
At alam nyo rin na nakatala ang ari-arian ng gobyerno. Ibig sabihin, yung mga government properties, these are recorded. May karampatang property number, property acknowledgement receipt, accountable officer at annual inventory. Tama ba?
Yes, if procurements through the regular funding.
At sinasubmit din ito, yung inventory na to, isinasubmit din ito sa opisina ng Commission on Audit. Tama ba?
Yes, for the inventory.
Okay. Pero, aaminin mo, you will confirm na para dito sa mga purchase ng supposed supplies, computers, tables and chairs, wala kayong sinubmit na inventory para dito sa COA. Tama ba?
Specifically for these items, they were not reflected because of...
I'm not asking... Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Ortoño. I'm not asking for the reason.
Your Honor, please.
I'm just asking whether or not you submitted an inventory to the COA. So,
Attorney Christine?
The witness is answering the question, Your Honor, if he can be allowed to answer.
Again, let it be a subject matter of cross. I think the answer given was sufficient already.
okay. And para din dito sa mga supplies na ito, wala ka rin wala rin binigay sa iyo na invoice or official receipt. Wala ditong, tama ba?
None.
Okay. Wala ka rin nakitang records ng sales invoices na to at mga official receipts sa buong record ng OVP. Tama ba?
None, ma'am.
Wala ring dokumento na magpapakita na ang mga bagay na ito ay i-donate ng OVP sa kahit sino man. Tama ba?
No record in
Yes.
terms of the donation.
Hanggang ngayon, ikaw personally, Mr. Ortoño, hindi mo rin maituturo kung nasaan na itong mga mesa, upuan, supplies, computers na nagkakahalagang 3.5 million. Hindi mo naman ituro kung nasaan sila.
Considering that these are procurements for confidential activities, no, ma'am, I would have no personal knowledge on where these items are.
And I would suppose wala ring nakapagturo sa office ng OVP kung nasaan itong mga mesa, computer, supplies na ito. Tama ba?
Your Honor, please.
Attorney Christine?
Speculative, Your Honor.
How is that speculative, Your Honor?
Or asking for an opinion.
How is that asking for opinion, Your Honor? I am asking whether, to his knowledge, there was anyone in the OVP who could point to these non-consumable items.
Her wording was, I suppose. She did not say to your knowledge.
Okay, then I withdraw. I drop, Your Honor, the phrase, I suppose. Mr. Ortoño, tama
Witness
ba?
may answer if he knows.
No, I would not have any knowledge also if there are other personnel in the office who would know in the OVP.
Okay. Conversely, hindi mo rin masasabi kung merong nakakaalam, kung talagang nag-i-exist itong mga mesa, tables and chairs, computers at supplies.
Your Honor, please. Already asked and answered and repetitive.
Move on, counsel.
Okay. Earlier, Mr. Ortoño, we just parked one item, yung certifications that were attached to the liquidation reports. You will confirm, Mr. Ortoño, that the Vice President herself signed all those certifications.
Yes, ma'am, based on the documents that were presented.
By the way, Mr. Ortoño, earlier you mentioned that you submitted PIORs. Did you ask Ms. Acosta and the security officer kung meron man, ano-ano itong mga threats na na-identify in the course of the disbursement of the confidential funds. Naitanong nyo ba?
No, I did not ask anymore, ma'am.
Okay. So just to summarize, Mr. Ortonio, doon sa August 22, 2022 letter, may I request the technical booth to please flash on the screen.
Kindly flash the August 22, 2022 letter signed by Mr. Ortonio.
Just to summarize, in that letter, ang pinigay niyong paliwanag para sa confidential funds ay para sa tatlong bagay. Good governance program, functional representation, para sa travel ng Pangulo. Tama ba?
Can I see the document first? Ma'am, I'll confirm on the good governance, but on what we indicated, ma'am, is on the conduct of official engagements and functional representation
So
in domestic and in international and domestic events.
So 3 items, 3 projects, or 3 items. You have governance, good governance program, you have official engagements, and functional representation. Tama ba?
That's basically 2, ma'am. That's the implementation for good governance program and conduct of official engagements and functional representation.
Thank you, Mr. Antonio. I stand corrected on that. So those 2 items. Pagdating sa PFP, ang justification for the 2022 PFP and justification was good governance program. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the documents earlier, ma'am.
Okay. Sa 2023 naman, socio-economic delivery program.
Asked and answered, Your Honor, earlier.
I'm sorry, Counsel. What was the question, Attorney May?
For this 2023 certification, Your Honor, the justification was socio-economic delivery program.
On the assumption that she's winding up, Attorney Christine, because she said
Yes, Your
she's
Honor.
summarizing the points that were the points that the witness had already answered to. I will allow it. Witness may answer. Yes, Mr. Antonio. Do you want the question repeated?
Yes, kindly repeat the question, ma'am.
For the 2023, ang paliwanag niyo para sa confidential funds ay dahil gagamitin ito sa socio-economic delivery program. Tama ba?
Yes, as indicated in the document earlier.
Okay. At sa mga certifications naman na isinumitin ninyo in response to the AOM, sinabi dito na ginamit ang confidential funds para sa surveillance to ensure that no untoward incident will happen. Tama ba?
Yes, based on the document earlier, ma'am.
At para naman sa sagot nyo sa AOM, pati sa NS, ang sinabi naman ninyo, gagamitin ang confidential funds para sa surveillance activity that would help you determine and identify areas kung saan i-roll out yung mga proyekto ninyo. Tama ba?
That's one of the
That's one of
the justifications that we indicated.
which never appeared in the prior documents. Tama ba?
Yes.
So in short, nagbigay kayo ng 4 na bersyon, 4 na rason para sa isang pondo. Tama ba?
Your Honor, please.
I was expecting something, Attorney Christine. Yes.
Yeah, it's misleading, Your Honor. 4 na bersyon and conclusion of fact.
Your Honor, if I may, Your Honor.
I'll allow it, Attorney Christine. The witness is intelligent enough to be able to identify that indeed some answers were different from the previous ones they gave.
And just to set the record
I'm just
straight,
not
Your
so
Honor.
sure if it's 4, but
Just to set the record straight, Your Honor, I did not say 4. I mentioned 5. So,
ang dinig ko nga 4 eh. Ang dinig ko 4 eh.
4, yes,
So I
4.
don't know the number of versions you have, but you do admit that several versions or explanations were given, not
For the same
for the
funds.
same expense.
There were different justifications.
Okay,
Yes.
different justifications for the same fund, for the same confidential fund. Tama ba?
Can I
Yes.
clarify?
Just say yes or no.
There were four explanations.
There were 4 explanations for the same fund. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So in short, paiba, you will also agree with me na kapag paiba-iba ang rason, maaring nagsisinungaling lang or talaga namang ito ay isa lamang scam.
Your Honor, please.
You and I both know, Attorney May, I have to sustain whatever basis for the objection Attorney Christine may
Yes, Your
give.
Honor. Move to strike the scam and nagsisinungaling.
So stricken off the record.
Last item, Your Honor.
Yes, proceed, Attorney May.
Okay, Mr. Antonio, kanina sinabi mo na si Vice President mismo ang humingi ng confidential fund sa simula pa lang. Siya ang humingi ng 250 million mula sa DBM. Tama ba?
Yes.
Siya rin ang nag-decide kung magkanong amount ang ire-request. Tama ba? Ultimately, sa kanyang nanggaling ang desisyon. Tama ba?
Yes.
At pinirmahan niya rin ang approval para sa pag-release ng pondo. Tama ba? Through the disbursement vouchers. Tama ba?
Yes.
Yes. Pinirmahan niya rin ang mga liquidation reports at certification supporting the liquidation reports. Tama ba?
Yes.
Okay. In short, you will agree with me, this whole confidential funds matter, ang arkitekto at mastermind nito ay si Vice President Sara.
Your Honor, please. Your Honor, please. Objection.
Sustained. Counsel.
Mastermind. Move to strike, Your Honor, the
Your Honor,
statement.
May we request, Your Honor, that it remain on record?
May I request you likewise
Move to strike, Your Honor.
I will have to strike it off, Counsel. Kindly replace it with words that are more acceptable, such as that everything was approved by and with the consent of or with the full knowledge of. It's up to you. I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Mr. Antonio, she was the architect. Yung confidential funds na to,
Objection, Your Honor.
kung paano ito i-disperse at gagamitin, i-utilize,
Objection.
siya ang architect ng buong ito.
I will have to sustain the objection again, Counsel. Allow me. Mr. Antonio, lahat ng nangyayari at ginawa kaugnay ng confidential fund mula sa paghingi nito sa DBM, sa paggastos, kung paano ito ginastos, paano ito niliquidate, kasabay na yung mga sagot na binigay kaugnay sa OEM, Notice of Suspension at Notice of Disallowance. Lahat ito ay alam, nasa ilalim ng supervision, pinahintulutan at inotorisa ng ikalawang Pangulo.
Wait.
Gusto mo i-say ko?
Can you repeat, Your Honor?
Lahat ng bagay kaugnay sa confidential fund mula sa pag-request, sa pag-release, sa pag-encash, sa paggastos, sa pag-liquidate, sa pagsagot sa mga AUM, Notice of Suspension at Notice of Disallowance, ay una, nalalaman ng ikalawang Pangulo. Pangalawa, inotorisa niya base sa mga pirma niya sa iba't ibang dokumento. At pangatlo, ay nasa ilalim ng kanyang supervision bilang head of agency. Would that be an accurate statement or tell me if it's not?
Based on my understanding, sir, and based on what I know, sir, yes, the Vice President knows about the confidential activities and how it is being implemented.
I'll pursue it further. may ginawa ka ba na hindi alam o inauthorize ni Vice President Sara kaugnay sa confidential funds kasabay na yung pagsagot mo sa mga AOM, Notice of Suspension at Disallowance?
None, Your Honor.
Lahat alam niya at inauthorize niya?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sa pagkakaalam mo, may ginawa ba si Gina o si Colonel Lachica kaugnay ng confidential funds mula sa disbursement, mula sa withdrawal, disbursement at liquidation na hindi nalalaman o inautorisa ng ikalawang Pangulo, if you know?
As to Miss Gina and Colonel Lachica, Your Honor, I would have no personal knowledge on it.
Okay.
Your
Any
Honor,
final questions, Attorney May?
That would be all for direct, Your Honor.
Your Honor, please.
Yes, Attorney Christine, rather.
Before we release the witness and adjourn, Your Honor, there is a consensus, Your Honor, that we will ask the court, the respondent would like to ask the court to remind the prosecution, Your Honor, not to use inappropriate words, Your Honor, like scam, mastermind, nagsisinungaling. This is the third time, Your Honor, that we have heard those words, specifically the word scam. And this is a solemn proceeding. This is a court of law. This is a court of procedure and actually a court of decorum. And we are not supposed to make insinuations, accusations, or conclusions, Your Honor. So we request the court to kindly remind the prosecution.
Yes, I agree with counsel. Earlier, the court made an admonition and reminder to the counsel for the panel of prosecutors, but did not strike out those statements. But subsequent similar statements made were stricken off from the record by the presiding officer. But it does seem that it's becoming a, I would rather use the word habit than pattern, for the panel of prosecutors to close their direct with such strong statements. So kindly, yes, what is the pleasure of Senator Judge Cayetano?
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, Mr. Senate President, dear colleagues. I'd just like to take note that so the presiding officer made a ruling. We all know the intention and the duties of the prosecution. We admire your passion in trying to prove your allegations, but we're also all aware that the medium is the message. So during the time of radio and even TV, you make that statement and then it is stricken off the record. It's forgotten. There's no, if I can use the word, mind conditioning. And in fact, when I first became a senator in 2007, talagang hahanapin mo talaga yung records. That's why even here, kapag ka may disagreements and medyo nadala ng emotion, pinapa-strike off the record. At pagka sa labas ng Senate nangyari, naghahamunan ng, you say that here, para magsagutan tayo. So the problem nga with coming up with words especially, and this is for both sides and even for the senator judges, when we use certain words that can be, sa Tagalog, bansag. Binansagan mo na na scam o scammer, binansagan mo na nagnakaw, etc. So I personally don't mind if you use words that is already in your pleadings or in your articles of impeachment. But of course, it still should come from the witness unless you can frame it in a way that it's not only the dignity of the court. I'm just saying, let's all be aware that when we say it, even if we say withdrawn or even, both sides, kahit sabihin mo withdrawn na to, kahit sabihin mong nice try, etc. We know that that's for the cameras, not just for the court. Diba? Kasi kaming 24, whether we watch it here, we watch it in our cell phone, we watch it inside, kami magde-decide. But we all know we're also trying to convince you, not we. The prosecution and defense is trying to convince the public that either the Vice President or her office or whoever is guilty or innocent. So, yun lang, let's be circumspect without pointing fingers to anyone, both sides. Dahil nga, kapag may certain word na may not only negative but may emotional attachment, magva-viral na yan. And it will really affect the integrity not only of the court but of the decision sa huli, 'di ba? So I just like to agree with you and emphasize na, you know, in the future if you say that nagkamali, let's not kid each other, no. Kahit kaming mga senator judges nagkakamali din kami, lalo pag nag-i-interview na or kaharap na yung vloggers or yung traditional media. But once masabi mo, it takes a life of its own, di ba? Those words. So we have to really be more circumspect in choosing our words, Mr.
I will
President.
allow Attorney May to comment before we proceed with other administrative matters. Yes, Attorney May?
Well, Your Honor, we apologize if sometimes we get carried away by our zeal and our passion, Your Honor. But we at the prosecution, we just want to call a spade a spade.
Within limits,
But-
you may.
Yes, Your Honor. But henceforth, to borrow the words of my colleague, Your Honor, we will try to behave.
That will be part of the chair's ruling as well. However, since we're ending at 2:30, Attorney Christine, your cross will proceed tomorrow.
Yes, Your Honor.
And redirect and recross as well. But with the permission of the counsel for the parties, the chair will begin the proceedings tomorrow with its ruling in regard to the August 12 manifestation of Attorney Sheila. So we will begin tomorrow with Attorney Ligutan, giving him his 5 minutes of explanation or not longer than that, the ruling, and then we'll proceed with your cross, Attorney Christine, and then your redirect and recross, if any, by Attorney May and Attorney Christine, respectively. In the meantime, before we adjourn, for the information of Senator Judges, according to the Senate President, we shall convene session at 3 p.m. The court acknowledges the report of the clerk of court with respect to the comparison of the acknowledgement receipts and directs the clerk of court to furnish a copy of its findings, which the presiding officer initially mentioned last week, to the counsel for the parties as well as the senator judges. So ordered. In relation to the condition of Edward Fajarda, I am in receipt of a report by Dr. Season, the Bureau Director of the Medical and Dental Bureau of the Senate, confirming the condition of Mr. Eduardo Fajarda, that he is recommended to have bed rest or to rest for 2 weeks, which began last August 20 and which shall end on September 3. Chair therefore instructs the clerk of court to issue the corresponding subpoena in the subsequent trial date on September 7, 2025 at 10 a.m. The court would also like to note and point out the manifestation yesterday of Attorney Sheila on the 5-day notice rule. When we checked the TSN just to make sure, the 5-day notice rule applies to witnesses not mentioned in the pretrial order. In regard to witnesses mentioned in the pretrial order, it will not apply, although as the chair already stated yesterday, you still have enough time, Attorney Sheila, because I think you will be able to cross Colonel, who's the first, would you know, Attorney May, who's the first witness, if ever, that you will call a Colonel?
Colonel Boransing, Your Honor.
If at all, the cross-examination of Colonel Boransing will happen on a Monday. So you still have more than enough time to prepare for your cross of the good Colonel. Then Tuesday. Then more than enough time. Yes, Attorney Sheila.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Your Honor, I would just like to return to the presiding officer's statement on the application of the 5-day ruling or schedule for the disclosure of the witness. If I may just be clarified, because as far as I recall, this 5-day ruling was a product of the proposal and counter-proposal between the prosecution and defense during the pretrial stage. In fact, when the prosecution submitted its proposal, its written proposal, the initial proposal by the prosecution was only for a 3-day prior period to disclose the witnesses. But we counter-proposed that parties be allowed at least 5 days so that each party may be given ample time to prepare for the examination of the witnesses. And so I'm partly confused, Your Honor, as to the statement that the 5-day rule only applies as to the witnesses who were not disclosed in the pretrial order.
When we checked, counsel, that was the ruling on the chair. In fact, twice. In fact, however, having said that, this situation is unique, as pointed out by the lead prosecutor yesterday, because their intended witness is unavailable because of an ailment, and that they had to fill in with a new witness who is in the pretrial order. And given the amount of time being spent on the witnesses and the interjection of judges, in any case, you will still have your 5 days. In fact, more than 5 days, Attorney Sheila, for this witness.
Yes,
and the presiding officer will be conscious of the fact that, as much as possible, the witnesses for the following week should be announced by the lead prosecutor on a Wednesday the week before.
Okay.
To afford ample time for both sides to prepare, even when it comes when your time comes, Attorney Sheila, to
Yes,
present your
Honor.
evidence in chief.
I understand, Your Honor, but if I may just be allowed also to explain
Yes, ma'am.
further my concern. My concern is that if this is the new rule moving forward, that it would seem to me that there would be no more period or prior period to be observed in relation to the disclosure of witnesses for the following days or hearing dates, then that would be a concern, not only for the defense, but also for the prosecution when the time comes for the defense to present its witnesses. And so, and also, I recall that at the start of this trial, the court made it clear that, as the presiding officer had said, the parties must disclose their intended witnesses for the next week at the end of the hearing scheduled for the week prior. And so, even if I do not want to dispute what the presiding officer had said regarding the TSN or the records about this ruling, but just so parties are guided, may we now ask if the 5-day prior rule will still govern the proceeding moving forward?
As a
Your
rule, subsequent witnesses for the following week should be announced in open court the Wednesday of the previous week.
Okay,
So kung
Honor.
sino man po yung mga testigo, sa darating na linggo, Lunes hanggang Martes, Miyerkules, dapat sabihin na sa huling araw ng paglilitis ng linggo bago yung susunod na linggo. Maliban na lang, ulitin ko, kapag may pagkakataon tulad ngayon, na medyo kakaiba naman, para hindi masayang yung oras at panahon ng husgado, kakaintay sa testigong hindi maganda ang karamdaman. So as a rule, counsel, yes, and we will make sure to afford time. And if you need more time, the court will be lenient in order to provide adequate time to prepare in fairness for both parties, not only the counsel for respondent.
All right, Your
Honor,
Honor, we
please.
submit with that clarification.
Thank you.
Your
Yes,
Just for purposes of
Honorable Ministro?
clarity, Your Honor.
Yes, Honorable Lisa?
Because we acknowledge that we are still adopting and maintaining the
5 days.
certain number of days required before the hearing for the succeeding week. But I understand the concern of Attorney Sheila from 5 days. Perhaps we can place it on record to change the 5-day notice rule to 4-day notice rule. That is to be consistent with Wednesday, Your Honor, as the submission of the witnesses for the succeeding week.
It's the same, counsel. Wednesday, Monday would be the 5th day, so that's still 5 days. It's not necessarily 5 days prior. Let's stick to what was originally agreed, and by way of exception, as the need arises, we will cross the bridge when we get there and still ensure that both parties will be given adequate time and will be given fair shake
Thank
to
you, Your Honor.
prepare
Just
for the witness.
one more point, Your Honor.
Yes,
just
Attorney
to
Sheila?
avoid any ambiguity, may we also request a disclosure be made via email, Your Honor, so that the disclosure be received by the other party in a timely
Via
manner.
email
Thank you.
before the trial on Wednesday, because on a Wednesday we'll hear it anyway.
We're
Attorney
okay
Sheila.
at the end of the trial day on Wednesday, Your Honor.
But we'll hear it anyway in open court.
Well, whether they do it in the morning or if they choose to do it after the hearing on Wednesday. Your
And
Honor. Thank you.
one more thing, Honorable Luistro, Chair would like to remind the prosecution to kindly submit the proposed circumstances or stipulation, facts for stipulation and documents for stipulation at least a day before the witness is set to be presented, so that the counsel for respondent will have ample time to review, study it, and hopefully shorten the proceedings by stipulating to it. Same ruling applies to the counsel for respondents when their time comes to present their evidence in chief.
We note the instructions, Your Honor.
Thank you. What is the pleasure of Senator Judge Zubiri?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. Before we adjourn today's session, I'd just like to ask broad strokes, the timelines moving forward for the impeachment proceedings, because we're also entering the budget season. As a matter of fact, Monday to Wednesday, nandito na po tayo from 9 to, well, ako kasi majority leader po tayo, so I'm last to leave. So 9 to 8, nandito po ako, kasama na ibang mga kasamahan ko dito. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Thursday is hearing of our committees. And we have only one day to have our committee hearings. And so we just like to be guided accordingly. Once the budget starts being discussed, all departments will be coming here. Thursday, Friday, Saturday siguro, abot tayo ng Saturday. So wala nang pahinga yung mga staff natin. I just want to know from the presiding officer, what is the plan? Are we going to take this all the way up to December? Because Burr months are fast approaching. I think in 2 weeks' time, Jose Marichan will be singing again in all the malls. Kidding aside, we just need to be guided accordingly for our legislative calendar as well, Mr. President, presiding officer. Just broad strokes, maybe from the prosecution. Do we know, are we going to finish this before the December break? Because we want to know if we're going to continue all the way till February on this topic, so that in the legislative calendar, we can also make adjustments. Meron po tayong legislative calendar that we approve both houses. So at least kami, also, if there's an impeachment calendar, then we can be guided accordingly, because the chairman of the Committee on Finance is heavily stressed out. Every time I see him, he doesn't know how we're going to have the hearings all together, Mr. President, Mr. Presiding Officer. Just some queries, administrative queries, so that we can move forward and make both the impeachment calendar and the legislative calendar work for these two proceedings, which is basically the impeachment and legislation, Mr. President.
To respond to Senator Judge Zubiri, in broad strokes, the presiding officer is optimistic and hopeful that we will complete these proceedings before the end of the year. Second, we will be having a more specific schedule for the impeachment once our chair of the Committee on Finance comes up with his calendar for the deliberation on the budget. Given that that is the most important piece of legislation that the Senate as a legislative body is supposed to pass, we have to allocate enough time for that to ensure its passage before the end of the year, giving due consideration to the Bicameral Conference Committee as well as inputs coming from the House of Representatives through the GAB. So once that comes out, Senator Judge Zubiri, we can roughly give you a picture and idea with respect to the timeline and the schedule, and if we will shift, and if we will indeed shift, how and when. Also for the information of the parties. There be no other matters to take up and discuss. Again, tomorrow we shall have your first, the cross-examination of Mr. Ortonio. But before that, the comment of Attorney Ligutan, the ruling of the chair with respect to the August 12 manifestation of Attorney Sheila, and then redirect, recross, and intervention of the senator judges in relation to Mr. Ortonio, and if we still have enough time for the prosecution's next witness. There be no other points to take up. Trial is hereby adjourned until tomorrow, August 26 at 10 a.m.
At dyan nagtatapos ang Day 18 ng paglilitis at ang direct examination sa bagong testigo ng prosekusyon. Humarap na sa impeachment court si Lemuel Ortonio, ang Assistant Chief of Staff at Assistant Secretary ng OVP. Kinumpirma ng ikalawang hostile witness ng prosekusyon na wala siyang nakitang official receipts ng mga pinagkagastusan ng confidential funds ng Bise Presidente.
Sa pagsalang ni Ortonio, kinumpirma niya na nagastos ng OVP ang 125 million peso confidential fund sa loob lamang ng 11 araw at wala siyang natanggap ni isang resibo ng mga pinagamitan nito. Isa rin sa mga tinalakay ang paghingi ng opisina ng Bise Presidente ng confidential funds mula sa Department of Budget and Management noong 2022.
Sinabi ng witness na humingi ang OVP ng confidential funds kahit na wala pang plano na mga aktibidad na paglalaanan ng pera. Kinumpirma rin ni Ortonio na sinamahan niya ang kapwa niya witness na si Gina Acosta nang ipa-encash ang mga confidential funds sa bangko. Inamin din ni Ortonio na galing sa kanya ang 150,000 pesos na sobra sa accomplishment report ng 125 million confidential funds ng OVP. Sinabi ng prosekusyon na lumalabas na ang Vice Presidente ang matatawag na mastermind at arkitekto ng confidential fund scheme. At sa pagtatapos ng direct examination sa ikalawang hostile witness, ano pa nga ba ang inaasahan nila sa mga susunod na testimonya ng Assistant Chief of Staff ng OVP? At sino-sino pa ang mga susunod na witness sa paglilitis? May live report mula kay Julian Luna. Julian.
Jasmine, opisyal lang ang naipresenta ng prosekusyon ng kanilang panibagong testigo na si Lemuel Ortonio. Pero bago magsimula ang trial ngayong araw, nauna nang iginiit itong si Private Prosecutor at Attorney Lorna Capunan na ang testimonya nitong si Lemuel Ortonio ay may kukonekta sa naging testimonya ni Gina Acosta. Base sa ipinresentang mga dokumento at naging testimonya ni COA ECFAO State Auditor Sailin May del Campo, si Lemuel Ortonio ang tumatayong Assistant Secretary at Assistant Chief of Staff ng Office of the Vice President. Si Lemuel Ortonio din ang itinuturo ni Gina Acosta na tumulong sa pag-encash ng 125 million pesos sa 4 na traveling bag, bagay na kinumpirma ni Ortonio sa kanyang testimonya kanina. Bago maging hostile witness, naging resource person na siya sa naging pagdinig ng House Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability. Ayon kay Deputy Speaker Paulo Ortega, noon pa man na hindi na cooperative sa naging pagdinig sa Kamara. Pero umaasa ito na iba ang magiging trato ni Ortonio ngayon sa impeachment court. Bukod dyan, 3 mga kinatawan mula sa AFP ang susunod na testigo ng prosekusyon na anilay maiuugnay sa AFP certifications na konektado sa naging paggastos ng DepEd confidential funds. Yan ay matapos na makatanggap ng sulat ng impeachment court na na-stroke si Edward Fajardo na dapat sanang susunod na testigo. Kinumpirma rin ni Private Prosecutor Attorney Lorna Capunan na ihaharap pa rin nila sa witness stand si Edward Fajardo matapos ang 2 linggo na pahinga na hiniling nito sa impeachment court. Narito ang kabuuan ng pahayag ng prosekusyon.
Hindi ako naman mag-assume, pero baka parang ang dating din is yung parang kay Gina Acosta.
Well, unang-una ang ini-establish natin is yung pattern. Yung masasabi natin na pwedeng impeachable offense. At maliwanag naman, yung 3 na ipipresenta namin, sila yung mga nag-issue ng certification kung saan sinasabi nila na ni Singkong Butas wala silang natanggap na pondo galing sa DepEd.
Fajardo, you know from the ruling ng presiding officer, merong in-appoint, designate na Senate doctor, no, to examine yung condition talaga ni Fajardo. But kasi sa letter niya, humingi siya ng 2 weeks. So, we will still be presenting Fajardo. Siguro after 2 weeks.
Kung babalikan natin, Jasmine, no, pang-anim na itong si Lemuel Ortonio sa mga testigo ng prosecution para pa rin sa Article 1 at pangalawang hostile witness nga ng impeachment court. Kasabay ng kanyang pagharap ngayong araw ay pagharap din o unang pagharap nitong si Private Prosecutor at Attorney May Divina Gracia, kung saan ilan sa mga nakita natin habang nasa direct examination siya, no, yung hawak-hawak niyang wooden cross na anyay talagang dinadala niya tuwing siya ay nasa pagdinig o nasa isang trial. Yan munang update mula rito. Balik muna dyan sa inyo, Justin.
Maraming salamat, Julian Bunan.
Kaabang-abang, no, ang trial bukas, cross-examination naman ni Ortonio. Okay, sige. So, at dahil nga sa masamang panahon, ilang beses na kansela ang impeachment trial ngayong buwan. Dahil dyan na delay nga itong pagdinig at naapektuhan rin ang iba pang trabaho ng mga senador. Dahil dyan, may panukala na ibalik ulit sa hapon ang schedule ng paglilitis. Ang tanong, pabor ba ang publiko na sa hapon ulit gawin ang paglilitis sa Bise Presidente? Alamin natin ang kanilang opinion sa live report ni Carms Magluyuan. Carms, anong sabi ng mga kababayan natin?
Ng ilang senator judges at prosec team na muling ilipat sa hapon ang pagdinig sa impeachment trial ng Vice Presidente. Ito'y upang hindi nila napuputol ang paglalahad ng testimonya at ebidensya at nang sa gayon ay magkaroon na nila ng mahabang oras ang paglilitis upang mapabilis na ito. Pero ano nga ba ang tingin ng mga kababayan sa suwesyong ito? Narito po ang report. Pabor sa ilang mamamayan na ating nakausap ang paglipat sa hapon ng paglilitis. Isa na riyan si Nanay Merly na isang flower arranger at maagang kumikilos upang kumita.
Ay hindi, gusto ko pang hapon kasi sa umaga marami akong ginagawa. Tsaka kailangan kong maghanap buhay.
Para rin sa ilan, mas marami ang posibleng makapanood ng paglilitis kung sa hapon isasagawa ang pagdinig.
Mas mainam na hapon kasi pag umaga po kasi puro trabaho ang pasok ng tao. Yung hapon medyo may maagang umuwi, pahinga na, manonood na. Kaya mas maganda yung alas 3 ng hapon.
Hapon na lang para mas marami mga panood kasi yung umaga halos nasa trabaho yung mga tao sa hapon o pahinga. Yun.
Sa ngayon, wala pang pinalapas siya sa posibleng pagbabago ng schedule ng paglilitis kung mananatili itong magsisimula sa alas 10 ng umaga o ililipat sa alas 2:30 o alas 3 ng hapon. Ayon kay Presiding Officer Cheese Escudero, inaasahang bukas, Miyerkules, ay magkakaroon na ng desisyon hinggil dito. At yan nga siya ang pananaw ng taong bayan tungkol sa posibleng pagpapalit ng oras ng impeachment trial. Dito walang tama o maling sagot. Ang mahalaga, may boses ka. Dito lang yan sa ATM. Anong tingin mo? Balik muna sa inyo dyan.
Maraming salamat sa iyo, Carms Magluyuan.
Day 18. Katapos ng Day 18 at nakita natin si Lemuel Ortonio, ang Assistant Secretary at ang Assistant Chief of Staff ng Office of the Vice President. Katulad ni Gina Acosta, sinabi din ni Lemuel Ortonio na wala siyang nakitang resibo na magpapatunay dun sa pagbili ng mga tables and chairs o ng mga supplies, mga gamot na pinaggamitan ng pera na galing sa confidential funds. Yung gamot pa lang ay nakakahalaga na ng 14 million pesos. So inamin niya dito sa impeachment court na wala siyang kitang resibo na magpapatunay na yung pera ay pinambili talaga ng gamot at ng tables and chairs.
At mahalaga yung papel ni Ginoong Ortonio kasi isa siya sa mga signatory na pumirma dun sa mga sagot ng OVP, dun sa audit observation memo, notice of suspension, no, at ang ipinagtataka rin natin, inamin niya sa kanyang testimonya kanina na hindi niya nakita yung mga attachment doon sa mga sagot na isinabmit nila sa COA. Isa dyan sa mga attachment na yan, yung Protective Intelligence Operations Report, na sinagot o na inihanda para isumite ng kanilang security officer. At ang isa pa nating napansin ay itinuturo rin ni Ginoong Ortonio si Colonel Lachica, na malaki ang naging papel sa paggasta ng confidential fund.
So parang nakikita mo mula sa mga testimonya ni Ginang Acosta at saka Ginoong Lemuel Ortonio na halos iisa lang talaga ang kanilang sinasabi na meron silang mga disbursement na ginawa na walang mga papel o resibo silang natanggap at merong isang punto de vistang tao, itong si Colonel Lachica, na siyang napagbigyan ng disbursement at wala silang patunay na ito ay nakuha na ni Colonel Lachica. So makikita natin bukas, inaabangan po natin to, yung cross-examination naman ng bahagi ng depensa at makikita natin kung paano susubukang tibagin o susubukang itayo ang naging testimonya ditong ni Ginoong Ortonio mula sa pagkakatestimonya niya sa prosekusyon. At napag-usapan din kanina ay yung schedule ulit Kasi nga, di ba 3 o'clock sinasabi. Pero naglinaw si Presiding Officer at Senator Judge Chis Escudero na kung sa hapon ito gagawin, ito ay magbabase muna sa magiging opisyal na calendar ng Committee of Finance kasi ito daw ang pinaka-importanting yung pag-budget. It's budget season very, very soon. At importante kasi ito mga kababayan, dahil dito titignan ng maigi ang mga budget proposals ng bawat ahensya ng gobyerno at dito nila pagdedebatihan kung tama ba ang ipinropose na budget ng ahensya o ng departamento at titignan nila sa lahat ng mga nakolektang buwis magkano ang ipoportion doon, diba? So madugong proseso po ito na kailangan talagang bigyan ng panahon ng Kongreso, lalo na ng Senado, kaya kailangan ding maglaan ng karampatang oras. So yun nga, titignan na nga natin. Pero may sort of indication na rin kahit papano kasi inaasahan na rin na magkakaroon ng subpoena by September 27 si Mr. Eduardo Fajardo.
September 7.
September 7 ba? O sige,
September 7. 10 a.m.
So parang hindi, kung ito ang indikasyon so far, malamang hindi pa natin makikita next week ang pagbabago ng schedule. Malamang baka mid-September?
Tingnan natin, oo.
Si Edward Fajardo, ang Special Disbursing Officer naman ng Department of Education sa ilalim ni Vice Presidente nung siya ang Head of Agency ng DepEd. So parang siya yung katapat ni Gina Acosta. Si Gina Acosta yung sa OVP, si Edward Fajardo naman sa DepEd. Kung balik tayo kay Lemuel Ortonio, si Lemuel Ortonio ay nanggaling din sa Davao at naging staff din ng Bise Presidente nung siya ang mayor ng Davao City. So pareho sila ni Gina Acosta na doon ang galing at dinala sila ng Bise Presidente dito para naman mag-serve sa Office of the Vice President. So pareho yung pinanggalingan nila at halos pareho yung naging testimonya nila. Pareho na lang sinasabi na ang nangyari sa pera ay ibinigay nila kay Colonel Raymond Lachica. At ang interesting na palaging sinabi ni Gina Acosta kahapon ay dinisburse niya ang pera kay Colonel Raymond Lachica. Ginagamit niya yung salitang yon dahil siya ang disbursing officer at siya lang ang may karapatan mag-disperse ng confidential funds. So sinabi niya, dinisperse niya yung pera kay Colonel Lachica. Pero sabi naman ng presiding officer kahapon din sa trial, sabi ni Senator Chis Escudero, kung binigay mo yung pera kay Colonel Lachica at si Colonel Lachica ang nagbigay sa final recipient, ang ibig sabihin nun, siya ang nag-disperse ng pera. Dahil ang ibig sabihin na nag-disperse ng pera, ikaw yung namahagi ng pera. So, yun yung parang naging contentious na bahagi ng trial kahapon.
At hindi nga naitago ng ilang senator judge yung kumbaga kanilang pagkainis, pagkayamot din kahapon, di ba? Dahil sa paulit-ulit na tanong at mukhang hindi nila nakukuha yung sagot na kanilang gusto. No, merong komento si Senator Judge Raffy Tulfo, no? Nagkaroon din ng side comment si Senator Judge Lacson, side comment din mula kay Senator Judge Soto dahil nga sa frustration habang tinatanong si Gina Acosta kasi hanggang sa huli pinanindigan niya na dinisburse naman niya. Pero dinisburse niya kay Colonel Lachica. At ngayong araw, yung karugtong ng kwento na yon mula kay Ginoong Ortonio. Pagkabigay ng pera kay Colonel Lachica, si Colonel Lachica ang nagbigay sa mga recipient at yung mga recipient na yon kaya walang naibigay na official receipt ng mga gamot, supplies, tables and chairs dahil ipinaubaya na sa kanila yung pagbili nung mga bagay na yon.
Lilinaw naman yun. Go ahead.
Well, ang maganda lang din dito, mga kababayan, ay dahil while this is a very technical process, kailangan po natin itong makita dahil marami po tayong hindi lang matututunan pero makikita natin ang buong kwento sa kung paano ba na gastos sa napunta ang pera ng bayan at kung ito ba ay tamang pag-disperse din. Malalaman lang po natin ito sa pagtutok sa ang paglilitis. At yan po ang Day 18 ng impeachment trial at makakaasa po kayo na kasama nyo kami sa pagbabantay at pagpapaliwanag sa paglilitis sa Vice Presidente. Ako po si Jasmine Romano.
Muli, hindi ito tungkol sa kulay na sinusuportahan nyo o politikong inyong pinaniniwalaan. Ako po si Trisha Zafra.
Ito ay tungkol sa pananagutan at sa kinabukasan ng ating bayan. Ako po si Jim Magsaysay. Samahan niyo ulit kami bukas sa pagpapatuloy ng aming special live coverage. Ito ang Paglilitis. Walang po kayo bibitaw, susunod na ang press conference ng House Prosecution Team. Hanggang bukas po, maraming salamat.
Ang proseso, binastos. Ang pondo, binastos. Ang taong bayan, niloko.
Naniwala din ako kay La Chica, Your Honor, kasi siya po ang itinalaga ni Vice President Sara Duterte.
Sa testimonya mismo ni Special Disbursing Officer Acosta nagmula, ang security officer tila naging disbursing officer. Tama ba ito? Asan ang accountability? Asan ang responsibilidad? Mga resibo, kulang sa detalye.
Hindi nyo hiningan pa rin si Colonel Lachica ng resibo? Hindi po ba yun ang nilalaman ng isa sa mga AOM na kailangan yung purchase of food and medical supplies may resibo?
Hindi ba ito isang scam o tahasang panlililag sa pera ng taong bayan?
At mga gastos na hindi maipaliwanag pero hindi kwestiyon dahil sa tiwalang ibinigay ng Bise Presidente.
Si La Chica po ay siya lang po ang itinalaga na security officer, Your Honor, na siya ang mag-implement po, Your Honor, ng mga proyekto o activities po ng confidential, Your Honor.
Tiwala ng Bise ang nangibabaw pero sinira ang tiwala ng taong bayan. Ang proseso, binaliwala. Walang papel, kulang sa record, kulang sa pananagutan.
Hindi ba dahil sa pinagagawa nyo na walan ng paraan? Wala na pong paraan ng taong bayan na pagtugmain yung paper trail tsaka money trail. Hindi po ba?
Mga katagang, hindi ko alam. Paulit-ulit narinig sa plenaryo. Pera ng taong bayan na nakataya, sinumpaang mandato, binaliwala.
Kung wala kayong training sa confidential activities, bakit po kayong napili bilang SDO para panghawakan ng confidential fund?
Hindi ko alam po, Your Honor, kung bakit ako po ang kinuha ng Vice Presidente as SDO.
Tila incompetent na, naging pabaya pa. At ang katapatan, wala sa bayan, kundi sa pinuno ng ahensya.
Naging stupido kayo sa ngalan ng isang tinatawag na blind loyalty. Nakapikit kung ano yung sinasabi sa iyo ng nakakataas, sinusunod mo na lang. Stupido ka pa rin, pero in the name of blind loyalty. Would you agree?
Hindi ko maintindihan, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Mga bagong pangalan din ang lumutang na nakatanggap ng pera. Pangalan ng hayop, kakatuwang kataga, at iba pang nakakalokong mga pangalan. Pera ng taong bayan, pinagsamantalahan, ang pag-abuso sa pondo, tila lantaran. Hindi dapat basta-basta ginagamit ang pondo ng bayan. Dapat tapat, dapat makabuluhan, dapat para sa lahat, at hinding-hindi sa bulsa ng iilan. Malayo pa ang paghahatol, pero tandaan na sa hukuman, walang lugar ang kasinungalingan.
Ang nagutos po sa akin ay si Ma'am Sara Duterte.
Sila doon. Dami nilang nagigit-git. Oo nga.
Maganda nga pong pumuli. Nagbabalik po ang House Prosecution Team para sa press briefing pagkatapos ng trial ngayong araw na to. Pero para po mabigyan tayo ng mga pinakamahalagang bagay na natalakay, panoorin po muna natin ang isang slide presentation sa pamamagitan ng ating Deputy Spokesperson. Walang iba kundi si Attorney S. Montalan.
Hi po, good afternoon po ulit. So for day 18 po of the impeachment trial highlights, pinipresenta po si Assistant Secretary Ortonio po. At for today's impeachment trial, we will leave you with one message, which is at the discretion of the Vice President. 250 million requested on August 22, 2022. Walang computation, walang projection, at walang planong attached. So, ano po ang several key points na nailahad ngayon po ng testigo? Una, the amount came before the plan. On August 22, 2022, the Vice President requested 250 million at her own discretion. It is not accompanied by any plans, attachments, or breakdown. Kumbaga, nag-request po siya ng pera na walang plano kung paano gagamitin ang pera. Pangalawa, VP Sara owns the chain. Everything related to confidential funds was authorized, signed off, and directed by the Vice President. If there is no approval, there is no release of funds. Pangatlo, the 2023 plan was copied. May expected outcome, physical targets, and budget matched the 2022 one exactly. The program label changed. Kumbaga, kinopya lang yung previous plan. Neither plan names a specific program. Pang-apat, the total amount remained the same. Every quarter hit exactly 125 million. Nakakapagtaka. When a 40 million medical food line disappeared 5 days after COA's October 4 finding, the total held. Panglima, the 125 million gone in 11 days. Ortonio corrected counsel and calculated it himself. 125 million cleared in 11 days for a fund meant to cover a full quarter. Pang-anim, the security case weakened. There was no known threat, walang coordination with law enforcement, while personnel had already grown from 95 to 473, which was funded separately. Pang-pito, changing explanations. The OVP provided at least 5 different explanations for the same confidential funds across the time of the request, time used, and time of liquidation, as well as COA questioning. The amount came before the plan. There was no computation attached, unlike the 3 other requests in the same letter. Walang projection rin na naka-attach. Wala ring physical and financial plan na naka-attach. At ang PFP mismo ay hindi dumating until September 16, 3 weeks later. The three other requests in the same DBM letter, which was for financial assistance and subsidy, special duty allowance, 192 additional positions, each carried complete computations and attachments. Only the confidential fund line came in blank. Nauna ang halaga bago ang plano. Every step in the chain runs through the Vice President. Ortonio confirmed it under cross-examination by Senator Escudero. Sabi ni Ortonio, if there is no approval by the Vice President, there is no release of funds. The Vice President sets the amount. Ortonio confirmed that VP Sara decided to request confidential funds and determined the final figure. Her signature approved it. The Vice President's signature on the PFP certified the cash advance as necessary, lawful, and incurred under her direct supervision. Ortonio's authority came from hers. Ortonio's authority to approve disbursement vouchers was delegated to him by the Vice President herself. Mr. Ortonio testified that the Vice President had knowledge and visibility over everything related to the confidential funds. The The 2023 plan reads like a copy of the 2022 plan. Ortonio confirmed that the content matched, only the umbrella label had changed. Pare-pareho ang expected outcome, ang physical targets, ang budget, at ang program label. Neither plan identifies the specific programs the confidential funds were meant to support. Ang laman ay pareho, iba lang ang pangalan. Humingi ng pera ng walang plano. VP Sara sets the amount. Sara chooses the 125 million figure and requests the funds. Walang planong naka-attach. The August 22, 2022 letter carries no computation or physical financial plan. The PFP follows 3 weeks later. The plan arrives after, tapos nang mag-request. Her signature approves. The Vice President authority enables every release that follows. And the total remains the same. Every liquidation lands on exactly 125 million despite removing some line items. Paano natin malalaman na kailangan ng ganito kalaking pera kung wala palang plano at wala ka pang computation? At pagtapos gastusin, kahit nagbabago ang paliwanag at mga item, bakit laging eksaktong 125 million ang nauubos? There is the same total every 4 quarters. From quarter 4 2022 to quarter 3 2023, every quarter lands on 125 million pesos, or a total of 500 million pesos. The first 3 accomplishment reports carried medical and food aid worth 40 million, 42 million, and 40 million respectively. 5 days after COA's October 4 AOM questioned the fund, the next report dropped that line entirely. The total stayed exactly 100 million. Nagbago ang laman, pero hindi nagbago ang total. 125 million gone in 11 days. 11 days by his own count. Ortonio did the math himself. Binasa niya lang mismo sa dokumento, confirming that the amount allocated for 3 months was spent in 11 days. 11 days. Ulitin ko, 11 days, sabi ni Ortonio upon cross-examination by Senator Cheese. The number came from him. It is not a prosecution estimate. Ortonio himself recalculated it live, correcting counsel on the stand. The fund was for 3 months. The liquidation report number 2022-12-152 was meant to cover October, November, and December. Pero lahat ng funds na ito ay ginamit lamang in 11 days. And there was a gap, 11 days of spending against roughly 90 days of intended coverage. Security was the stated reason, but the record doesn't back it. The afternoon testimony added a direct factual contrast. 1, there was no identified threat. Sabi mismo ni Ortonio na wala siyang personal knowledge na any specific threat at the time of the 2022 request. Pangalawa, walang law enforcement coordination. Wala rin siyang personal knowledge ng any coordination with security agencies. Pangatlo, the personnel had already tripled. The security complement grew from 95 to 473, funded separately from confidential funds. At pang-apat, no incidents without the fund. No untoward incidents at OVP satellite offices or projects, even without confidential fund coverage. What additional security function was the confidential fund actually paying for? At hindi po yun ay isinagot. So if I were to leave you with something today, it would be this. Lahat ng bagay kaugnay sa confidential funds mula sa pag-request, pag-release, ay nalalaman ng Bise Presidente, inotorisa at nasa ilalim ng kanyang supervision bilang head of agency, tinanong ni Presiding Officer Cheese. Ang sinabi ni Lemuel Ortonio, opo. In short, lahat po ng galing yun ay sa Vice President. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Attorney Hess. Salamat po sa iyong presentation. We will pause for a brief moment while we allow our guests to settle down. Nagbabalik po ang press briefing ng House Prosecution Panel. Ngayong hapong ito, palad po tayo, kasama natin ang lead prosecutor ng ating mga House of Representatives Prosecution Panel. Walang iba kundi si Representative Jervil Jinky Beatrix Luistro ng 2nd District ng Batangas, ang ating Deputy Speaker Francisco Paulo Ortega the 5th ng La Union, at ang ating Counsel for the Prosecution spokesperson, Attorney Benjamin J. Tolosa Jr. Siguro po, bigyan natin ng pagkakataon makapagbigay ng paunang pananalita ang ating lead prosecutor.
Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. So for today, natunghayan po natin ang testimonya ng isang Assistant Secretary and at the same time, Assistant Chief of Staff ng Office of the Vice President sa katauhan po ni Limuel Ortonio. Malaki po ang naging partisipasyon niya sa buong proseso ng confidential fund, from the request to the disbursement to the liquidation and even certification in compliance with the Joint Circular 2015-05. I would say na very material ang naging testimonya ni Mr. Ortonio, because first and foremost, na-bolster niya, na-highlight niya, na-emphasize niya yung mga irregularities with respect to the supposed compliance in the Joint Circular 2015-01, kagaya po ng aking mga binanggit, partikular sa pag-request ng confidential fund, sa disbursement ng confidential fund, sa utilization ng confidential fund, and even in the liquidation of confidential fund. Another important thing that was highlighted today is the fact that Mr. Ortonio was authorized by the head of agency to conduct the overall supervision. And to be specific, he went on saying administrative and financial supervision. And that's why he likewise testified na kaugnay pa rin ng pagre-request ng confidential fund, ang paggamit nito at maging sa liquidation nito ay saklaw pa rin ng kanyang supervisory power na ipinagkaloob sa kanya ng head of agency sa katauhan ni Vice President Sara Duterte. So that would be all for our opening statement today.
Salamat po, Chair Jinky. Siguro kung may open na natin ang para sa mga katanungan. Unahin na natin si Haji, as usual.
Magandang hapon po, Haji Kaaminyo ng Brigada News FM. Kanina po na emphasize yung reminder na maging maingat nga po sa mga salitang ginagamit. Like for example po yung mga modus, pagsisinungaling, what else, yung scam, etc. Yung nagagamit po ng ating counsel for the public prosecutors. How do you address po that? And kumbaga na maghinay-hinay or kumbaga ma-remind yung mga kasamahan po ninyo sa prosecution na of course naiintindihan naman na nakikarried away nga po ng kanilang direct examination?
Well, first of all, tayo po ay gumagalang at sumusunod sa impeachment court. However, pursuant to the task of the prosecution team, we are conscious as well that we need to be accurate. Pag sinabi nating accurate, dapat yung binibitawhan mong salita sakto doon sa gusto mong ipahayag or tumutukoy exactly doon sa nangyayari, which is the subject matter of the testimony of the witness, no? So, minanifest naman kanina ni Attorney May na naging passionate siya, no? But apart from being passionate, I hope the people would understand that we are mandated as well to be very much accurate in communicating not only to the senator judges, but also to the Filipino people, which is the party that the prosecution team is representing. No? We are aware that what is at stake is the interest of the Filipino people. And that is why, habang nagko-conduct ng trial, hindi rin namin maialis sa aming sarili na maging very much accurate, sakto, maliwanag, klaro, sa gusto naming tukuying salita o pangyayari habang ginaganap itong paglilitis na ito. Nevertheless, kung ano man ang naging observation ng impeachment court with respect to the utterances or choice of words kanina ni Attorney May, we respect that and we will definitely abide with the impeachment court. Sa part naman ng buong team, of course, we are reminding each other to be very cautious in the choice of words so that we will not be prompting the impeachment court to cause any disciplinary action or whatsoever against the prosecution team.
Punta po ako dun sa sa point na kung saan sinabi po ni Lemuel Ortonio na batay po sa nakuha niyang information from Colonel La Chica, yung confidential funds daw po ay ibinibigay doon sa informant, tapos yung informant na po yung bumibili ng food, ng medicines, yung bumibili po ng tables at saka ng chairs, tapos nabati din po doon sa direct examination sa kanya na obligations were already incurred nga daw po, tapos nabanggit pa nga na arrangements yung kanilang ginamit. Nakakadagdag po ba sa bigat yun na yung pera binibigay sa informant tapos pinambibili po ng informant ng tables and the chairs? Dagdag po ba yun sa irregularities sa pananaw po ninyo?
Well,
I'm sure the senator judges would consider this. No, is it normal for an informant to declare ano ang intention niya dun sa nakuha niya ng pera, kung anong ipangbibili niya dito? No, remember, supposedly payment to ng rewards sa informant. Tapos na dapat ang transaction nyo. May nagbigay ka na dapat na informasyon, as a kabayaran, as a reward, bibigyan ka ng pera. Supposedly, yun ang sinabi nila. No? So, normal ba? Dun sa informant, kailangan pa niyang sabihin, yung binigay mong pera, ipangbibili ko ng gamot. No? Tulad ni Mary Grace Piatos, for example, bibili ko ng 70,000 na gamot. No? At napakadami naman nila na kailangan pa nilang dalawang bagay. Lahat sila kailangan nilang bumili ng gamot at lahat sila kailangan pang ideklara na bibili sila ng gamot or bibili sila ng food supplies or bibili sila ng, as you mentioned, tables and chairs. No? I'm sure the senator judges would consider that. Is that consistent with ordinary human experience? No? Just like any other transaction, pagkatapos ka nabayaran, ilalagay mo pa ba doon sa receipt mo? Magsha-shopping ako mamayang gabi kung ano yung diyan ko ilalagay yan, di ba? So, it has significance definitely, but kung ang pagtitimbang niyan, of course, we'll leave it to the senator judges, no? But just like any other evidence, kailangan mo kasing ibanggayan with ordinary human experience para makita kung credible ba yung explanation na binibigay or hindi.
Mas yung pagpapaliwanag parang mapupunta nga sa depensa kung bakit ganun yung paggamit saka pag-utilize po nung pera, no. Hindi ko na tuloy alam paano ako sasagot dahil sinabi ni Kong Jinky kanina pero parang may mga salising nangyayari yung chichiryagang no? Parang salisigang pa yung dating nila. Pero sa atin naman po, na-address natin na may gap talaga yung pag-liquidate nila. Parang ngayon makikita mo parang meron silang gap sa kanilang HR kasi based po dun sa mga nangyari sa mga nakaraang araw, makikita mo na parang kulang yata sa competence, saka hindi nagkukulang sa skill, magaling sila dun. Magaling sila sa ginagawa nila, pero yung competence saka yung tamang paraan po ng pagbigay ng pera at paglabas ng pera, tingin ko nagkakaproblema doon. May gap sila kung competent ba sila sa trabaho nila o nagagawa nila ng tama yung trabaho nila. Kasi parang petty cash na yung pag-handle nila dun sa pera. Bahala na kung saan nila gagamitin. Basta makagawa sila ng kahit ano na parang may sarili din silang sinusunod na type of liquidation. Para din silang may sariling pamamaraan kung paano i-utilize yung pera. Kaya parang personal money, petty cash na nangyari dyan. Pero sabi ko nga, sa mga susunod na araw, sa mga susunod na hearing, makikita natin mas mabigat pa po sa side nga nila kung paano nila papatunayan kung saan eksakto ginamit yung pera na yun.
If I may add something to that, no? For me, parang may declaration against interest yan. Kasi ang statement ni Mr. Ortonio na pera po ang ibinibigay with undertaking ng recipient na ibibili ng gamot. Pero iba yung nakalagay sa papel. Ang nakalagay sa documents nila, sa AR, acknowledgement receipts, ibinili ng gamot. But if you will review his testimony, pera ang ibinigay. At may undertaking ang recipient na ibibili ng gamot. What do we call that? We call that misrepresentation. Kasi ang sinasabi sa dokumentong isinabmit mo, sa acknowledgement receipts, gamot ang ipinamigay sa recipients. And then during the trial, inaamin mo, pera ang ibinigay with the undertaking of the recipient na ibibili ito ng gamot. At tama, si DS Pau doon, si Attorney J, di na natin alam kung talaga bang ibibili yan ng gamot o hindi. But what is clear here, may misrepresentation na malinaw na naganap. Ang nakasaad sa papel, ibinili ng gamot. Ang testimonya ni Mr. Ortonio, pera ang ibinigay with the undertaking na ibibili ng gamot. So which is which?
Okay, last na lang po, sorry. What about yung 150,000 na inabonohan po ni Lemuel Ortonio kasi dapat 125 lang pero sumobra po yata sa liquidation. Tapos hanggang ngayon nga raw po ay hindi pa nare-reimburse o nababawi yung kanyang ipinang-abono na 150.
Di ba sa kanila mismo nang galing, ang confidential fund ay bawal gamitin sa reimbursement. Di ba? So yung 150,000 na yon na ni-request ni Gina Acosta at parang inabonohan muna ni Mr. Ortonio, definitely you cannot charge that to confidential fund. Kasi yun yung paulit-ulit kong naririnig from the time of the state auditor to Gina Acosta hanggang kanina kay Mr. Ortonio. Ang confidential fund ay bawal gamitin as reimbursement, no? Bagaman hindi pa rin po malinaw yung liquidation documents nila. Kasi since day one of our presentation, ng evidence in support of Article 1, misuse of confidential fund, ay malaking katanungan na yan ng prosecution. Bakit yung 125 million na confidential fund nung niliquidate ay 125,150,000 na? No? So, hindi ako satisfied sa explanation na narinig ko kanina.
All right.
I'll just add very quickly na dun sa first question mo, just want to make it clear that there's no intention on the part of the prosecution to generate sound bites. To borrow the words of Attorney May, we just call a spade a spade. No? We call it as we see it. So, and these are fair questions. Yung pag tinanong mong nagsisinungaling ba, those are normal questions. Pwede talagang tanongin yan, no? Sa testigo. And the witness is free to answer. Kung hindi, sasabihin niya hindi. No? Even if kung tatanungin siya na, was it a scam? Pwede naman niyang sabihin hindi. Even, they should welcome that. On redirect, or cross-examination, pwede siyang magkaroon ng pagkakataon at ipaliwanag niya bakit hindi siya scam, no? So those are fair questions. But just the same, of course, as mentioned by Chair Jinky, we will abide, no? Now we'll be more careful. But just to clarify, no, those questions have legitimate reasons behind them. They're not asked just to generate sound bites. No, we call it as we see it. So kung ang dating dun sa cross-examiner or nagtatanong, no, mukhang may basis to ask, based dun sa mga narinig niya. For example, I'm not saying it is, but I'm just saying when the question is asked, was it a scam? Dahil mayroon yung basehan bago siya dumating doon. Ngayon, free naman yung witness to say kung sasabihin niyang, no, it's not a scam, no? So, just to clarify that point.
Okay, thank you po. Matapos po si Haji, ang magtatanong naman si Rosalie. Go ahead, Rosalie.
Hello. Good afternoon po, ma'am and sir. Today po, naglabas po ng statement ang Armed Forces of the Philippines saying na terminated na po nila yung inquiry dun po sa investigation kala Colonel Nolasco at Colonel Lachica in relation po dito sa confidential funds ng OVP at ng DepEd. And this was confirmed by Defense Secretary Chodoro. How will this affect your decision considering na pinag-aaralan nyo pa po yun pong kung isasalang po ba ninyo bilang witness ito pong dalawang AFP officers na ito?
Ang prosecution ay palaging guided ng articles of impeachment, no? So, let us go back to the allegations under Article 1. Ang sabi dyan, misuse, misappropriation, and irregular liquidation of confidential fund. So, what we are testing here is the completeness of the evidence that has been presented so far in relation to the allegations in the articles of impeachment, no? So if we, based on our evaluation, kulang pa, perhaps we can consider to present the AFP officers. But if upon revisiting the evidence that has been presented already, lalabas na kompleto na yung allegations, we apply the test. The test of repetition, paulit-ulit na ba? The test of redundancy, kalabisan na ba? The test of lack of necessity, wala na bang pangangailangan? Kung ang sagot sa lahat ng yan is in the affirmative, might as well we dispense with the presentation of the witness. But right now, wala pa po tayong final na decision because time and again, ang sinasabi po ng prosecution, we always revisit the list of the witnesses of the prosecution. Now, with respect to the conclusion of the supposed investigation of the AFP, of course, we are interested to know kung ano ang result ng investigation nila. But nevertheless, let us always remember this is impeachment trial, sui generis. This is neither criminal, nor civil, nor administrative. Kung ano man ang nangyari dun sa AFP, in as far as their investigation is concerned, that will not in any way bar the impeachment proceeding, much less the presentation of the AFP officers in the person of Colonel Lachica and Colonel Nolasco.
Pero ma'am, at this point in time, gaano po ba hindi po ba maituturing na valuable yung magiging testimony ni Colonel Lachica kasi siya po lagi yung binabanggit ni Ma'am Acosta at saka po ni Sir Ortonio na sa kanya binigay, sa kanya nirelease yung pera, siya yung nakakita o kung saan ginastos itong pondong ito. Yun po yung kumbaga, kung para po sa public, hindi pa nila napapakinggan yung version po ni Colonel Lachica and Nolasco.
Okay. So, we understand that, no? Parang at first glance, dahil lang naririnig mo paulit-ulit kay Agina Acosta, binigay niya yung pera kay Lachica, naririnig natin paulit-ulit si Lachica. So, first glance, mukhang napakasimple ng sagot. Sabihin natin, pakinggan na natin si Lachica, no? Pero that presumes that if we will put him on the stand, he will give us the truth. But we have no basis to make that assumption, no? And every time you call a hostile witness, this is decision that you cannot make lightly, no? Because every time you call a hostile witness, it has serious inherent risks, No? So, question, do we need to take that risk? Kailangan pa ba? So, at mentioned by Kong Jinky, pag namimili kami ng sinong ipipresenta namin, ang number one dyan is, do we need it to meet our evidentiary targets? Or, na-hit na ba namin yan through the use of other witnesses? All the more so, kapag hostile witness ang uupo mo, no? Kung walang absolute necessity for it, you don't do it. No? Kasi you can minimize it. For example, with respect kay Ms. Acosta, meron na siyang statements under oath about this topic given in the hearings before the House of Representatives. So, kung magsisinungaling siya, we can call her out. No? Hindi tulad dito. So, kaya hindi siya ganun kasimple. No? And lalo na, he's under investigation. No? We're not saying that we are sure 100% he's going to lie. We're not saying that. But what we're saying is merong possible motivation to lie dahil nga no pwede siyang masubject to personal liability, even criminal in nature. No? So, again, hindi ko sinasabi magsisinungaling siya, pero merong serious risk na yan ang mangyayari. So, that's why we're not jumping into that decision na okay, let's call him just because na tatawag yung pangalan niya ng ilang beses na. No? Pangalawa, even strategically, when you call a hostile witness, we saw what happened to Ms. Acosta. Paano ang cross-examination niya? Hindi ba ang nagbigay ng lahat ng detalye yung other party? No? Ang ginawa niya was just saying yes. No? Pero ang nagsusupply ng mga kasagutan, yung abogado ng kabila. No? Dahil yun ang nature, no? Dahil nga hostile witness siya, they're on cross, pwede silang mag-direct examination. So, question, takot ba kami na umupo sa witness stand si La Chica? Definitely not. Kung ipapatawag nila, go ahead, di ba? And we're ready to cross-examine him. No? So, kaya nga ang tanong dyan, mas strategic ba sa amin na kami ang tumawag? Kailangan ba namin siya? Or mas magandang kung na-present naman na namin ang kailangan namin, napakita naman na namin na nakuha talaga ang pera ni Ms. Acosta, sinabi na niya, upon the directions of Vice President, ibigay ang kay La Chica. Inamin na niya, si La Chica hindi yan SDO. Sinabi na ng COA auditors, bawal ibigay ng SDO sa tao na hindi SDO, hindi fidelity bonded. Tapos, naririnig na natin yung mga irregularities doon sa na nakita ng mga COA, no, auditors, kung paano supposedly ginamit to. So kung hindi na namin may absolute necessity yan, then if they see the need to call him to explain this matters, kung saan niya ginamit, then they can do it and will be prepared to cross-examine him. No? So, again, it's a matter of strategy. But at the end of the day, sa lahat ng sinabi namin at titimbangin natin dyan in making that decision, whether or not we will call him, ang pinaka-importante dyan is, absolutely necessary pa ba siya para patunayan namin yung essential evidentiary targets namin. Yun. So, kaya hindi pa namin masarado yung decision ngayon, hindi pa kami tapos. No? So, after we present these other witnesses pa, then we'll make a definitive decision on whether there's still a need to take those risks and present him as a hostile witness or no more.
Sorry, last na lang po. Meron po bang ginagawang coordination na po yung Office of the Ombudsman sa House Prosecution Team o kaya po sa sa Committee on Justice regarding po dun sa mga isinagawa nyo pong legislative inquiry dito po sa confidential funds ni VP Duterte. Lalo na po at binanggit din po ni Defense Secretary Chodoro na tinerminate po nila yung kanilang inquiry kila Colonel La Chica and Nolasco dahil nga po nagsasagawa na ng investigation ang Ombudsman noon pong November.
So, the last update that I know about the committee report na sinubmit ng House of Representatives, this is the committee report of Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability, then presided by Congressman Joel Chua. Pinasagot ng Office ng Ombudsman yung mga respondent. That includes, I believe, even the respondent Vice President, pati sina Gina Acosta, sina Attorney Sulaika, if I am not mistaken, and even Mr. Ortonio, no? But from the time of the submission of their respective counter affidavits, wala pa kaming bagong update, no? And in fact, we will be very much interested to know also kung meron bang bagong development ang investigation ng Ombudsman. We understand this is preliminary investigation, administrative proceeding as well, no? Sapagkat kagaya ng sinabi nyo, nag-umpisa ang investigasyong ito sa Inquiry in Aid of Legislation ng Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability back in the 19th Congress. That was in 2024 pa, no? As a matter of fact, yung mga evidence na nakikita nyo ngayon, pinepresenta in support of Article 1 Confidential Fund, most of them ay galing sa Inquiry in Aid of Legislation noong 2024 ng Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability, no? That is why mapapansin nyo din during the presentation of witnesses ngayon dito sa confidential fund, maraming videos ang ipinapa-confirm, maraming transcript ang ipinapa-confirm, just like the questions raised to Gina Acosta doon sa House, kung saan ang inyong lingkod ang nagtanong sa kanya, almost the same series of questions na ni-raise ni Attorney Virgil Ligutan, no? Tapos kanina naman kay Mr. Ortonio, napansin nyo yung mga transcript, and I was looking at the transcript from the screen, si Congressman Valeriano naman ang nagtatanong sa kanya during the time of the investigation of the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability. But of course, we acknowledge iba ito sapagkat impeachment trial na ito, and that is why we need to present and identify the pieces of evidence that we wanted to be included in the evidence in support of misuse of confidential fund in this impeachment trial.
Naalala ko yung, ikaw rin nagtanong sa akin nun sa presscon na bakit huminto yung investigasyon patungo dun sa AFP during the committee hearings. Ikaw yung nagtanong din sa akin nun, Ate Rose, di ba? Sabi ko kasi may kinokonduct na magkakaroon na ng investigation within their ranks. So, sabi nga ni Attorney J, well established naman po na may utos po galing sa Vice President, nakuha na yung pera, na-release po yung pera, pero parang ang tema po nila
ebidensya dito, if not presented and submitted to the Ombudsman, the latter cannot consider them. Magkaibang proceeding itong impeachment at yung sa Ombudsman na investigation. If at all, lahat ng mga evidence dito dapat mai-present din sa Ombudsman if the purpose or intention really is to help and support the administrative investigation and even the preliminary investigation before the office of the Ombudsman. Yun pong nasa Ombudsman, dalawang aspeto yun. Isang administratibo at isang criminal aspect. So if the office of the Ombudsman will find basis for both, no? Pwedeng magkaroon ng resolution on the administrative aspect, magkaroon ng administrative penalty, such as termination or suspension and even perpetual disqualification to hold public office. Ito po yung sa administrative aspect. Yung isang aspeto po ng investigasyon ng Ombudsman is on the criminal aspect. Kapag nakakita sila ng reasonable certainty of conviction, which is the new quantum of evidence required in the office of the Ombudsman, then the necessary information will be filed in the Sandigan Bayan for trial on criminal cases. But certainly, iba po yun, iba itong impeachment na ito. So, let's hear from the House of Representatives. Mangumusta tayo kung may bago pang development apart from the submission of the counter affidavits of the respondents dun sa isinasagawang investigasyon ng Ombudsman.
Alright.
Kung Pao, sorry, pwede pa elaborate lang, yes, Pao, yung sinasabi nyo, tingin nyo po may nilalaglag na sila, si Colonel Lachica.
Ako, basa ko. Kasi paulit-ulit nila minimension yung pangalan nila. Parang nag-hands off sila, naghuhugas kamay. Pero, paano nila i-escape yung accountability? Yung mga disbursing officer, inutusan naman at saka binigyan ng authority ng Vice President. So, she's very much accountable. Siyang pinaka-accountable dito. Kahit na parang ganun yung dating nila kasi parang siya yung pinaka-list na na may capability or may authority to handle yung pera na yun. Puro siya na yung parang nirerekta sa katinuturo. Na-establish na ni Gina Acosta galing na sa bunganga niya. So, the Vice President is accountable for this.
You also share the same sentiment po kay Kong Ridon. He said po kanina na he's urging the Ombudsman na imbestigahan na natin itong possible malversation po ng confidential funds. Hindi lang dapat ordinaryong kawani si Acosta and Lachica yung managot o posibleng makulong nga dito.
Si Terry nagsabi nun?
Yes, dapat
idol
po
kasi
higit sa lahat.
He's my idol. Growing
Higit
up.
sa lahat, dapat po si VP Sara Duterte yung makulong sakaling mapatunayan na yun.
When I grow up, I wanna be like Terry Ridon. Hindi, magkabatch kami ni Terry, baka sabihin niyo maganda naman po yung punto ni Kong Terry, no? Pero ako naman, ibang daan din ang tatahakin yon. Pero andito na rin tayo sa impeachment hindi naman po nahihirapan yung prosecution na ipalabasin o ilatag po yung mga different na situations na nandito na ngayon. Tingin ko medyo parang solved na nga ako dun pa lang hanggang kay Gina Acosta pa lang yung mismong sinabi niya na ang nag-give ng go signal yung Office of the Vice President saka yung Bise Presidente. So, doon pa lang mabigat na yung pananagutan
To add something to that, no? Siguro wag tayong malito dahil sa lahat ng testigo na presenta ng prosecution, merong commonality. At kanina, sa impeachment court mismo, nanggaling yung tanong, pwede ba mag-request ng confidential fund ng walang basbas, walang utos ang head of agency? The witness's answer is no. Pwede bang gamitin, gastusin ang confidential fund nang walang utos o hindi nalalaman ng head of agency? Ang sagot din, hindi. Pwede bang mag-submit ng accomplishment report or liquidation report nang walang conformity ang head of agency? Hindi pa rin. Ibig sabihin, simula nung mag-request ng confidential fund, hanggang sa gastusin ang confidential fund, hanggang sa i-liquidate ito, lahat nanggagaling sa utos ng head of agency. Whether it is Ortonio or Acosta, merong commonality ang testimony nila. And that is, lahat ng ginawa nila nanggaling sa utos ng head of agency.
Alright. Thank you. Ma'am Milky? Ikaw naman po.
Milky Rigunan, DCRH. Balikan ko lang, ma'am, yung kay Attorney J. Tolosa. Yung sinabi mo kanina na, tama ba na sa ngayon, hindi kailangan ng prosecution na paharapin pa si Colonel Lachica?
Sa ngayon, we're having a continuous deliberation and analysis on that matter. So wala pa kaming final decision to whether or not we'll call him.
This afternoon, sabi rin po ng Armed Forces of the Philippines na terminated yung investigation sa kaso ni Lachica kasi meron ng ongoing or pending investigation sa Ombudsman. Hindi po ba, o kung ipapatawag po siya ng depensa. Ito po ba ay risky sa panig po ng defense kung tatayong testigo nila sila Chika?
Can you repeat that last part? Yeah.
Oo. Hindi ba risky sa panig ng depensa na kukunin nilang testigo sila Chika?
It's up to them, no? And in their pre-trial brief, they identified there at least 5 representatives of the Vice President Security Group. So if they want to call him, since their own people, no, sila Acosta, they've been pointing to Colonel Lachica. So that discretion could be exercised by the defense team. Nasa kanila yan. No, to clarify, we're not forcing them. We're not to call him as a witness. What we're just saying, if they want to call him, then we'll welcome that and we'll be ready to cross-examine him.
Congresswoman Cherville, your reaction po.
Well, I will be very honest with you. I am more inclined not to present Lachica and Nolasco. My position is simple. May misuse na ba? Nung sinabi ni Gina Acosta na tinurn over niya the entire amount to the security officer who is a non-accountable officer. May misappropriation na ba? May irregular liquidation na ba? For me, maliwanag na ang naging testimonya ni Gina Acosta. We are just waiting for the testimony of Edward Fajarda with respect to the confidential fund of the Department of Education, no? Kasi si Gina Acosta sa OVP yan, na CF. Si Edward Fajarda ang para naman sa SDO ng confidential fund ng DepEd, no? But this is just my personal position. As a matter of practice, we always decide as a team, no? And that's why yung sinasabi ni Attorney Jay na we will be deliberating with each other and come up with our final decision as a prosecution team whether or not to present Lachica and Nolasco. And to your question, kung ito ba ay magiging risky sa part ng prosecution na i-present siya ng defense, definitely not. As a matter of fact, it will provide us opportunity to cross-examine Colonel Lachica and Colonel Nolasco without presenting them as part of the prosecution's witnesses.
Congresswoman Cherville, sabi mo, kung ikaw, ayaw mo na silang parapin, Lachica and Nolasco.
That is my personal position.
Yes, personal position. But this will be the decision of the whole prosecution team. Gaano po kabigat? O ilang porsyento po yung position nyo sa desisyon ng prosecution team?
Marami kami, di ba? We are composed of 11 public and I believe around 20 private prosecutors already, no? Definitely, may bosses ang bawat isa sa amin and I will be more convinced if the position which we will be adopting will be the position of the entire prosecution team. Yung sa akin lang, I am always guided by the allegations in the articles of impeachment. Kasi ito yung Biblia natin eh. This is what we need to prove. Eh pagdating dito sa Article 1, confidential fund, ang liwanag. Misuse, misappropriation, irregular liquidation of confidential fund. Ang tanong, na-establish na ba yan? Nung present mo ang bangko, ang state auditor, at ang SDO? In my position, I don't think there's a need to present Colonel Lachica and Colonel Nolasco. But again, that is personal. We will have to wait for the official position of the entire prosecution team.
Thank you, Ma'am Milky. Go ahead.
Ay, good afternoon po. For Kong Jervil po siguro kasi nasagot na po ito kanina ni Kong Pao. So far as you remember, ano po ang observation natin dito sa naging way ng pagsagot ni Limuel Ortonio compare po dun sa naging House hearings natin as a resource person po siya?
Well, ang observation ko kay Mr. Ortonio, he always anchors his answer on the documents. He will always say, based on the documents. Bago siya sumagot, palaging sasabihin niya, ikaw ba ang sumulat nito? Based on the documents. ikaw ba ang nag-submit ito? That is based on the documents, no? So, I cannot remember anymore the manner of him answering the questions in the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability. But substance-wise, tingin ko naman almost the same, no? And to distinguish this naman from the answer of Gina Acosta kahapon, si Gina Acosta naman, he always goes back to siya po ang security officer, no? So kung si Ortonio, base po yan sa dokumento, si Gina naman, she's repeatedly saying, siya po ang security officer.
Pangalawa po, since inaabangan po natin yung magiging desisyon ng impeachment court bukas about dito sa sub judice rule, may napag-aaralan na po bang magiging adjustment ang process sa mga magiging interview or press con po sa media?
Ako, I am very much confident that the entire prosecution team has always been very much conscious and aware of the limitation in making public comments, no? Maliwanag naman yung nakasaad sa Senate Rules on Impeachment, huwag mag-comment sa merito ng impeachment case. And this prohibition is binding not only to the prosecution, it is likewise binding to the defense, the senator judges, and even the parties, including the respondent Vice President. So, ang position namin, we maintain the position, kami po ay nag-iingat, wala po kaming nilalabag, and if indeed may makikitang violation sa amin, ang impeachment court, we hope that the impeachment court will be uniform and fair in implementing the sub judice rule. Ibig sabihin, if they will be calling the attention of the prosecution, they must call as well the attention of the senator judges and that of the parties, including the respondent Vice President, who might be violating as well the sub judice rule.
Security officer po ako ni Kong Jinky, kaya hindi ako covered ng sub judice. Pero mas sila po yata I'm sure they will reconsider or makikita nila po yung relevance kasi po during our press con or interviews, dun po kinakausap kasi yung taong bayan. So nakikita po natin yung halaga nung hearing, nakikita po natin na sagrado din po yung ating hearing, pero kailangan din po siguro makita yung importansya ng pakikipag-usap ng kahit anumang side sa taong bayan para mas maintindihan din po nila kung ano po yung nangyayari dito sa impeachment.
Last na lang po on my end, sorry po. Siguro po for Kong Pao din po siguro to kasi baka ma-relate sa sub judice. Pero may naging comment po si Yusek Claire about po dito sa impeachment trial na para sa kanya, malinaw daw po na may naging testimonya si OVP Special Dispersing Gina Acosta na nagpapatunay nga po na nilabag ng Bise itong paggamit ng confidential fund. May sapat na daw pong ebidensya. Ano pong comments niyo po about that?
Actually, medyo similar nga yung nasabi ko kanina na hindi niya maiiwasan yung accountability niya sa bagay na to siguro, klaro naman, very clear naman po yun as also stated by our prosecutors na kasama natin dito kanina, na establish na nga po yun. Siguro nag-echo lang si Attorney Claire kasi ano rin po siya abogado rin siya so naiintindihan niya yung mga ganyan na paraan, ganyan na proseso. So I guess may basis po yung statement niya, and a strong one at that.
Can I quickly? Tama ba yung sabi niya dahil dun sa pagsabi ni Gina Acosta na may pag-uutos si Vice Presidente, maliwanag na may paglalabag ang Vice Presidente? Sige. Siguro, to answer that, I'll again refer us to the testimony of Attorney Roderick Wamil regarding that matter. Sorry, Ms. Aileen Del Campo. Sabi niya, precisely because of that admission, which she first heard during the hearings before the Congress, na kung saan din unang inamin ni Ginang Acosta na binigay niya tong pera na to kay Colonel La Chica na hindi SDO. Ano ang appreciation niya doon? She found it as clear violation of the Joint Circular 2015-01. So sinabi niya, it is so serious such that it led them to issue a notice of disallowance for all 3 quarters of 2023. So, this is not us saying that it's a violation. This is the statement, no, of Sailin del Campo, the COA auditor who audited their liquidation of the fund, saying it's a serious violation of the Joint Circular 2015-01, and she found it as an irregularity.
Salamat po. Bel, ikaw naman.
In connection naman po dun sa concern ni Senator Zubiri kung baka daw abutin ng Pasko tsaka ipit nga sa budget briefing itong impeachment trial, is it possible po ba na after talakayin itong article na to ng impeachment and the next ay putulin na ng prose kung sapat naman na yung mga ebidensyang nailatag? Sinasabi nyo rin po na solve na kayo dun pa lang sa statement ni Gina Acosta, or paano pa po kayo mapa-fast track?
Well, kagaya ng na-share ko kanina, no? As a matter of practice of the prosecution, we always revisit the list of our witnesses, determine kung sino talaga ang kailangang ipresenta, and determine kung sinong pwedeng i-dispense na. So, this is one measure by which we will be able to expedite the presentation of the evidence of the prosecution. To be honest with you, we really want to finish at least before the end of October, no? We understand we still have bribery. We understand we still have unexplained wealth, which entails a lot of witnesses as well, similar to this confidential fund. But ideally, we do not want to prolong too much this impeachment trial. I personally agree with some senator judges that this should not go beyond this year, no? Baka mapagod na ang taong bayan. Let us consider as well that it entails public interest at yung mga usapin na may kinalaman ang taong bayan, dapat hindi pinapatagal. Dapat dinidesisyonan na agad. Kaya in as far as we are concerned, ayaw namin ng paulit-ulit na testigo, ayaw namin ng pare-parehas na testimonya, ayaw namin ng testigo na hindi na kailangan sapagkat na-establish na, no? And ideally, we want to finish at least before the end of October the prosecution's presentation of evidence.
All right, thank you. Lianesca, your turn.
Good afternoon po. Lianesca Pantilla, May News Online. Pansin ko lang po kasi sa roll call kanina on senator judges, only 15 of them are present. As we are all aware, as it is, 16 po yung kailangan to secure conviction. I was just wondering, what happens po kung during the judgment day, if 15 lang ang pumasok? So, obviously with that number, 16 is impossible to reach. I would just like to ask if ano po yung remedy ng prosecution when that situation arises.
Alam mo kasi
mga sunod-sunod lang po kasi yung hindi sila umaabot ng 16 sa floor. So, I decided to ask the question today.
Apparently, ang tinitingnan ko lang po ay attendance ng prosecutors. Hindi ko po tinitingnan ang attendance ng senator judges, no? But seriously, no? Let us not be confused. Ang trabaho po ng prosecution is to present the evidence. Deciding on this impeachment case is the constitutional duty of the senators. As far as we are concerned, we are midway. Malapit na po kaming matapos ng confidential fund. 2 articles na lang. Once we are done with our presentation, we will be doing the cross pagdating ng presentation ng defense. Pag natapos ang trial, na-comply na po namin ang aming constitutional duty. It is up to the senator judges to comply with their constitutional duty. And that is to decide on this impeachment case.
Having said that po, they should be present.
Because that is a constitutional duty.
Tama po.
Kasi
they should be present during the judgment day.
Kasi kami ni na Kong Pao and the rest of the public prosecutors and even the private prosecutors, meron kaming mga iba't ibang challenges sa aming district, some with respect to their private practice, and we all know that the contribution of the private prosecutors are voluntary basis, right? Pero all of us are here because we acknowledge our constitutional duty at sa part naman ng private prosecutors, kagaya ng sinabi nila, para sa bayan nito. So, tinitindigan namin kung anong aming inumpisahan. Tatapusin namin ito. Now, pagdating sa decision on this impeachment case, that does not belong to us. It belongs to the senator judges. And we understand that the Filipino people is watching.
All right. Joseph, go ahead.
Hi, sir. Ay, ma'am. Pick up lang yung point ko na you wanna finish back ang tag doon na may pre-interview. But if you wanna finish in October, mid-October, you have end of October. Okay, so mga 10 weeks yan. How are you going to do that? Mabigat yung unexplained wealth mo because the BIR, AMLAC, bank records, ilang bank records yan, di ba? Paano yun ma-abbreviate?
That is why I've been sharing to the media that as a matter of practice, we always revisit the list of the prosecution's witnesses. We apply the test of repetition. Kapag repetition na, dispense. We apply the test of redundancy. The same, paulit-ulit na, dispense. We apply the test of lack of necessity, hindi na kailangan, dispense. We are focused very much on the allegations contained in the articles of impeachment. Suffice it to say, kung ano lang kailangan, yun lang ang aming iprepresenta.
But you will still present articles 413, 3 and 2, no?
Yes, we acknowledge that. We have 2 more articles remaining. Article on bribery and article on unexplained wealth. But ideally, as I have said, ideally, this should not be prolonged because the people are watching, the people are waiting, and accountability should not be made to wait. Kapag natapos ang trial, we let the impeachment court decide whether the respondent Vice President is guilty or not.
I'd like to go back to Colonel Lachica because I don't think you want to present him because if you wanted to present him, you would have made the decision and, asked for a subpoena. So, mukhang wala na siya, right?
Like what I have said earlier, ang personal position ko, no need. But of course, that is just my personal position. By practice, we have to consult each other, come up with the official position of the team. And that is why Attorney Jay was saying earlier, wala pang official position ang prosecution team, whether to present or not, the 2 security officers in the person of Colonel Lachica and Colonel Nolasco.
Ba clear whether you need him or not?
For me, it's clear.
For the
but
others?
we need to arrive the official position of the entire team.
When?
Soon.
Baka nasa Article 1 na tayo, ma. For 1 pala, 3.
Definitely, we cannot conclude or we cannot move to the next article without deciding on whether to present or not the 2 security officers.
So
you will know before we end the presentation of our evidence on confidential fund. Pag hindi nyo sila nakita, ibig sabihin, we decided not to present.
All right. We have one last question.
Just to push the point further. So, are you saying, is it safe to say that the prosecution is divided in terms of presenting Colonel Lachica? Kasi kayo po, as the lead prosecutor, malinaw sa inyo. But are you as a prosecution divided?
How can that be divided when I defer to the official position of the entire team? We might have a varied and different personal positions, but at the end of the day, we come up with one position only for the entire prosecution team. And that's why I said my inclination is not to present, but that is personal position. I defer to the entire prosecution team.
Meron pong phone-in question from doon.
Actually, may decision na yung prosecution. Pag-uusapan muna.
And siguro po, do you want...
So may nag-advocate po sa prosecution panel na isa lang si La Chica?
Well, I acknowledge that there are some who are inclined to present, especially the presiding officer even articulated yesterday that the name of Colonel La Chica has been repeatedly mentioned, but his name is not one of those of the AFP officers whom we're requesting subpoena, right? No? There are some who are inclined to present him, some are not inclined to present him. And we need to come up with one position as a team.
Sige, last point na po doon sa akin regarding lang doon sa timeline. Kasi, Kong, you've mentioned po noon that you still have 2 articles to present, bribery and unexplained wealth. Pero hindi po ba, sa ngayon po, no, wala na, is it safe to say or is it safe to assume na wala sa konsiderasyon ng prosecution na i-drop yung Article 3 and just move forward with the unexplained wealth?
That is part of the decisions that we have yet to make, no? Hindi pa rin namin na pag-uusapan yan, whether to drop or not the article on bribery, because we understand that that is an equally important article of impeachment.
All right. Thank you. Kung wala nang katanungan, siguro that's our members of the panel want to have a final say before we conclude. Ayun. May another question?
Plano mo bang ipatawag ng prosecution bilang testigo si dating PNP Secretary ng Amerikano na siya pumunta sa pag-aproba ng CPSPG para direktang nilawin ang basihan ng dagdag na personnel at allowance?
There is no such consideration yet, no? Bagaman I understand na share ko na din ito sa public that while there's a list of prosecution witnesses, hindi naman yan permanent, hindi naman yan final. Depending on the progress of the trial, we can add, anchoring the same on reservation, and we can dispense some. Depende sa nagiging development sa trial.
All right. Maybe on that note, magpasalamat na tayo sa ating mga guests ngayong hapon, si Chair Jinky Loristro, si DS Paulo Ortega, at si Attorney J. Tolosa Jr. Maraming salamat po sa ating mga kaibigan sa media, sa ating mga kababayan na patuloy na sumusubaybay. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat.